Deuteronomy chapter 1. These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel beyond the Jordan, in the desert in the Arabah, opposite Suf, between Paran and Tophel, Laban, Hazeroth, and Dizahab. It is a journey of 11 days from Horeb to Kadesh Barnea, by way of the highlands of Seir. In the 40th year, on the first day of the 11th month, Moses spoke to the Israelites all the commands that the Lord had given him in their regard. After he had defeated Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth and in Edrei, Moses began to explain the law in the land of Moab beyond the Jordan, as follows. The Lord our God said to us at Horeb, "You have stayed long enough at this mountain. Leave here and go to the hill country of the Amorites and to all the surrounding regions, the land of the Canaanites in the Arabah, the mountains, the foothills, the Negeb, and the seacoasts, to Lebanon, and as far as the great river, the Euphrates. I have given that land over to you. Go now and occupy the land I swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, I would give to them and to their descendants. At that time I said to you, alone I am unable to carry you. The Lord your God has so multiplied you that you are now as numerous as the stars in the sky. May the Lord, the God of your fathers, increase you 1,000 times over and bless you as he promised. But how can I alone bear the crushing burden that you are, along with your bickering? Choose wise, intelligent, and experienced men from each of your tribes, that I may appoint them as your leaders." You answered me, "We agree to do as you have proposed." So I took outstanding men of your tribes, wise and experienced, and made them your leaders as officials over thousands, over hundreds, over fifties, and over tens, and other tribal officers. I charged your judges at that time, listen to complaints among your kinsmen, and administer true justice to both parties, even if one of them is an alien. In rendering judgment, do not consider who a person is. Give ear to the lowly and to the great alike, fearing no man, for judgment is God's. Refer to me any case that is too hard for you, and I will hear it. Thereupon I gave you all the commands you were to fulfill. Then, in obedience to the command of the Lord our God, we set out from Horeb and journeyed through the whole desert, vast and fearful as you have seen, in the direction of the hill country of the Amorites. We had reached Kadesh Barnea when I said to you, "You have come to the hill country of the Amorites, which the Lord our God is giving us. The Lord your God has given this land over to you. Go up and occupy it, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, commands you. Do not fear or lose heart." Then all of you came up to me and said, "Let us send men ahead to reconnoiter the land for us and report to us on the road we must follow and the cities we must take." Agreeing with the proposal, I chose 12 men from your number, one from each tribe. They set out into the hill country as far as the Wadi Eshkol and explored it. Then, taking along some of the fruit of the land, they brought it down to us and reported, "The land which the Lord our God gives us is good, but you refuse to go up. And after defying the command of the Lord your God, you set to murmuring in your tents. Out of hatred for us, the Lord has brought us up out of the land of Egypt to deliver us into the hands of the Amorites and destroy us. What shall we meet with up there? Our kinsmen have made us faint-hearted by reporting that the people are stronger and taller than we, and their cities are large and fortified to the sky. Besides, they saw the Anakim there. But I said to you, Have no dread or fear of them. The Lord, your God, who goes before you, will himself fight for you, just as he took your part before your very eyes in Egypt, as well as in the desert, where you saw how the Lord, your God, carried you as a man carries his child all along your journey until you arrived at this place. Despite this, you would not trust the Lord, your God, who journeys before you to find you a resting place, by day in the cloud and by night in the fire, to show the way you must go. When the Lord heard your words, he was angry, and he swore, "Not one man of this evil generation shall look upon the good land I swore to give to your fathers, except Caleb, son of Jephunneh. He shall see it. For to him and to his sons I will give the land he trod upon, because he has followed the Lord unreservedly." The Lord was angered against me also on your account, and said, "Not even you shall enter there, but your aide Joshua, son of Nun, shall enter. Encourage him, for he is to give Israel its heritage. Your little ones, who you said would become booty, and your children, who as yet do not know good from bad, they shall enter. To them I will give it, and they shall occupy it. But as for yourselves, turn about and proceed into the desert on the Red Sea road." In reply, you said to me, "We have sinned against the Lord. We will go up ourselves and fight, just as the Lord our God commanded us." And each of you girded on his weapons, making light of going up into the hill country. But the Lord said to me, "Warn them, do not go up and fight, lest you be beaten down before your enemies, for I will not be in your midst." I gave you this warning, but you would not listen. In defiance of the Lord's command, you arrogantly marched off into the hill country. Then the Amorites living there came out against you, and, like bees, chased you, cutting you down in Seir as far as Homer. On your return, you wept before the Lord, but he did not listen to your cry or give ear to you. That is why you had to stay as long as you did at Kadesh. Deuteronomy chapter 2. When we did turn and proceed into the desert on the Red Sea road, as the Lord had commanded me, we circled around the highlands of Seir for a long time. Finally, the Lord said to me, "You have wandered round these highlands long enough. Turn and go north. Give this order to the people. You are now about to pass through the territory of your kinsmen, the descendants of Esau, who live in Seir. Though they are afraid of you, be very careful not to come in conflict with them, for I will not give you so much as a foot of their land, since I have already given Esau possession of the highlands of Seir. You shall purchase from them with silver the food you eat and the well water you drink. The Lord your God has blessed you in all your undertakings. He has been concerned about your journey through this vast desert. It is now 40 years that he has been with you, and you have never been in want. Then we left behind us the Arabah route, Elat, Etzion-Geber, and Seir, where our kinsmen, the descendants of Esau, live. And we went on toward the desert of Moab. And the Lord said to me, "Do not show hostility to the Moabites or engage them in battle, for I will not give you possession of any of their land, since I have given Ar to the descendants of Lot as their own." Formerly, the Emim lived there, a people strong and numerous and tall like the Anakim. Like them, they were considered Rephaim. It was the Moabites who called them Emim. In Seir, however, the former inhabitants were the Horites. The descendants of Esau dispossessed them, clearing them out of the way and taking their place, just as the Israelites have done in the land of their heritage which the Lord has given them. Get ready then to cross the Wadi Zered. So we crossed it. 38 years had elapsed between our departure from Kadesh Barnea and that crossing. In the meantime, the whole generation of soldiers had perished from the camp, as the Lord had sworn they should, for it was the Lord's hand that was against them, till he wiped them out of the camp completely. When at length death had put an end to all the soldiers among the people, the Lord said to me, "You are now about to leave Ar and the territory of Moab behind. As you come opposite the Ammonites, do not show hostility or come in conflict with them, for I will not give you possession of any land of the Ammonites, since I have given it to the descendants of Lot as their own." This also was considered a country of the Rephaim from its former inhabitants, whom the Ammonites called Zamzumim, a people strong and numerous and tall like the Anakim. But these two the Lord cleared out of the way for the Ammonites, who ousted them and took their place. He had done the same for the descendants of Esau, who dwell in Seir, by clearing the Horites out of their way, so that the descendants of Esau have taken their place down to the present. So also the Captorim, migrating from Caphtor, cleared away the Avim, who once dwelt in villages as far as Gaza, and took their place. Advance now across the Wadi Arnon. I now deliver into your hands Sihon, the Amorite king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin the occupation, engage him in battle. This day I will begin to put a fear and dread of you into every nation under the heavens, so that at the mention of your name they will quake and tremble before you. So I sent messengers from the desert of Kedemoth to Sihon, king of Heshbon, with this offer of peace. Let me pass through your country by the highway. I will go along it without turning aside to the right or to the left. For the food I eat which you will supply, and for the water you give me to drink, you shall be paid in silver. Only let me march through, as the descendants of Esau who dwell in Seir and the Moabites who dwell in Ar have done, until I cross the Jordan into the land which the Lord our God is about to give us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, refused to let us pass through his land, because the Lord your God made him stubborn in mind and obstinate in heart, that he might deliver him up to you, as indeed he has now done. Then the Lord said to me, "Now that I have already begun to hand over to you Sihon and his land, begin the actual occupation." So Sihon and all his people advanced against us to join battle at Jahaz. But since the Lord our God had delivered him to us, we defeated him and his sons and all his people. At that time, we seized all his cities and doomed them all with their men, women, and children. We left no survivor. Our only booty was the livestock and the loot of the captured cities. From Aroer on the edge of the Wadi Arnon, and from the city in the Wadi itself, as far as Gilead, no city was too well fortified for us to whom the Lord had delivered them up. However, in obedience to the command of the Lord, our God, you did not encroach upon any of the Ammonites' land, neither the region bordering on the Wadi Jabbok, nor the cities of the highlands. Deuteronomy chapter 3. Then we turned and proceeded toward Bashan. But Og, king of Bashan, advanced against us with all his people to give battle at Edrei. The Lord, however, said to me, "Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hand with all his people and his land. Do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon." And thus the Lord our God delivered into our hands Og, king of Bashan, with all his people. We defeated him so completely that we left him no survivor. At that time, we captured all his cities, none of them eluding our grasp. The whole region of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan, 60 cities in all, to say nothing of the great number of unwalled towns. All the cities were fortified with high walls and gates and bars, as we had done to Sihon, king of Heshbon. So also here we doomed all the cities with their men, women, and children. But all the livestock and the loot of each city we took as booty for ourselves. And so at that time we took from the two kings of the Amorites beyond the Jordan the territory from the Wadi Arnon to Mount Hermon, which is called Sirion by the Sidonians and Senir by the Amorites, comprising all the cities of the plateau and all Gilead and all the cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan, including Salekah and Edrei. Og, king of Bashan, was the last remaining survivor of the Rephaim. He had a bed of iron, 9 regular cubits long and 4 wide, which is still preserved in Rabbah of the Ammonites. When we occupied the land at that time, I gave Reuben and Gad the territory from Aroer on the edge of the Wadi Arnon, halfway up into the highlands of Gilead, with the cities therein, the rest of Gilead and all of Bashan, the kingdom of Og, the whole Argob region, I gave to the half-tribe of Manasseh. All this region of Bashan was once called a land of the Rephaim. Jair, a Manassehite clan, took all the region of Argob as far as the border of the Geshurites and Maacathites, and called it after his own name, Bashan Havoth Jair, the name it bears today. To Machir, I gave Gilead, and to Reuben and Gad, the territory from Gilead to the Wadi Arnon, including the Wadi Bed and its banks, and to the Wadi Jabbok, which is the border of the Ammonites, as well as the Arabah with the Jordan and its eastern banks from Chinnereth to the salt sea of the Arabah, under the slopes of Pisgah. At that time, I charged them as follows. The Lord, your God, has given you this land as your own, but all you troops equipped for battle must cross over in the vanguard of your brother Israelites. Only your wives and children, as well as your livestock, of which I know you have a large number, shall remain behind in the towns I have given you, until the Lord has settled your kinsmen as well, and they too possess the land which the Lord your God will give them on the other side of the Jordan. Then you may all return to the possessions I have given you. It was then that I instructed Joshua, your eyes have seen all that the Lord your God has done to both these kings. So too will the Lord do to all the kingdoms which you will encounter over there. Fear them not, for the Lord your God will fight for you. And it was then that I besought the Lord, O Lord God, you have begun to show to your servant your greatness and might. For what God in heaven or on earth can perform deeds as mighty as yours? Ah, let me cross over and see this good land beyond the Jordan, this fine hill country, and the Lebanon. But the Lord was angry with me on your account, and would not hear me. Enough, the Lord said to me. Speak to me no more of this. Go up to the top of Pisgah and look out to the west, and to the north, and to the south, and to the east. Look well, for you shall not cross this Jordan. Commission Joshua, and encourage and strengthen him, for he shall cross at the head of this people, and shall put them in possession of the land you are to see. This was while we were in the ravine, opposite Beth Peor. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now, Israel, hear the statutes and decrees which I am teaching you to observe, that you may live and may enter in and take possession of the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, is giving you. In your observance of the commandments of the Lord your God, which I enjoin upon you, you shall not add to what I command you, nor subtract from it. You have seen with your own eyes what the Lord did at Baal Peor. The Lord your God destroyed from your midst everyone that followed the Baal of Peor, but you, who clung to the Lord your God, are all alive today. Therefore, I teach you the statutes and decrees as the Lord my God has commanded me, that you may observe them in the land you are entering to occupy. Observe them carefully, for thus will you give evidence of your wisdom and intelligence to the nations, who will hear of all these statutes and say, this great nation is truly a wise and intelligent people. For what great nation is there that has gods so close to it as the Lord our God is to us whenever we call upon him? Or what great nation has statutes and decrees that are as just as this whole law which I am setting before you today? However, take care and be earnestly on your guard not to forget the things which your own eyes have seen, nor let them slip from your memory as long as you live, but teach them to your children and to your children's children. There was a day on which you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, and he said to me, assemble the people for me. I will have them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me as long as they live in a land, and may so teach their children. You came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, which blazed to the very sky with fire and was enveloped in a dense black cloud. Then the Lord spoke to you from the midst of the fire. You heard the sound of the words, but saw no form. There was only a voice. He proclaimed to you his covenant, which he commanded you to keep, the 10 Commandments, which he wrote on 2 tablets of stone. The Lord charged me at that time to teach you the statutes and decrees which you are to observe over in the land you will occupy. You saw no form at all on the day the Lord spoke to you at Horeb from the midst of the fire. Be strictly on your guard, therefore, not to degrade yourselves by fashioning an idol to represent any figure, whether it be the form of a man or a woman, of any animal on the earth, or of any bird that flies in the sky, of anything that crawls on the ground, or of any fish in the waters under the earth. And when you look up to the heavens and behold the sun or the moon or any star among the heavenly hosts, do not be led astray into adoring them and serving them. These the Lord your God has let fall to the lot of all other nations under the heavens. But you he has taken and led out of that iron foundry Egypt, that you might be his very own people, as you are today, since the Lord was angered against me on your account, and swore that I should not cross the Jordan, nor enter the good land which he is giving you as a heritage. I myself shall die in this country without crossing the Jordan, but you will cross over and take possession of that good land. Take heed, therefore, lest, forgetting the covenant which the Lord your God has made with you, you fashion for yourselves against his command an idol in any form whatsoever. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. When you have children and grandchildren and have grown old in the land, should you then degrade yourselves by fashioning an idol in any form, and by this evil done in his sight provoke the Lord your God? I call heaven and earth this day to witness against you, that you shall all quickly perish from the land which you will occupy when you cross the Jordan. You shall not live in it for any length of time, but shall be promptly wiped out. The Lord will scatter you among the nations, and there shall remain but a handful of you among the nations to which the Lord will lead you. There you shall serve gods fashioned by the hands of man out of wood and stone, gods which can neither see nor hear, neither eat nor smell. Yet there too you shall seek the Lord your God, and you shall indeed find him when you search after him with your whole heart and your whole soul. In your distress, when all these things shall have come upon you, you shall finally return to the Lord your God and heed his voice. Since the Lord your God is a merciful God, he will not abandon and destroy you, nor forget the covenant which under oath he made with your fathers. Ask now of the days of old before your time, ever since God created man upon the earth. Ask from one end of the sky to the other, did anything so great ever happen before? Was it ever heard of? Did a people ever hear the voice of God speaking from the midst of fire, as you did, and live? Or did any god venture to go and take a nation for himself from the midst of another nation, by testings, by signs and wonders, by war, with his strong hand and outstretched arm, and by great terrors, all of which the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your very eyes? All this you were allowed to see that you might know the Lord is God and there is no other. Out of the heavens, he let you hear his voice to discipline you. On earth, he let you see his great fire, and you heard him speaking out of the fire. For love of your fathers, he chose their descendants and personally led you out of Egypt by his great power, driving out of your way nations greater and mightier than you, so as to bring you in and to make their land your heritage as it is today. This is why you must now know and fix in your hearts that the Lord is God in the heavens above and on earth below, and that there is no other. You must keep his statutes and commandments which I enjoin on you today, that you and your children after you may prosper, and that you may have long life on the land which the Lord your God is giving you forever. Then Moses set apart 3 cities in the region east of the Jordan, that a homicide might take refuge there if he unwittingly killed his neighbor, to whom he had previously borne no malice, and that he might save his life by fleeing to one of these cities. Bisa in the desert, in the region of the plateau. For the Reubenites, Ramoth in Gilead; for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan; for the Manasseites. This is a law which Moses sets before the Israelites. These are the ordinances, statutes, and decrees which he proclaimed to them when they had come out of Egypt and were beyond the Jordan in the ravine opposite Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and whom Moses and the Israelites defeated after coming out of Egypt. They occupied his land and the land of Og, king of Bashan, as well, the land of these 2 kings of the Amorites in the region east of the Jordan, from Aroer on the edge of the Wadi Arnon to Mount Sion, that is Hermon, and all the Arabah east of the Jordan, as far as the Arabah Sea under the slopes of Pisgah. Deuteronomy chapter 5. Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and decrees which I proclaim in your hearing this day, that you may learn them and take care to observe them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us at Horeb. Not with our fathers did he make this covenant, but with us, all of us who are alive here this day. The Lord spoke with you face to face on the mountain from the midst of the fire. Since you were afraid of the fire and would not go up the mountain, I stood between the Lord and you at that time to announce to you these words of the Lord. I, the Lord, am your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that place of slavery. You shall not have other gods besides me. You shall not carve idols for yourselves in the shape of anything in the sky above, or on the earth below, or in the waters beneath the earth. You shall not bow down before them or worship them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, inflicting punishments for their fathers' wickedness on the children of those who hate me, down to the third and fourth generation, but bestowing mercy down to the thousandth generation on the children of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not leave unpunished him who takes his name in vain. Take care to keep holy the Sabbath day as the Lord your God commanded you. 6 days you may labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. No work may be done then, whether by you or your son or daughter, or your male or female slave, or your ox or ass, or any of your beasts, or the alien who lives with you. Your male and female slave should rest as you do. For remember that you too were once slaves in Egypt, and the Lord your God brought you from there with his strong hand and outstretched arm. That is why the Lord your God has commanded you to observe the Sabbath day, honor your father and your mother, as the Lord your God has commanded you, that you may have a long life and prosperity in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not kill, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear dishonest witness against your neighbor, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife. You shall not desire your neighbor's house or field, nor his male or female slave, nor his ox or ass, nor anything that belongs to him. These words and nothing more the Lord spoke with a loud voice to your entire assembly on the mountain from the midst of the fire and the dense cloud. He wrote them upon 2 tablets of stone and gave them to me. But when you heard the voice from the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was ablaze with fire, you came to me in the person of all your tribal heads and elders and said, "The Lord our God has indeed let us see his glory and his majesty. We have heard his voice from the midst of the fire and have found out today that a man can still live after God has spoken with him. But why should we die now? Surely this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more, we shall die. For what mortal has heard, as we have, the voice of the living God speaking from the midst of fire and survived? Go closer, you, and hear all that the Lord our God will say, and then tell us what the Lord our God tells you. We will listen and obey." The Lord heard your words as you were speaking to me, and said to me, "I have heard the words these people have spoken to you, which are all well said. Would that they might always be of such a mind to fear me and to keep all my commandments. Then they and their descendants would prosper forever. Go, tell them to return to their tents. Then you wait here near me, and I will give you all the commandments, the statutes, and decrees you must teach them, that they may observe them in the land which I am giving them to possess. Be careful, therefore, to do as the Lord your God has commanded you, not turning aside to the right or to the left, but following exactly the way prescribed for you by the Lord your God, that you may live and prosper, and may have long life in the land which you are to occupy. Deuteronomy chapter 6. These then are the commandments, the statutes, and decrees which the Lord your God has ordered that you be taught to observe in the land into which you are crossing for conquest, so that you and your son and your grandson may fear the Lord your God and keep throughout the days of your lives all his statutes and commandments which I enjoin on you, and thus have long life. Hear then, Israel, and be careful to observe them, that you may grow and prosper the more, in keeping with the promise of the Lord, the God of your fathers, to give you a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord alone. Therefore, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. Take to heart these words, which I enjoin on you today. Drill them into your children. Speak of them at home and abroad, whether you are busy or at rest. Bind them at your wrists as a sign, and let them be as a pendant on your forehead. Write them on the doorposts of your houses and on your gates. When the Lord your God brings you into the land which he swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that he would give you, a land with fine large cities that you did not build, with houses full of goods of all sorts that you did not garner, with cisterns that you did not dig, with vineyards and olive groves that you did not plant. And when therefore you eat your fill, take care not to forget the Lord, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that place of slavery. The Lord your God shall you fear, him shall you serve, and by his name shall you swear. You shall not follow other gods, such as those of the surrounding nations, lest the wrath of the Lord your God flare up against you, and he destroy you from the face of the land. For the Lord your God, who is in your midst, is a jealous God. You shall not put the Lord your God to the test, as you did at Massa, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and the ordinances and statutes he has enjoined on you. Do what is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that you may, according to his word, prosper, and may enter in and possess the good land which the Lord promised on oath to your fathers, thrusting all your enemies out of your way. Later on, when your son asks you what these ordinances, statutes, and decrees mean which the Lord our God has enjoined on you, you shall say to your son, We were once slaves of Pharaoh in Egypt, but the Lord brought us out of Egypt with his strong hand, and wrought before our eyes signs and wonders, great and dire, against Egypt and against Pharaoh and his whole house. He brought us from there to lead us into the land he promised on oath to our fathers, and to give it to us. Therefore the Lord commanded us to observe all these statutes in fear of the Lord our God, that we may always have as prosperous and happy a life as we have today. And our justice before the Lord our God is to consist in carefully observing all these commandments he has enjoined on us. Deuteronomy chapter 7. When the Lord your God brings you into the land which you are to enter and occupy, and dislodges great nations before you, the Hittites, Girgashites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, 7 nations more numerous and powerful than you. And when the Lord your God delivers them up to you and you defeat them, you shall doom them. Make no covenant with them, and show them no mercy. You shall not intermarry with them, neither giving your daughters to their sons, nor taking their daughters for your sons. For they would turn your sons from following me to serving other gods, and then the wrath of the Lord would flare up against you and quickly destroy you. But this is how you must deal with them. Tear down their altars, smash their sacred pillars, chop down their sacred poles, and destroy their idols by fire. For you are a people sacred to the Lord your God. He has chosen you from all the nations on the face of the earth to be a people peculiarly his own. It was not because you are the largest of all nations that the Lord set his heart on you and chose you, for you are really the smallest of all nations. It was because the Lord loved you and because of his fidelity to the oath he had sworn to your fathers that he brought you out with his strong hand from the place of slavery and ransomed you from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Understand then that the Lord your God is God indeed, the faithful God who keeps his merciful covenants down to the thousandth generation toward those who love him and keep his commandments, but who repays with destruction the person who hates him. He does not dally with such a one, but makes him personally pay for it. You shall therefore carefully observe the commandments, the statutes, and the decrees which I enjoin on you today. As your reward for heeding these decrees and observing them carefully, the Lord your God will keep with you the merciful covenant which he promised on oath to your fathers. He will love and bless and multiply you. He will bless the fruit of your womb and the produce of your soil, your grain and wine and oil, the issue of your herds and the young of your flocks, in the land which he swore to your fathers he would give you. You will be blessed above all peoples. No man or woman among you shall be childless, nor shall your livestock be barren. The Lord will remove all sickness from you. He will not afflict you with any of the malignant diseases that you know from Egypt, but will leave them with all your enemies. You shall consume all the nations which the Lord your God will deliver up to you. You are not to look on them with pity, lest you be ensnared into serving their gods. Perhaps you will say to yourselves, these nations are greater than we. How can we dispossess them? But do not be afraid of them. Rather, call to mind what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, the great testings which your own eyes have seen, the signs and wonders, his strong hand and outstretched arm, with which the Lord your God brought you out. The same also will he do to all the nations of whom you are now afraid. Moreover, the Lord your God will send hornets among them, until the survivors who have hidden from you are destroyed. Therefore, do not be terrified by them, for the Lord your God, who is in your midst, is a great and awesome God. He will dislodge these nations before you little by little. You cannot exterminate them all at once, lest the wild beasts become too numerous for you. The Lord your God will deliver them up to you and will rout them utterly until they are annihilated. He will deliver their kings into your hand, that you may make their names perish from under the heavens. No man will be able to stand up against you till you have put an end to them. The images of their gods you shall destroy by fire. Do not covet the silver or gold on them, nor take it for yourselves, lest you be ensnared by it. For it is an abomination to the Lord your God. You shall not bring any abominable thing into your house, lest you be doomed with it. Loathe and abhor it utterly as a thing that is doomed. Deuteronomy chapter 7. When the Lord your God brings you into the land which you are to enter and occupy, and dislodges great nations before you, the Hittites, Girgashites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, 7 nations more numerous and powerful than you. And when the Lord your God delivers them up to you and you defeat them, you shall doom them. Make no covenant with them and show them no mercy. You shall not intermarry with them, neither giving your daughters to their sons, nor taking their daughters for your sons. For they would turn your sons from following me to serving other gods, and then the wrath of the Lord would flare up against you and quickly destroy you. But this is how you must deal with them. Tear down their altars, smash their sacred pillars, chop down their sacred poles, and destroy their idols by fire. For you are a people sacred to the Lord your God. He has chosen you from all the nations on the face of the earth to be a people peculiarly his own. It was not because you are the largest of all nations that the Lord set his heart on you and chose you, for you are really the smallest of all nations. It was because the Lord loved you and because of his fidelity to the oaths he had sworn to your fathers that he brought you out with his strong hand from the place of slavery and ransomed you from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Understand then that the Lord your God is God indeed, the faithful God who keeps his merciful covenants down to the 1,000th generation toward those who love him and keep his commandments, but who repays with destruction the person who hates him. He does not dally with such a one, but makes him personally pay for it. You shall therefore carefully observe the commandments, the statutes, and the decrees which I enjoin on you today. As your reward for heeding these decrees and observing them carefully, the Lord your God will keep with you the merciful covenant which he promised on oath to your fathers. He will love and bless and multiply you. He will bless the fruit of your womb and the produce of your soil, your grain and wine and oil, the issue of your herds and the young of your flocks, in the land which he swore to your fathers he would give you. You will be blessed above all peoples. No man or woman among you shall be childless, nor shall your livestock be barren. The Lord will remove all sickness from you. He will not afflict you with any of the malignant diseases that you know from Egypt, but will leave them with all your enemies. You shall consume all the nations which the Lord your God will deliver up to you. You are not to look on them with pity, lest you be ensnared into serving their gods. Perhaps you will say to yourselves, these nations are greater than we. How can we dispossess them? But do not be afraid of them. Rather, call to mind what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, the great testings which your own eyes have seen, the signs and wonders, his strong hand and outstretched arm, with which the Lord your God brought you out. The same also will he do to all the nations of whom you are now afraid. Moreover, the Lord your God will send hornets among them, until the survivors who have hidden from you are destroyed. Therefore, do not be terrified by them, for the Lord your God, who is in your midst, is a great and awesome God. He will dislodge these nations before you little by little. You cannot exterminate them all at once, lest the wild beasts become too numerous for you. The Lord your God will deliver them up to you and will rout them utterly until they are annihilated. He will deliver their kings into your hand, that you may make their names perish from under the heavens. No man will be able to stand up against you till you have put an end to them. The images of their gods you shall destroy by fire. Do not covet the silver or gold on them, nor take it for yourselves, lest you be ensnared by it. For it is an abomination to the Lord your God. You shall not bring any abominable thing into your house, lest you be doomed with it. Loathe and abhor it utterly as a thing that is doomed. Deuteronomy chapter 9. Hear, O Israel, you are now about to cross the Jordan to enter in and dispossess nations greater and stronger than yourselves, having large cities fortified to the sky, the Anakim, a people great and tall. You know of them and have heard it said of them, who can stand up against the Anakim? Understand then today that it is the Lord your God, who will cross over before you as a consuming fire. He it is who will reduce them to nothing and subdue them before you, so that you can drive them out and destroy them quickly, as the Lord promised you. After the Lord your God has thrust them out of your way, do not say to yourselves, "It is because of my merits that the Lord has brought me in to possess this land." For it is really because of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is driving them out before you. No, it is not because of your merits or the integrity of your hearts that you are going in to take possession of their land. But the Lord your God is driving these nations out before you on account of their wickedness, and in order to keep the promise which he made on oath to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Understand this, therefore. It is not because of your merits that the Lord your God is giving you this good land to possess, for you are a stiff-necked people. Bear in mind and do not forget how you angered the Lord your God in the desert. From the day you left the land of Egypt until you arrived in this place, you have been rebellious toward the Lord. At Horeb, you so provoked the Lord that he was angry enough to destroy you, when I had gone up the mountain to receive the stone tablets of the covenant which the Lord made with you. Meanwhile, I stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights without eating or drinking, till the Lord gave me the 2 tablets of stone inscribed by God's own finger, with a copy of all the words that the Lord spoke to you on the mountain from the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly. Then, at the end of the 40 days and 40 nights, when the Lord had given me the 2 stone tablets of the covenant, he said to me, "Go down from here now, quickly, for your people whom you have brought out of Egypt have become depraved. They have already turned aside from the way I pointed out to them and have made for themselves a molten idol. I have seen now how stiff-necked this people is." The Lord said to me, "Let me be, that I may destroy them and blot out their name from under the heavens. I will then make of you a nation mightier and greater than they." When I had come down again from the blazing fiery mountain, with the 2 tablets of the covenant in both my hands, I saw how you had sinned against the Lord your God. You had already turned aside from the way which the Lord had pointed out to you by making for yourselves a molten calf. Raising the 2 tablets with both hands, I threw them from me and broke them before your eyes. Then, as before, I lay prostrate before the Lord for 40 days and 40 nights without eating or drinking, because of all the sin you had committed in the sight of the Lord and the evil you had done to provoke him. For I dreaded the fierce anger of the Lord against you; his wrath would destroy you. Yet once again, the Lord listened to me. With Aaron, too, the Lord was deeply angry and would have killed him had I not prayed for him also at that time. Then, taking the calf, the sinful object you had made, and fusing it with fire, I ground it down to powder as fine as dust, which I threw into the wadi that went down the mountainside. At Taberah, at Massa, and at Kibroth Hatava likewise, you provoked the Lord to anger. And when he sent you up from Kadesh Barnea to take possession of the land he was giving you, you rebelled against this command of the Lord your God and would not trust or obey him. Ever since I have known you, you have been rebels against the Lord. Those 40 days then and 40 nights I lay prostrate before the Lord because he had threatened to destroy you. This was my prayer to him. O Lord God, destroy not your people, the heritage which your majesty has ransomed and brought out of Egypt with your strong hand. Remember your servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Look not upon the stubbornness of this people, nor upon their wickedness and sin, lest the people from whose land you have brought us say, the Lord was not able to bring them into the land he promised them, or out of hatred for them, he brought them out to slay them in a desert. They are, after all, your people and your heritage, whom you have brought out by your great power and with your outstretched arm. Deuteronomy chapter 10. At that time the Lord said to me, cut 2 tablets of stone like the former, then come up the mountain to me. Also make an ark of wood. I will write upon the tablets the commandments that were on the former tablets that you broke, and you shall place them in the ark. So I made an ark of acacia wood, and cut 2 tablets of stone like the former, and went up the mountain carrying the 2 tablets. The Lord then wrote on them, as he had written before, the 10 commandments which he spoke to you on the mountain from the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly. After the Lord had given them to me, I turned and came down the mountain and placed the tablets in the ark I had made. There they have remained, in keeping with the command the Lord gave me. The Israelites set out from Beerot Beneyakan for Mosera, where Aaron died and was buried, his son Eleazar succeeding him in the priestly office. From there they set out for Gudgoda, and from Gudgoda for Jotbata, a region where there is water in the wadis. At that time, the Lord set apart the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to be in attendance before the Lord and minister to him, and to give blessings in his name, as they have done to this day. For this reason, Levi has no share in the heritage with his brothers. The Lord himself is his heritage, as the Lord your God has told him. After I had spent these other 40 days and 40 nights on the mountain, and the Lord had once again heard me and decided not to destroy you, he said to me, go now and set out at the head of your people, that they may enter in and occupy the land which I swore to their fathers I would give them. And now, Israel, what does the Lord your God ask of you but to fear the Lord your God and follow his ways exactly, to love and serve the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul, to keep the commandments and statutes of the Lord, which I enjoin on you today for your own good. Think, the heavens, even the highest heavens, belong to the Lord your God, as well as the earth and everything on it. Yet in his love for your fathers, the Lord was so attached to them as to choose you, their descendants, in preference to all other peoples, as indeed he has now done. Circumcise your hearts, therefore, and be no longer stiff-necked. For the Lord your God is the God of gods, the Lord of lords, the great God, mighty and awesome, who has no favorites, accepts no bribes, who executes justice for the orphan and the widow, and befriends the alien, feeding and clothing him. So you too must befriend the alien, for you were once aliens yourselves in the land of Egypt. The Lord your God shall you fear, and him shall you serve. Hold fast to him and swear by his name. He is your glory, he your God, who has done for you those great and terrible things which your own eyes have seen. Your ancestors went down to Egypt 70 strong, and now the Lord your God has made you as numerous as the stars of the sky. Deuteronomy chapter 11. Love the Lord your God, therefore, and always heed his charge, his statutes, decrees, and commandments. It is not your children, who have not known it from experience, but you yourselves, who must now understand the discipline of the Lord, your God, his majesty, his strong hand and outstretched arm, the signs and deeds he wrought among the Egyptians, on Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and on all his land, what he did to the Egyptian army and to their horses and chariots, engulfing them in the water of the Red Sea as they pursued you, and bringing ruin upon them even to this day. What he did for you in the desert until you arrived in this place, and what he did to the Reubenites Dathan and Abiram, sons of Eliab, when the ground opened its mouth and swallowed them up out of the midst of Israel, with their families and tents and every living thing that belonged to them. With your own eyes, you have seen all these great deeds that the Lord has done. Keep all the commandments then, which I enjoin on you today, that you may be strong enough to enter in and take possession of the land into which you are crossing, and that you may have long life on the land which the Lord swore to your fathers he would give to them and their descendants, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land which you are to enter and occupy is not like the land of Egypt from which you have come, where you will sow your seed and then water it by hand, as in a vegetable garden. No, the land into which you are crossing for conquest is a land of hills and valleys that drinks in rain from the heavens, a land which the Lord your God looks after. His eyes are upon it continually from the beginning of the year to the end. If, then, you truly heed my commandments which I enjoin on you today, loving and serving the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul, I will give the seasonal rain to your land, the early rain and the late rain, that you may have your grain, wine, and oil to gather in, and I will bring forth grass in your fields for your animals. Thus you may eat your fill. But be careful, lest your heart be so lured away that you serve other gods and worship them. For then the wrath of the Lord will flare up against you, and he will close up the heavens, so that no rain will fall, and the soil will not yield its crops, and you will soon perish from the good land he is giving you. Therefore, take these words of mine into your heart and soul, bind them at your wrists as a sign, and let them be a pendant on your forehead. Teach them to your children, speaking of them at home and abroad, whether you are busy or at rest, and write them on the doorposts of your houses and on your gates, so that, as long as the heavens are above the earth, you and your children may live on in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers he would give them. For if you are careful to observe all these commandments I enjoin on you, loving the Lord your God and following his ways exactly, and holding fast to him, the Lord would drive all these nations out of your way, and you would dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourselves. Every place where you set foot shall be yours, from the desert and from Lebanon, from the Euphrates River to the western sea shall be your territory. None shall stand up against you. The Lord your God will spread the fear and dread of you through any land where you set foot, as he promised you. I set before you here this day a blessing and a curse, a blessing for obeying the commandments of the Lord your God, which I enjoin on you today. A curse if you do not obey the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside from the way I ordain for you today, to follow other gods, whom you have not known. When the Lord your God brings you into the land which you are to enter and occupy, then you shall pronounce the blessing on Mount Gerizim, the curse on Mount Ebal. Are they not beyond the Jordan, on the other side of the western road, in the country of the Canaanites who live in the Arabah, opposite the Gilgal, beside the terebinth of Moreh? For you are about to cross the Jordan to enter and occupy the land which the Lord your God is giving you. When therefore you take possession of it and settle there, be careful to observe all the statutes and decrees that I set before you today. Deuteronomy chapter 12. These are the statutes and decrees which you must be careful to observe in the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you to occupy as long as you live on its soil. Destroy without fail every place on the high mountains, on the hills, and under every leafy tree, where the nations you are to dispossess worship their gods. Tear down their altars, smash their sacred pillars, destroy by fire their sacred poles, and shatter the idols of their gods, that you may stamp out the remembrance of them in any such place. That is not how you are to worship the Lord your God. Instead, you shall resort to the place which the Lord your God chooses out of all your tribes and designates as his dwelling, and there you shall bring your holocausts and sacrifices, your tithes and personal contributions, your votive and free will offerings, and the firstlings of your herds and flocks. There too, before the Lord your God, you and your families shall eat and make merry over all your undertakings, because the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall not do as we are now doing. Here, everyone does what seems right to himself, since you have not yet reached your resting place, the heritage which the Lord your God will give you. But after you have crossed the Jordan and dwell in the land which the Lord your God is giving you as a heritage, when he has given you rest from all your enemies round about, and you live there in security, then to the place which the Lord your God chooses as a dwelling place for his name, you shall bring all the offerings I command you, your holocausts and sacrifices, your tithes and personal contributions, and every special offering you have vowed to the Lord. You shall make merry before the Lord your God with your sons and daughters, your male and female slaves, as well as with the Levite who belongs to your community, but has no share of his own in your heritage. Take care not to offer up your holocausts in any place you fancy, but offer them up in the place which the Lord chooses from among your tribes. There you shall make whatever offerings I enjoin upon you. However, in any of your communities you may slaughter and eat to your heart's desire as much meat as the Lord your God has blessed you with. And the unclean as well as the clean may eat it, as they do the gazelle or the deer. Only you shall not partake of the blood, but must pour it out on the ground like water. Moreover, you shall not, in your own communities, partake of your tithes of grain or wine or oil, of the firstborn of your herd or flock, of any offering you have vowed, of your free will offerings, or of your personal contributions. These you must eat before the Lord your God, in the place he chooses, along with your son and daughter, your male and female slave, and the Levite who belongs to your community. And there before the Lord you shall make merry over all your undertakings. Take care also that you do not neglect the Levite as long as you live in the land. After the Lord your God has enlarged your territory, as he promised you, when you wish meat for food, you may eat it at will to your heart's desire. And if the place which the Lord your God chooses for the abode of his name is too far, You may slaughter in the manner I have told you any of your herd or flock that the Lord has given you, and eat it to your heart's desire in your own community. You may eat it as you would the gazelle or the deer, the unclean and the clean, eating it alike. But make sure that you do not partake of the blood, for blood is life, and you shall not consume the seeds of life with the flesh. Do not partake of the blood, therefore, but pour it out on the ground like water. Abstain from it, that you and your children after you may prosper for doing what is right in the sight of the Lord. However, any sacred gifts or votive offerings that you may have, you shall bring with you to the place which the Lord chooses, and there you must offer both the flesh and the blood of your holocausts on the altar of the Lord your God. Of your other sacrifices, the blood indeed must be poured out against the altar of the Lord your God, but their flesh may be eaten. Be careful to heed all these commandments I enjoin on you, that you and your descendants may always prosper for doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. When the Lord your God removes the nations from your way as you advance to dispossess them, be on your guard. Otherwise, once they have been wiped out before you and you have replaced them and are settled in their land, you will be lured into following them. Do not inquire regarding their gods. How did these nations worship their gods? I too would do the same. You shall not thus worship the Lord your God, because they offered to their gods every abomination that the Lord detests, even burning their sons and daughters to their gods. Deuteronomy chapter 13. Every command that I enjoin on you, you shall be careful to observe, neither adding to it nor subtracting from it. If there arises among you a prophet or a dreamer who promises you a sign or wonder, urging you to follow other gods whom you have not known and to serve them, even though the sign or wonder he has foretold you comes to pass, pay no attention to the words of that prophet or that dreamer, for the Lord, your God, is testing you to learn whether you really love him with all your heart and with all your soul. The Lord, your God, shall you follow, and him shall you fear. His commandments shall you observe, and his voice shall you heed, serving him and holding fast to him alone. But that prophet or that dreamer shall be put to death, because in order to lead you astray from the way which the Lord your God has directed you to take, he has preached apostasy from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt and ransomed you from that place of slavery. Thus shall you purge the evil from your midst. If your own full brother, or your son or daughter, or your beloved wife, or your intimate friend entices you secretly to serve other gods, whom you and your fathers have not known, gods of any other nations, near at hand or far away, from one end of the earth to the other, do not yield to him or listen to him, nor look with pity upon him to spare or shield him, but kill him. Your hand shall be the first raised to slay him. The rest of the people shall join in with you. You shall stone him to death, because he sought to lead you astray from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that place of slavery. And all Israel, hearing of it, shall fear and never again do such evil as this in your midst. If in any of the cities which the Lord your God gives you to dwell in, you hear it said that certain scoundrels have sprung up among you and have led astray the inhabitants of their city to serve other gods whom you have not known, you must inquire carefully into the matter and investigate it thoroughly. If you find that it is true and an established fact that this abomination has been committed in your midst, you shall put the inhabitants of that city to the sword, dooming the city and all life that is in it, even its cattle to the sword. Having heaped up all its spoils in the middle of its square, you shall burn the city with all its spoils as a whole burnt offering to the Lord your God. Let it be a heap of ruins forever, never to be rebuilt. You shall not retain anything that is doomed, that the blazing wrath of the Lord may die down, and he may show you mercy, and in his mercy, for you may multiply you as he promised your fathers on oath, because you have heeded the voice of the Lord your God, keeping all his commandments which I enjoin on you today, doing what is right in his sight. Deuteronomy chapter 14. You are children of the Lord your God. You shall not gash yourselves nor shave the hair above your foreheads for the dead, for you are a people sacred to the Lord your God, who has chosen you from all the nations on the face of the earth to be a people peculiarly his own. You shall not eat any abominable thing. These are the animals you may eat: the ox, the sheep, the goat, the red deer, the gazelle, the roe deer, the ibex, the addax, the oryx, and the mountain sheep. Any animal that has hooves you may eat, provided it is cloven-footed and chews the cud. But you shall not eat any of the following that only chew the cud, or only have cloven hoofs: the camel, the hare, and the rock badger, which indeed chew the cud, but do not have hoofs, and are therefore unclean for you; and the pig, which indeed has hoofs and is cloven-footed, but does not chew the cud, and is therefore unclean for you. Their flesh you shall not eat, and their dead bodies you shall not touch. Of the various creatures that live in the water, whatever has both fins and scales you may eat, but all those that lack either fins or scales you shall not eat. They are unclean for you. You may eat all clean birds, but you shall not eat any of the following: the eagle, the vulture, the osprey, the various kites and falcons, all the various species of crows, the ostrich, the nightjar, the gull, the various species of hawks, the owl, the screech owl, the ibis, the desert owl, the buzzard, the cormorant, the stork, the various species of herons, the hoopoe, and the bat. All winged insects too are unclean for you and shall not be eaten, but you may eat any clean winged creatures. You must not eat any animal that has died of itself, for you are a people sacred to the Lord your God. But you may give it to an alien who belongs to your community, and he may eat it, or you may sell it to a foreigner. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. Each year you shall tithe all the produce that grows in the field you have sown. Then, in the place which the Lord your God chooses as the dwelling place of his name, you shall eat in his presence your tithes of the grain, wine, and oil, as well as the firstlings of your herd and flock, that you may learn always to fear the Lord your God. If, however, the journey is too much for you, and you are not able to bring your tithe, because the place which the Lord your God chooses for the abode of his name is too far for you, considering how the Lord has blessed you, you may exchange the tithe for money, and, with the purse of money in hand, go to the place which the Lord your God chooses. You may then exchange the money for whatever you desire: oxen or sheep, wine or strong drink, or anything else you would enjoy, and there before the Lord your God you shall partake of it and make merry with your family. But do not neglect the Levite who belongs to your community, for he has no share in the heritage with you. At the end of every third year, you shall bring out all the tithes of your produce for that year and deposit them in community stores, that the Levite who has no share in the heritage with you, and also the alien, the orphan, and the widow who belong to your community may come and eat their fill, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all that you undertake. Deuteronomy chapter 15. At the end of every 7-year period, you shall have a relaxation of debts, which shall be observed as follows. Every creditor shall relax his claim on what he has loaned his neighbor. He must not press his neighbor, his kinsman, because a relaxation in honor of the Lord has been proclaimed. You may press a foreigner, but you shall relax the claim on your kinsman for what is yours. Nay, more, since the Lord your God will bless you abundantly in the land he will give you to occupy as your heritage. There should be no one of you in need, if you but heed the voice of the Lord your God and carefully observe all these commandments which I enjoin on you today. You will lend to many nations and borrow from none. You will rule over many nations, and none will rule over you. Since the Lord your God will bless you as he promised. If one of your kinsmen in any community is in need in the land which the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart nor close your hand to him in his need. Instead, you shall open your hand to him and freely lend him enough to meet his need. Be on your guard, lest, entertaining the mean thought that the 7th year, the year of relaxation, is near, you grudge help to your needy kinsman and give him nothing. Else he will cry to the Lord against you, and you will be held guilty. When you give to him, give freely, and not with ill will. For the Lord your God will bless you for this in all your works and undertakings. The needy will never be lacking in the land. That is why I command you to open your hand to your poor and needy kinsman in your country. If your kinsman, a Hebrew man or woman, sells himself to you, he is to serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th year you shall dismiss him from your service, a free man. When you do so, you shall not send him away empty-handed, but shall weight him down with gifts from your flock, and threshing floor and winepress, in proportion to the blessing the Lord your God has bestowed on you. For remember that you too were once slaves in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God ransomed you. That is why I am giving you this command today. If, however, he tells you that he does not wish to leave you, because he is devoted to you and your household, since he fares well with you, you shall take an awl and thrust it through his ear into the door, and he shall then be your slave forever. Your female slave also you shall treat in the same way. You must not be reluctant to let your slave go free, since the service he has given you for 6 years was worth twice a hired man's salary. Then also the Lord your God will bless you in everything you do. You shall consecrate to the Lord your God all the male firstlings of your herd and of your flock. You shall not work the firstlings of your cattle, nor shear the firstlings of your flock. Year after year, you and your family shall eat them before the Lord your God, in the place he chooses. If, however, a firstling is lame or blind or has any other serious defect, you shall not sacrifice it to the Lord your God. But in your own communities you may eat it, the unclean and the clean, eating it alike, as you would a gazelle or a deer. Only you shall not partake of its blood, which must be poured out on the ground like water. Deuteronomy chapter 16. Observe the month of Abib by keeping the Passover of the Lord your God, since it was in the month of Abib that he brought you by night out of Egypt. you shall offer the Passover sacrifice from your flock or your herd to the Lord your God, in the place which he chooses as the dwelling place of his name. You shall not eat leavened bread with it. For 7 days you shall eat with it only unleavened bread, the bread of affliction, that you may remember as long as you live the day of your departure from the land of Egypt. For in frightened haste you left the land of Egypt. Nothing leavened may be found in all your territory for 7 days, and none of the meat which you sacrificed on the evening of the first day shall be kept overnight for the next day. You may not sacrifice the Passover in any of the communities which the Lord your God gives you, only at the place which he chooses as the dwelling place of his name. And in the evening at sunset, on the anniversary of your departure from Egypt, shall you sacrifice the Passover. You shall cook and eat it at the place the Lord your God chooses. Then in the morning you may return to your tents. For 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh there shall be a solemn meeting in honor of the Lord your God. On that day you shall not do any sort of work. You shall count off 7 weeks, computing them from the day when the sickle is first put to the standing grain. You shall then keep the feast of weeks in honor of the Lord your God, and the measure of your own free will offering shall be in proportion to the blessing the Lord your God has bestowed on you. In the place which the Lord your God chooses as the dwelling place of his name, you shall make merry in his presence together with your son and daughter, your male and female slave, and the Levite who belongs to your community, as well as the alien, the orphan, and the widow among you. Remember that you too were once slaves in Egypt, and carry out these statutes carefully. You shall celebrate the Feast of Booths for 7 days, when you have gathered in the produce from your threshing floor and winepress. You shall make merry at your feast, together with your son and daughter, your male and female slave, and also the Levite, the alien, the orphan, and the widow who belong to your community. For 7 days you shall celebrate this pilgrim feast in honor of the Lord your God in the place which he chooses. Since the Lord your God has blessed you in all your crops and in all your undertakings, you shall do naught but make merry. 3 times a year then every male among you shall appear before the Lord your God in the place which he chooses, at the feast of unleavened bread, at the feast of weeks, and at the feast of booths. No one shall appear before the Lord empty-handed, but each of you with as much as he can give, in proportion to the blessings which the Lord your God has bestowed on you. You shall appoint judges and officials throughout your tribes to administer true justice for the people in all the communities which the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not distort justice. You must be impartial. You shall not take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes even of the wise and twists the words even of the just. Justice and justice alone shall be your aim, that you may have life and may possess the land which the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not plant a sacred pole of any kind of wood beside the altar of the Lord your God, which you will build, nor shall you erect a sacred pillar, such as the Lord your God detests. Deuteronomy chapter 17. You shall not sacrifice to the Lord your God, from the herd or from the flock, an animal with any serious defect. That would be an abomination to the Lord your God. If there is found among you in any one of the communities which the Lord your God gives you a man or a woman who does evil in the sight of the Lord your God and transgresses his covenant by serving other gods, or by worshipping the sun or the moon or any of the hosts of the sky against my command, and if, on being informed of it, you find by careful investigation that it is true and an established fact that this abomination has been committed in Israel, you shall bring the man or woman who has done the evil deed out to your city gates and stone him to death. The testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses is required for putting a person to death. No one shall be put to death on the testimony of only one witness. At the execution, the witnesses are to be the first to raise their hands against him. Afterward, all the people are to join in. Thus shall you purge the evil from your midst. If in your own community there is a case at issue which proves too complicated for you to decide in a matter of bloodshed or of civil rights or of personal injury, you shall then go up to the place which the Lord your God chooses, to the Levitical priests or to the judge who is in office at that time. They shall study the case and then hand down to you their decision. According to this decision that they give you in the place which the Lord chooses, you shall act, being careful to do exactly as they direct. You shall carry out the directions they give you and the verdict they pronounce for you without turning aside to the right or to the left from the decision they hand down to you. Any man who has the insolence to refuse to listen to the priest who officiates there in the ministry of the Lord your God, or to the judge, shall die. Thus shall you purge the evil from your midst, and all the people, on hearing of it, shall fear, and never again be so insolent, when you have come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, and have occupied it and settled in it. Should you then decide to have a king over you like all the surrounding nations, you shall set that man over you as your king, whom the Lord your God chooses. He whom you set over you as king must be your kinsman. A foreigner who is no kin of yours, you may not set over you. But he shall not have a great number of horses, nor shall he make his people go back again to Egypt to acquire them, against the Lord's warning that you must never go back that way again. Neither shall he have a great number of wives, lest his heart be estranged, nor shall he accumulate a vast amount of silver and gold. When he is enthroned in his kingdom, he shall have a copy of this law made from the scroll that is in the custody of the Levitical priests. He shall keep it with him and read it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, and to heed and fulfill all the words of this law and these statutes. Let him not become estranged from his countrymen through pride, nor turn aside to the right or to the left from these commandments. Then he and his descendants will enjoy a long reign in Israel. Deuteronomy chapter 18. The whole priestly tribe of Levi shall have no share in the heritage with Israel. They shall live on the oblations of the Lord and the portions due to him. Levi shall have no heritage among his brothers. The Lord himself is his heritage, as he has told him. The priests shall have a right to the following things from the people. From those who are offering a sacrifice, whether the victim is from the herd or from the flock, the priest shall receive the shoulder, the jowls, and the stomach. You shall also give him the first fruits of your grain and wine and oil, as well as the first fruits of the shearing of your flock. For the Lord your God has chosen him and his sons out of all your tribes to be always in attendance to minister in the name of the Lord. When a Levite goes from one of your communities anywhere in Israel in which he ordinarily resides to visit as his heart may desire. The place which the Lord chooses, he may minister there in the name of the Lord his God, like all his fellow Levites who are in attendance there before the Lord. He shall then receive the same portions to eat as the rest, along with his monetary offerings and heirlooms. When you come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not learn to imitate the abominations of the peoples there. Let there not be found among you anyone who immolates his son or daughter in the fire, nor a fortune teller, soothsayer, charmer, diviner, or caster of spells, nor one who consults goats and spirits, or seeks oracles from the dead. Anyone who does such things is an abomination to the Lord, and because of such abominations, the Lord your God is driving those nations out of your way. You, however, must be altogether sincere toward the Lord your God. Though these nations, whom you are to dispossess, listen to their soothsayers and fortune tellers, the Lord your God will not permit you to do so. A prophet like me will the Lord your God raise up for you from among your own kinsmen. To him you shall listen. This is exactly what you requested of the Lord your God at Horeb on the day of the assembly, when you said, "Let us not again hear the voice of the Lord our God, nor see this great fire any more, lest we die." And the Lord said to me, "This was well said. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their kinsmen, and will put my words into his mouth. He shall tell them all that I command him. If any man will not listen to my words which he speaks in my name, I myself will make him answer for it. But if a prophet presumes to speak in my name an oracle that I have not commanded him to speak, or speaks in the name of other gods, he shall die. If you say to yourselves, 'How can we recognize an oracle which the Lord has spoken?' Then know that even though a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if his oracle is not fulfilled or verified, it is an oracle which the Lord did not speak. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously, and you shall have no fear of him. Deuteronomy chapter 19. When the Lord, your God, removes the nations whose land he is giving you, and you have taken their place and are settled in their cities and houses, you shall set apart 3 cities in the land which the Lord your God is giving you to occupy. You shall thereby divide into 3 regions the land which the Lord your God will give you as a heritage, and so arrange the routes that every homicide will be able to find a refuge. It is in the following case that a homicide may take refuge in such a place to save his life: when someone unwittingly kills his neighbor to whom he had previously borne no malice. For example, if he goes with his neighbor to a forest to cut wood, and as he swings his axe to fell a tree, its head flies off the handle and hits his neighbor a mortal blow, he may take refuge in one of these cities to save his life. Should the distance be too great, the avenger of blood may, in the heat of his anger, pursue the homicide and overtake him and strike him dead, even though he does not merit death, since he had previously borne the slain man no malice. That is why I order you to set apart 3 cities. But if the Lord your God enlarges your territory as he swore to your fathers, and gives you all the land he promised your fathers he would give, in the event that you carefully observe all these commandments which I enjoin on you today, loving the Lord your God, and ever walking in his ways, then add 3 cities to these 3. Thus, in the land which the Lord your God is giving you as a heritage, innocent blood will not be shed, and you will not become guilty of bloodshed. However, if someone lies in wait for his neighbor out of hatred for him, and rising up against him, strikes him mortally, and then takes refuge in one of these cities, the elders of his own city shall send for him and have him taken from there, and shall hand him over to be slain by the avenger of blood. Do not look on him with pity, but purge from Israel the stain of shedding innocent blood, that you may prosper. You shall not move your neighbor's landmarks erected by your forefathers in the heritage you receive in the land which the Lord your God is giving you to occupy. One witness alone shall not take the stand against a man in regard to any crime or any offense of which he may be guilty. A judicial fact shall be established only on the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. If an unjust witness takes the stand against a man to accuse him of a defection from the law, the 2 parties in the dispute shall appear before the Lord in the presence of the priests or judges in office at that time. And if, after a thorough investigation, the judges find that the witness is a false witness and has accused his kinsman falsely, you shall do to him as he planned to do to his kinsman. Thus shall you purge the evil from your midst. The rest, on hearing of it, shall fear, and never again do a thing so evil among you. Do not look on such a man with pity. Life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, and foot for foot. Deuteronomy chapter 20. When you go out to war against your enemies, and you see horses and chariots and an army greater than your own, do not be afraid of them. For the Lord your God, who brought you up from the land of Egypt, will be with you. When you are about to go into battle, the priest shall come forward and say to the soldiers, Hear, O Israel, today you are going into battle against your enemies. Be not weak-hearted or afraid, be neither alarmed nor frightened by them. For it is the Lord your God who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies and give you victory. Then the officials shall say to the soldiers, Is there anyone who has built a new house and not yet had the housewarming? Let him return home, lest he die in battle, and another dedicate it. Is there anyone who has planted a vineyard and never yet enjoyed its fruits? Let him return home, lest he die in battle, and another enjoy its fruits in his stead. Is there anyone who has betrothed a woman and not yet taken her as his wife? Let him return home, lest he die in battle, and another take her to wife. In fine, the officials shall say to the soldiers, Is there anyone who is afraid and weak-hearted? Let him return home, lest he make his fellows as faint-hearted as himself. When the officials have finished speaking to the soldiers, military officers shall be appointed over the army. When you march up to attack a city, first offer it terms of peace. If it agrees to your terms of peace and opens its gates to you, all the people to be found in it shall serve you in forced labor. But if it refuses to make peace with you and instead offers you battle, lay siege to it. And when the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put every male in it to the sword, but the women and children and livestock and all else in it that is worth plundering, you may take as your booty, and you may use this plunder of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. That is how you shall deal with any city at a considerable distance from you, which does not belong to the peoples of this land. But in the cities of those nations which the Lord your God is giving you as your heritage, you shall not leave a single soul alive. You must doom them all, the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. As the Lord your God has commanded you, lest they teach you to make any such abominable offerings as they make to their gods, and you thus sin against the Lord your God. When you are at war with a city and have to lay siege to it for a long time before you capture it, you shall not destroy its trees by putting an axe to them. You may eat their fruits, but you must not cut down the trees. After all, are the trees of the field men, that they should be included in your siege? However, those trees which you know are not fruit trees, you may destroy, cutting them down to build siege works with which to reduce the city that is resisting you. Deuteronomy chapter 21. If the corpse of a slain man is found lying in the open on the land which the Lord your God is giving you to occupy, and it is not known who killed him, your elders and judges shall go out and measure the distances to the cities that are in the neighborhood of the corpse. When it is established which city is nearest the corpse, the elders of that city shall take a heifer that has never been put to work as a draft animal under a yoke, and bringing it down to a wadi with an ever-flowing stream at a place that has not been plowed or sown, they shall cut the heifer's throat there in the wadi. The priests, the descendants of Levi, shall also be present. For the Lord your God has chosen them to minister to him and to give blessings in his name, and every case of dispute or violence must be settled by their decision. Then all the elders of that city nearest the corpse shall wash their hands over the heifer whose throat was cut in the wadi, and shall declare, our hands did not shed this blood, and our eyes did not see the deed. Absolve, O Lord, your people Israel, whom you have ransomed, and let not the guilt of shedding innocent blood remain in the midst of your people Israel. Thus they shall be absolved from the guilt of bloodshed, and you shall purge from your midst the guilt of innocent blood, that you may prosper for doing what is right in the sight of the Lord. When you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hand, so that you take captives, if you see a comely woman among the captives and become so enamored of her that you wish to have her as wife, you may take her home to your house. But before she may live there, she must shave her head and pare her nails and lay aside her captive's garb. After she has mourned her father and mother for a full month, you may have relations with her, and you shall be her husband, and she shall be your wife. However, if later on you lose your liking for her, you shall give her her freedom if she wishes it. But you shall not sell her or enslave her, since she was married to you under compulsion. If a man with two wives loves one and dislikes the other, and if both bear him sons, but the firstborn is of her whom he dislikes, when he comes to bequeath his property to his sons, he may not consider as his firstborn the son of the wife he loves, in preference to his true firstborn, the son of the wife whom he dislikes. On the contrary, he shall recognize as his firstborn the son of her whom he dislikes, giving him a double share of whatever he happens to own, since he is the first fruits of his manhood, and to him belong the rights of the firstborn. If a man has a stubborn and unruly son who will not listen to his father or mother, and will not obey them, even though they chastise him, his father and mother shall have him apprehended and brought out to the elders at the gate of his home city, where they shall say to those city elders, this son of ours is a stubborn and unruly fellow who will not listen to us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all his fellow citizens shall stone him to death. Thus shall you purge the evil from your midst, and all Israel, on hearing of it, shall fear. If a man guilty of a capital offense is put to death, and his corpse hung on a tree, it shall not remain on the tree overnight. You shall bury it the same day, otherwise, since God's curse rests on him who hangs on a tree, you will defile the land which the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. Deuteronomy chapter 22. You shall not see your kinsman's ox or sheep driven astray without showing concern about it. See to it that it is returned to your kinsman. If this kinsman does not live near you, or you do not know who he may be, take it to your own place and keep it with you until he claims it. Then give it back to him. You shall do the same with his ass or his garment or anything else which your kinsman loses and you happen to find. You may not be unconcerned about them. You shall not see your kinsman's ass or ox foundering on the road without showing concern about it. See to it that you help him lift it up. A woman shall not wear an article proper to a man, nor shall a man put on a woman's dress. For anyone who does such things is an abomination to the Lord your God. If, while walking along, you chance upon a bird's nest with young birds or eggs in any tree or on the ground, and the mother bird is sitting on them, you shall not take away the mother bird along with her brood. You shall let her go, although you may take her brood away. It is thus that you shall have prosperity and a long life. When you build a new house, put a parapet around the roof. Otherwise, if someone falls off, you will bring blood guilt upon your house. You shall not sow your vineyard with two different kinds of seed. If you do, its produce shall become forfeit, both the crop you have sown and the yield of the vineyard. You shall not plow with an ox and an ass harnessed together. You shall not wear cloths of two different kinds of thread, wool and linen, woven together. You shall put twisted cords on the four corners of the cloak that you wrap around you. If a man, after marrying a woman and having relations with her, comes to dislike her and makes monstrous charges against her and defames her by saying, I married this woman, but when I first had relations with her, I did not find her a virgin. The father and mother of the girl shall take the evidence of her virginity and bring it to the elders at the city gate. There, the father of the girl shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man in marriage, but he has come to dislike her, and now brings monstrous charges against her, saying, I did not find your daughter a virgin, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the city. Then the city elders shall take the man and chastise him, besides fining him 100 silver shekels, which they shall give to the girl's father, because the man defamed a virgin in Israel. Moreover, she shall remain his wife, and he may not divorce her as long as he lives. But if this charge is true, and evidence of the girl's virginity is not found, they shall bring the girl to the entrance of her father's house, and there her townsmen shall stone her to death, because she committed a crime against Israel by her unchasteness in her father's house. Thus shall you purge the evil from your midst. If a man is discovered having relations with a woman who is married to another, both the man and the woman with whom he has had relations shall die. Thus shall you purge the evil from your midst. If within the city a man comes upon a maiden who is betrothed and has relations with her, you shall bring them both out to the gates of the city, and there stoned them to death. The girl, because she did not cry out for help, though she was in the city, and the man, because he violated his neighbor's wife. Thus shall you purge the evil from your midst. If, however, it is in the open fields that a man comes upon such a betrothed maiden, seizes her, and has relations with her, the man alone shall die. You shall do nothing to the maiden, since she is not guilty of a capital offense. This case is like that of a man who rises up against his neighbor and murders him. It was in the open fields that he came upon her, and though the betrothed maiden may have cried out for help, there was no one to come to her aid. If a man comes upon a maiden that is not betrothed, takes her, and has relations with her, and their deed is discovered, the man who had relations with her shall pay the girl's father 50 silver shekels and take her as his wife, because he has deflowered her. Moreover, he may not divorce her as long as he lives. Deuteronomy chapter 23. A man shall not marry his father's wife, nor shall he dishonor his father's bed. No one whose testicles have been crushed or whose penis has been cut off may be admitted into the community of the Lord. No child of an incestuous union may be admitted into the community of the Lord, nor any descendant of his even to the 10th generation. No Ammonite or Moabite may ever be admitted into the community of the Lord, nor any descendants of theirs even to the 10th generation, because they would not succor you with food and water on your journey after you left Egypt, and because Moab hired Balaam, son of Beor, from Pethor in Aram Naharaim to curse you, though the Lord your God would not listen to Balaam and turned his curse into a blessing for you because he loves you. Never promote their peace and prosperity as long as you live. But do not abhor the Edomite, since he is your brother, nor the Egyptian, since you were an alien in his country. Children born to them may in the 3rd generation be admitted into the community of the Lord. When you are in camp during an expedition against your enemies, you shall keep yourselves from everything offensive. If one of you becomes unclean because of a nocturnal emission, he shall go outside the camp and not return until toward evening he has bathed in water. Then, when the sun has set, he may come back into the camp. Outside the camp, you shall have a place set aside to be used as a latrine. You shall also keep a trowel in your equipment, and with it, when you go outside to ease nature, you shall first dig a hole and afterward cover up your excrement. Since the Lord, your God, journeys along within your camp to defend you and to put your enemies at your mercy, your camp must be holy. Otherwise, if he sees anything indecent in your midst, he will leave your company. You shall not hand over to his master a slave who has taken refuge from him with you. Let him live with you wherever he chooses, in any one of your communities that pleases him. Do not molest him. There shall be no temple harlot among the Israelite women, nor a temple prostitute among the Israelite men. You shall not offer a harlot's fee or a dog's price as any kind of votive offering in the house of the Lord your God. Both these things are an abomination to the Lord your God. You shall not demand interest from your countrymen on a loan of money or of food or of anything else on which interest is usually demanded. You may demand interest from a foreigner, but not from your countryman, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all your undertakings on the land you are to enter and occupy. When you make a vow to the Lord your God, you shall not delay in fulfilling it. Otherwise, you will be held guilty. For the Lord your God is strict in requiring it of you. Should you refrain from making a vow, you will not be held guilty. But you must keep your solemn word and fulfill the votive offering you have freely promised to the Lord. When you go through your neighbor's vineyard, you may eat as many of his grapes as you wish, but do not put them in your basket. When you go through your neighbor's grain field, you may pluck some of the ears with your hand, but do not put a sickle to your neighbor's grain. Deuteronomy chapter 24. When a man, after marrying a woman and having relations with her, is later displeased with her because he finds in her something indecent, and therefore he writes out a bill of divorce and hands it to her, thus dismissing her from his house. If on leaving his house she goes and becomes the wife of another man, and the second husband, too, comes to dislike her and dismisses her from his house by handing her a written bill of divorce, or if the second man who has married her dies, then her former husband, who dismissed her, may not again take her as his wife after she has become defiled. That will be an abomination before the Lord, and you shall not bring such guilt upon the land which the Lord your God is giving you as a heritage. When a man is newly wed, he need not go out on a military expedition, nor shall any public duty be imposed on him. He shall be exempt for 1 year for the sake of his family, to bring joy to the wife he has married. No one shall take a handmeal or even its upper stone as a pledge for debt, for he will be taking the debtor's sustenance as a pledge. If any man is caught kidnapping a fellow Israelite in order to enslave him and sell him, the kidnapper shall be put to death. Thus shall you purge the evil from your midst. In an attack of leprosy, you shall be careful to observe exactly and to carry out all the directions of the Levitical priests. Take care to act in accordance with the instructions I have given them. Remember what the Lord your God did to Miriam on the journey after you left Egypt. When you make a loan of any kind to your neighbor, you shall not enter his house to receive a pledge from him, but shall wait outside until the man to whom you are making the loan brings his pledge outside to you. If he is a poor man, you shall not sleep in the mantle he gives as a pledge, but shall return it to him at sunset, that he himself may sleep in it. Then he will bless you, and it will be a good deed of yours before the Lord your God. You shall not defraud a poor and needy hired servant, whether he be one of your own countrymen or one of the aliens who live in your communities. You shall pay him each day's wages before sundown on the day itself, since he is poor and looks forward to them. Otherwise, he will cry to the Lord against you, and you will be held guilty. Fathers shall not be put to death for their children, nor children for their fathers. Only for his own guilt shall a man be put to death. You shall not violate the rights of the alien or of the orphan, nor take the clothing of a widow as a pledge. For remember, you were once slaves in Egypt, and the Lord your God ransomed you from there. That is why I command you to observe this rule. When you reap the harvest in your field and overlook a sheaf there, you shall not go back to get it. Let it be for the alien, the orphan, or the widow, that the Lord your God may bless you in all your undertakings. When you knock down the fruit of your olive trees, you shall not go over the branches a second time. Let what remains be for the alien, the orphan, and the widow. When you pick your grapes, you shall not go over the vineyard a second time. Let what remains be for the alien, the orphan, and the widow. For remember that you were once slaves in Egypt, That is why I command you to observe this rule. Deuteronomy chapter 25. When men have a dispute and bring it to court, and a decision is handed down to them, acquitting the innocent party and condemning the guilty party, if the latter deserves stripes, the judge shall have him lie down and in his presence receive the number of stripes his guilt deserves. 40 stripes may be given him, but no more, lest, if he were beaten with more stripes than these, your kinsman should be looked upon as disgraced because of the severity of the beating. You shall not muzzle an ox when it is treading out grain. When brothers live together and one of them dies without a son, the widow of the deceased shall not marry anyone outside the family, but her husband's brother shall go to her and perform the duty of a brother-in-law by marrying her. The firstborn son she bears shall continue the line of the deceased brother, that his name may not be blotted out from Israel. If, however, a man does not care to marry his brother's wife, she shall go up to the elders at the gate and declare, "My brother-in-law does not intend to perform his duty toward me and refuses to perpetuate his brother's name in Israel." Thereupon, the elders of his city shall summon him and admonish him. If he persists in saying, "I am not willing to marry her," his sister-in-law, in the presence of the elders, shall go up to him and strip his sandal from his foot and spit in his face, saying publicly, "This is how one should be treated who will not build up his brother's family." And his lineage shall be spoken of in Israel as the family of the man stripped of his sandal. When two men are fighting, and the wife of one intervenes to save her husband from the blows of his opponent, if she stretches out her hand and seizes the latter by his private parts, you shall chop off her hand without pity. You shall not keep two differing weights in your bag, one large and the other small, nor shall you keep two different measures in your house, one large and the other small. But use a true and just weight and a true and just measure, that you may have a long life on the land which the Lord your God is giving you. Everyone who is dishonest in any of these matters is an abomination to the Lord your God. Bear in mind what Amalek did to you on the journey after you left Egypt, how, without fear of any God, he harassed you along the way, weak and weary as you were, and cut off at the rear all those who lag behind. Therefore, when the Lord your God gives you rest from all your enemies round about in the land which he is giving you to occupy as your heritage, you shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under the heavens. Do not forget. Deuteronomy chapter 26. When you have come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you as a heritage, and have occupied it and settled in it, you shall take some first fruits of the various products of the soil which you harvest from the land which the Lord your God gives you, and putting them in a basket, you shall go to the place which the Lord your God chooses for the dwelling place of his name. There you shall go to the priest in office at that time and say to him, "Today I acknowledge to the Lord my God that I have indeed come into the land which he swore to our fathers he would give us." The priest shall then receive the basket from you and shall set it in front of the altar of the Lord your God. Then you shall declare before the Lord your God, "My father was a wandering Aramean who went down to Egypt with a small household and lived there as an alien. But there he became a nation great, strong, and numerous. When the Egyptians maltreated and oppressed us, imposing hard labor upon us, we cried to the Lord, the God of our fathers, and he heard our cry, and saw our affliction, our toil, and our oppression. He brought us out of Egypt with his strong hand and outstretched arm, with terrifying power, with signs and wonders, and bringing us into this country. He gave us this land flowing with milk and honey. Therefore, I have now brought you the first fruits of the products of the soil, which you, O Lord, have given me. And having set them before the Lord your God, you shall bow down in his presence. Then you and your family, together with the Levite and the aliens who live among you, shall make merry over all these good things which the Lord your God has given you. When you have finished setting aside all the tithes of your produce in the third year, the year of the tithes, and you have given them to the Levite, the alien, the orphan, and the widow, that they may eat their fill in your own community. You shall declare before the Lord your God, I have purged my house of the sacred portion, and I have given it to the Levite, the alien, the orphan, and the widow, just as you have commanded me. In this I have not broken or forgotten any of your commandments. I have not eaten any of the tithe as a mourner. I have not brought any of it out as one unclean. I have not offered any of it to the dead. I have thus hearkened to the voice of the Lord my God, doing just as you have commanded me. Look down then from heaven, your holy abode, and bless your people Israel and the soil you have given us in the land flowing with milk and honey, which you promised on oath to our fathers. This day the Lord your God commands you to observe these statutes and decrees. Be careful then to observe them with all your heart and with all your soul. Today you are making this agreement with the Lord. He is to be your God, and you are to walk in his ways and observe his statutes, commandments, and decrees, and to hearken to his voice. And today the Lord is making this agreement with you. You are to be a people peculiarly his own as he promised you. And provided you keep all his commandments, he will then raise you high in praise and renown and glory above all other nations he has made. And you will be a people sacred to the Lord your God, as he promised. Deuteronomy chapter 27. Then Moses, with the elders of Israel, gave the people this order. Keep all these commandments which I enjoin on you today. On the day you cross the Jordan into the land which the Lord your God is giving you, set up some large stones and coat them with plaster. Also write on them, at the time you cross, all the words of this law, that you may thus enter into the land flowing with milk and honey, which the Lord your God and the God of your fathers is giving you as he promised you. When, moreover, you have crossed the Jordan, besides setting up on Mount Ebal the stones concerning which I command you today, and coating them with plaster, you shall also build to the Lord your God an altar made of stones that no iron tool has touched. You shall make this altar of the Lord your God with undressed stones, and shall offer on it holocausts to the Lord your God. You shall also sacrifice peace offerings, and eat them there, making merry before the Lord your God. On the stones you shall inscribe all the words of this law very clearly. Moses, with the 180 priests, then said to all Israel, Be silent, O Israel, and listen. This day you have become the people of the Lord your God. You shall therefore hearken to the voice of the Lord your God, and keep his commandments and statutes, which I enjoin on you today. That same day Moses gave the people this order. When you cross the Jordan, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin, shall stand on Mount Gerizim to pronounce blessings over the people, while Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali shall stand on Mount Ebal to pronounce curses. The Levites shall proclaim aloud to all the men of Israel, "Cursed be the man who makes a carved or molten idol, an abomination to the Lord, the product of a craftsman's hands, and sets it up in secret." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who dishonors his father or his mother." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who moves his neighbor's landmarks." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who misleads a blind man on his way." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who violates the rights of the alien, the orphan, or the widow." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who has relations with his father's wife, for he dishonors his father's bed." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who has relations with any animal." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who has relations with his sister or his half-sister." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who has relations with his mother-in-law." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who slays his neighbor in secret." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who accepts payment for slaying an innocent man." And all the people shall answer, "Amen. Cursed be he who fails to fulfill any of the provisions of this law." And all the people shall answer, "Amen." Deuteronomy chapter 28. Thus then shall it be, if you continue to heed the voice of the Lord your God, and are careful to observe all his commandments, which I enjoin on you today, the Lord your God will raise you high above all the nations of the earth. When you hearken to the voice of the Lord your God, all these blessings will come upon you and overwhelm you. May you be blessed in the city and blessed in the country. Blessed be the fruit of your womb, the produce of your soil, and the offspring of your livestock, the issue of your herds, and the young of your flocks. Blessed be your grain bin and your kneading bowl. May you be blessed in your coming in and blessed in your going out. The Lord will beat down before you the enemies that rise up against you. Though they come out against you from but one direction, they will flee before you in seven. The Lord will affirm his blessing upon you, on your barns and on all your undertakings, blessing you in the land that the Lord your God gives you, provided that you keep the commandments of the Lord your God and walk in his ways. He will establish you as a people sacred to himself, as he swore to you, so that when all the nations of the earth see you bearing the name of the Lord, they will stand in awe of you. The Lord will increase in more than goodly measure the fruit of your womb, the offspring of your livestock, and the produce of your soil in the land which he swore to your fathers he would give you. The Lord will open up for you his rich treasure house of the heavens to give your land rain in due season, blessing all your undertakings, so that you will lend to many nations and borrow from none. The Lord will make you the head, not the tail, and you will always mount higher and not decline, as long as you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I order you today to observe carefully, not turning aside to the right or to the left from any of the commandments which I now give you, in order to follow other gods and serve them. But if you do not hearken to the voice of the Lord your God, and are not careful to observe all his commandments, which I enjoin on you today, all these curses shall come upon you and overwhelm you. May you be cursed in the city, and cursed in the country. Cursed be your grain bin and your kneading bowl. Cursed be the fruit of your womb, the produce of your soil, and the offspring of your livestock, the issue of your herds, and the young of your flocks. May you be cursed in your coming in and cursed in your going out. The Lord will put a curse on you, defeat and frustration in every enterprise you undertake, until you are speedily destroyed and perish for the evil you have done in forsaking me. The Lord will bring a pestilence upon you that will persist until he has exterminated you from the land you are entering to occupy. The Lord will strike you with wasting and fever, with scorching fiery drought, with blight and searing wind that will plague you until you perish. The sky over your heads will be like bronze, and the earth under your feet like iron. For rain, the Lord will give your land powdery dust, which will come down upon you from the sky until you are destroyed. The Lord will let you be beaten down before your enemies. Though you advance against them from one direction, you will flee before them in seven, so that you will become a terrifying example to all the kingdoms of the earth. Your carcasses will become food for all the birds of the air and for the beasts of the field, with no one to frighten them off. The Lord will strike you with Egyptian boils and with tumors, eczema, and the itch until you cannot be cured. And the Lord will strike you with madness, blindness, and panic, so that even at midday you will grope like a blind man in the dark, unable to find your way. You will be oppressed and robbed continually, with no one to come to your aid. Though you betroth a wife, another man will have her. Though you build a house, you will not live in it. Though you plant a vineyard, you will not enjoy its fruits. Your ox will be slaughtered before your eyes, and you will not eat of its flesh. Your ass will be stolen in your presence, but you will not recover it. Your flocks will be given to your enemies, with no one to come to your aid. Your sons and daughters will be given to a foreign nation, while you look on and grieve for them in constant helplessness. A people whom you do not know will consume the fruit of your soil and of all your labor, and you will be oppressed and crushed at all times without surcease, until you are driven mad by what your eyes must look upon. The Lord will strike you with malignant boils, of which you cannot be cured, on your knees and legs, and from the soles of your feet to the crown of your head. The Lord will bring you and your king, whom you have set over you, to a nation which you and your fathers have not known, and there you will serve strange gods of wood and stone, and will call forth amazement, reproach, and barbed scorn from all the nations to which the Lord will lead you. Though you spend much seed on your field, you will harvest but little, for the locusts will devour the crop. Though you plant and cultivate vineyards, you will not drink or store up the wine, for the grubs will eat the vines clean. Though you have olive trees throughout your country, you will have no oil for ointment, for your olives will drop off unripe. Though you beget sons and daughters, they will not remain with you, but will go into captivity. Buzzing insects will infest all your trees and the crops of your soil. The alien residing among you will rise higher and higher above you, while you sink lower and lower. He will lend to you, not you to him. He will become the head, you the tail. All these curses will come upon you, pursuing you and overwhelming you until you are destroyed, because you would not hearken to the voice of the Lord your God, nor keep the commandments and statutes he gave you. They will light on you and your descendants as a sign and a wonder for all time. Since you would not serve the Lord your God with joy and gratitude for abundance of every kind, therefore in hunger and thirst, in nakedness and utter poverty, you will serve the enemies whom the Lord will send against you. He will put an iron yoke on your neck until he destroys you. The Lord will raise up against you a nation from afar, from the end of the earth, that swoops down like an eagle, a nation whose tongue you do not understand, a nation of stern visage that shows neither respect for the aged nor pity for the young. They will consume the offspring of your livestock and the produce of your soil. Until you are destroyed, they will leave you no grain or wine or oil, no issue of your herds or young of your flocks, until they have brought about your ruin. They will besiege you in each of your communities until the great unscalable walls you trust in come tumbling down all over your land. They will so besiege you in every community throughout the land which the Lord your God has given you, that in the distress of the siege to which your enemy subjects you, you will eat the fruit of your womb, the flesh of your own sons and daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you. The most refined and fastidious man among you will begrudge his brother and his beloved wife and his surviving children any share in the flesh of his children that he himself is using for food when nothing else is left him in the straits of the siege to which your enemy will subject you in all your communities. The most refined and delicate woman among you, so delicate and refined that she would not venture to set the sole of her foot on the ground, will begrudge her beloved husband and her son and daughter the afterbirth that issues from her womb, and the infant she brings forth when she secretly uses them for food for want of anything else. In the straits of the siege to which your enemy will subject you in your communities. If you are not careful to observe every word of the law which is written in this book, and to revere the glorious and awesome name of the Lord your God, he will smite you and your descendants with severe and constant blows, malignant and lasting maladies. He will again afflict you with all the diseases of Egypt which you dread, and they will persist among you. Should there be any kind of sickness or calamity not mentioned in this book of the law, that too the Lord will bring upon you until you are destroyed. Of you who were numerous as the stars in the sky, only a few will be left, because you would not hearken to the voice of the Lord your God. Just as the Lord once took delight in making you grow and prosper, so will he now take delight in ruining and destroying you, and you will be plucked out of the land you are now entering to occupy. The Lord will scatter you among all the nations from one end of the earth to the other, and there you will serve strange gods of wood and stone, such as you and your fathers have not known. Among these nations you will find no repose, not a foot of ground to stand upon. For there the Lord will give you an anguished heart and wasted eyes and a dismayed spirit. You will live in constant suspense and stand in dread both day and night, never sure of your existence. In the morning you will say, "Would that it were evening," and in the evening you will say, "Would that it were morning," for the dread that your heart must feel and the sight that your eyes must see. The Lord will send you back in galleys to Egypt, to the region I told you that you were never to see again. And there you will offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but there will be no buyer. These are the words of the covenant which the Lord ordered Moses to make with the Israelites in the land of Moab. In addition, to the covenant which he made with them at Horeb. Deuteronomy chapter 29. Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, "You have seen all that the Lord did in the land of Egypt before your very eyes, to Pharaoh and all his servants and to all his land, the great testings your own eyes have seen, and those great signs and wonders. But not even at the present day has the Lord yet given you a mind to understand, or eyes to see, or ears to hear. I led you for 40 years in the desert. Your clothes did not fall from you in tatters, nor your sandals from your feet. Bread was not your food, nor wine or beer your drink. Thus you should know that I, the Lord, am your God. When we came to this place, Sihon, king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, came out to engage us in battle, but we defeated them and took over their land, which we then gave as a heritage to the Reubenites, Gadites, and half the tribe of Manasseh. Keep the terms of this covenant, therefore, and fulfill them, that you may succeed in whatever you do. You are all now standing before the Lord, your God, your chiefs and judges, your elders and officials, and all of the men of Israel, together with your wives and children and the aliens who live in your camp, down to those who hew wood and draw water for you, that you may enter into the covenant of the Lord, your God, which he concluded with you today under the sanction of a curse, so that he may now establish you as his people, and he may be your God, as he promised you and as he swore to your fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But it is not with you alone that I am making this covenant under the sanction of a curse. It is just as much with those who are not here among us today as it is with those of us who are now here present before the Lord our God. You know in what surroundings we lived in the land of Egypt, and what we passed by in the nations we traversed. And you saw the loathsome idols of wood and stone, of gold and silver that they possess. Let there be then no man or woman, no clan or tribe among you, who would now turn away their hearts from the Lord our God to go and serve these pagan gods. Let there be no root that would bear such poison and wormwood among you. If any such person, upon hearing the words of this curse, should beguile himself into thinking that he can safely persist in his stubbornness of heart, as though to sweep away both the watered soil and the parched ground, the Lord will never consent to pardon him. Instead, the Lord's wrath and jealousy will flare up against that man, and every curse mentioned in this book will alight on him. The Lord will blot out his name from under the heavens, and will single him out from all the tribes of Israel for doom, in keeping with all the curses of the covenant inscribed in this book of the law. Future generations, your own descendants who will rise up after you, as well as the foreigners who will come here from far-off lands, when they see the calamities of this land and the ills with which the Lord has smitten it, all its soil being nothing but sulfur and salt, a burnt-out waste, unsown and unfruitful, without a blade of grass, destroyed like Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which the Lord overthrew in his furious wrath. They and all the nations will ask, "Why has the Lord dealt thus with this land? Why this fierce outburst of wrath?" And the answer will be, because they forsook the covenant which the Lord, the God of their fathers, had made with them when he brought them out of the land of Egypt, and they went and served other gods and adored them, gods whom they did not know and whom he had not let fall to their lot. That is why the Lord was angry with this land and brought on it all the imprecations listed in this book. In his furious wrath and tremendous anger, the Lord uprooted them from their soil and cast them out into a strange land where they are today. Both what is still hidden and what has already been revealed concern us and our descendants forever, that we may carry out all the words of this law. Deuteronomy chapter 30. When all these things which I have said before you, the blessings and the curses, are fulfilled in you and from among whatever nations the Lord your God may have dispersed you, you ponder them in your heart. Then, provided that you and your children return to the Lord your God and heed his voice with all your heart and all your soul, just as I now command you, the Lord your God will change your lot, and taking pity on you, he will again gather you from all the nations wherein he has scattered you. Though you may have been driven to the farthest corner of the world, even from there will the Lord your God gather you. Even from there will he bring you back. The Lord your God will then bring you into the land which your fathers once occupied, that you too may occupy it, and it will make you more prosperous and numerous than your fathers. The Lord your God will circumcise your hearts and the hearts of your descendants, that you may love the Lord your God with all your hearts and all your soul, and so may live. But all those curses the Lord your God will assign to your enemies and the foes who persecuted you. You, however, must again heed the Lord's voice and carry out all his commandments which I now enjoin on you. Then the Lord your God will increase in more than goodly measure the returns from all your labors, the fruit of your womb, the offspring of your livestock, and the produce of your soil. For the Lord your God will again take delight in your prosperity, even as he took delight in your fathers, if only you heed the voice of the Lord your God, and keep his commandments and statutes that are written in this book of the law, when you return to the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul. For this command which I enjoin on you today is not too mysterious and remote for you. It is not up in the sky that you should say, who will go up in the sky to get it for us and tell us of it, that we may carry it out? Nor is it across the sea that you should say, who will cross the sea to get it for us and tell us of it, that we may carry it out? No, it is something very near to you, already in your mouths and in your hearts. You have only to carry it out. Here then, I have today set before you life and prosperity, death and doom. If you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I enjoin on you today, loving him and walking in his ways, and keeping his commandments, statutes, and decrees, you will live and grow numerous, and the Lord your God will bless you in the land you are entering to occupy. If, however, you turn away your hearts and will not listen, but are led astray and adore and serve other gods, I tell you now that you will certainly perish. You will not have a long life on the land which you are crossing the Jordan to enter and occupy. I call heaven and earth today to witness against you. I have set before you life and death, the blessing and the curse. Choose life then, that you and your descendants may live by loving the Lord your God, heeding his voice and holding fast to him. For that will mean life for you, a long life for you to live on the land which the Lord swore he would give to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Deuteronomy chapter 31. When Moses had finished speaking these words to all Israel, he said to them, I am now 120 years old and am no longer able to move about freely. Besides, the Lord has told me that I shall not cross this Jordan. It is the Lord your God who will cross before you. He will destroy these nations before you that you may supplant them. It is Joshua who will cross before you as the Lord promised. The Lord will deal with them just as he dealt with Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites whom he destroyed, and with their country. When, therefore, the Lord delivers them up to you, you must deal with them exactly as I have ordered you. Be brave and steadfast. Have no fear or dread of them, for it is the Lord your God who marches with you. He will never fail you or forsake you. Then Moses summoned Joshua, and in the presence of all Israel said to him, Be brave and steadfast, for you must bring these people into the land which the Lord swore to their fathers he would give them. You must put them in possession of their heritage. It is the Lord who marches before you. He will be with you and will never fail you or forsake you. So do not fear or be dismayed. When Moses had written down this law, he entrusted it to the Levitical priests who carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to all the elders of Israel, giving them this order. On the Feast of Booths, at the prescribed time in the year of relaxation, which comes at the end of every 7-year period, when all Israel goes to appear before the Lord your God, in the place which he chooses, you shall read this law aloud in the presence of all Israel. Assemble the people, men, women, and children, as well as the aliens who live in your communities, that they may hear it and learn it, and so fear the Lord your God and carefully observe all the words of this law. Their children also, who do not know it yet, must hear it and learn it, that they too may fear the Lord your God, as long as you live on the land which you will cross the Jordan to occupy. The Lord said to Moses, The time is now approaching for you to die. Summon Joshua and present yourselves at the meeting tent that I may give him his commission. So Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves at the meeting tent. And the Lord appeared at the tent in a column of cloud, which stood still at the entrance of the tent. The Lord said to Moses, Soon you will be at rest with your fathers, and then this people will take to rendering wanton worship to the strange gods among whom they will live in the land they are about to enter. They will forsake me and break the covenant which I have made with them. At that time, my anger will flare up against them. I will forsake them and hide my face from them, so that they will become a prey to be devoured, and many evils and troubles will befall them. At that time, they will indeed say, Is it not because our God is not among us that these evils have befallen us? Yet I will be hiding my face from them at that time only because of all the evil they have done in turning to other gods. Write out this song, then, for yourselves. Teach it to the Israelites and have them recite it so that this song may be a witness for me against the Israelites. For when I have brought them into the land flowing with milk and honey, which I promised on oath to their fathers, and they have eaten their fill and grown fat, if they turn to other gods and serve them, despising me and breaking my covenant. Then, when many evils and troubles befall them, this song, which their descendants will not have forgotten to recite, will bear witness against them. For I know what they are inclined to do even at the present time, before I have brought them into the land which I promised on oath to their fathers. So Moses wrote this song that same day, and he taught it to the Israelites. Then The Lord commissioned Joshua, son of Nun, and said to him, "Be brave and steadfast, for it is you who must bring the Israelites into the land, which I promised them on oath. I myself will be with you." When Moses had finished writing out on a scroll the words of the law in their entirety, he gave the Levites, who carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, this order: "Take this scroll of the law and put it beside the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, that there it may be a witness against you. For I already know how rebellious and stiff-necked you will be. Why, even now, while I am alive among you, you have been rebels against the Lord. How much more then, after I am dead? Therefore, assemble all your tribal elders and your officials before me, that I may speak these words for them to hear, and so may call heaven and earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death, you are sure to become corrupt, and to turn aside from the way along which I directed you, so that evil will befall you in some future age, because you have done evil in the Lord's sight, and provoked him by your deeds. Then Moses recited the words of this song from beginning to end, for the whole assembly of Israel to hear. Deuteronomy chapter 32. Give ear, O heavens, while I speak. Let the earth hearken to the words of my mouth. May my instructions soak in like the rain, and my discourse permeate like the dew, like a downpour upon the grass, like a shower upon the crops. For I will sing the Lord's renown. O proclaim the greatness of our God. The rock, how faultless are his deeds, how right all his ways. A faithful God, without deceit, how just and upright he is. Yet basely has he been treated by his degenerate children, a perverse and crooked race. Is the Lord to be thus repaid by you, O stupid and foolish people? Is he not your Father who created you? Has he not made you and established you? Think back on the days of old, reflect on the years of age upon age. Ask your father, and he will inform you. Ask your elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High assigned the nations their heritage, when he parceled out the descendants of Adam, he set up the boundaries of the peoples after the number of the sons of God. While the Lord's own portion was Jacob, his hereditary share was Israel. He found them in a wilderness, a wasteland of howling deserts. He shielded them and cared for them, guarding them as the apple of his eye. As an eagle incites its nestlings forth by hovering over its brood, so he spread his wings to receive them and bore them up on his pinions. The Lord alone was their leader. No strange god was with him. He had them ride triumphant over the summits of the land and live off the products of its fields, giving them honey to suck from its rocks and olive oil from its hard stony ground, butter from its cows and milk from its sheep, with the fat of his lambs and rams, its Bashan bulls and its goats, with the cream of his finest wheat, and the foaming blood of its grapes you drank. So Jacob ate his fill. The darling grew fat and frisky. You became fat and gross and gorged. They spurned the God who made them and scorned their saving rock. They provoked him with strange gods and angered him with abominable idols. They offered sacrifice to demons, to no gods, to gods whom they had not known before, to newcomers just arrived, of whom their fathers had never stood in awe. You were unmindful of the rock that begot you. You forgot the God who gave you birth. When the Lord saw this, he was filled with loathing and anger toward his sons and daughters. I will hide my face from them, he said, and see what will then become of them. What a fickle race they are, sons with no loyalty in them. Since they have provoked me with their no God and angered me with their vain idols, I will provoke them with a no people. With a foolish nation I will anger them. For by my wrath a fire is enkindled that shall rage to the depths of the nether world, consuming the earth with its yield, and licking with flames the roots of the mountains. I will spend on them woe upon woe and exhaust all my arrows against them. Emaciating hunger and consuming fever and bitter pestilence, and the teeth of wild beasts I will send among them, with the venom of reptiles gliding in the dust. Snatched away by the sword in the street, and by sheer terror, at home shall be the youth and the maiden alike, the nursing babe as well as the hoary old man. I would have said, I will make an end of them, and blot out their name from men's memories. Had I not feared the insolence of their enemies, feared that these foes would mistakenly boast, our own hand won the victory, the Lord had nothing to do with it. For they are a people devoid of reason, having no understanding. If they had insight, they would realize what happened. They would understand their future and say, how could one man rout 1,000, or two men put 10,000 to flight, unless it was because their rock sold them and the Lord delivered them up? Indeed, their rock is not like our rock, and our foes are under condemnation. They are a branch of Sodom's vine stock, from the vineyards of Gomorrah. Deuteronomy chapter 33. This is the blessing which Moses, the man of God, pronounced upon the Israelites before he died. He said, the Lord came from Sinai and dawned on his people from Seir. He shone forth from Mount Paran and advanced from Meribah Kadesh, while at his right hand a fire blazed forth, and his wrath devastated the nations. But all his holy ones were in his hand. They followed at his feet, and he bore them up on his pinions. A law he gave to us. He made the community of Jacob his domain, and he became king of his darling. When the chiefs of the people assembled, and the tribes of Israel came together, may Reuben live and not die out, but let his men be few. The following is for Judah. He said, the Lord hears the cry of Judah. You will bring him to his people. His own hands defend his cause, and you will be his help against his foes. Of Levi he said, to Levi belong your Thummim, to the man of your favor your Urim. For you put him to the test at Massa, and you contended with him at the waters of Meribah. He said of his father, I regard him not. His brothers he would not acknowledge, and his own children he refused to recognize. Thus, the Levites keep your words, and your covenant they uphold. They promulgate your decisions to Jacob and your law to Israel. They bring the smoke of sacrifice to your nostrils and burnt offerings to your altar. Bless, O Lord, his possessions, and accept the ministry of his hands. Break the backs of his adversaries and of his foes, that they may not rise. Of Benjamin, he said, Benjamin is the beloved of the Lord, who shelters him all the day, while he abides securely at his breast. Of Joseph he said, blessed by the Lord is his land, with the best of the skies above, and of the abyss crouching beneath, with the best of the produce of the year and the choicest sheaves of the months, with the finest gifts of the age-old mountains and the best from the timeless hills, with the best of the earth and its fullness, and the favor of him who dwells in the bush. These shall come upon the head of Joseph and upon the brow of the prince among his brothers, the majestic bull, his father's firstborn, whose horns are those of the wild ox with which to gore the nations, even those at the ends of the earth. These are the myriads of Ephraim, and these the thousands of Manasseh. Of Zebulun, he said, Rejoice, O Zebulun, in your pursuits, and you, Issachar, in your tents, you who invite the tribes to the mountains where feasts are duly held, because you suck up the abundance of the seas and the hidden treasures of the sand. Of Gad he said, Blessed be he who has made Gad so vast. He lies there like a lion that has seized the arm and head of the prey. He saw that the best should be his when the princely portion was assigned, while the heads of the people were gathered. He carried out the justice of the Lord and his decrees respecting Israel. Of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp that springs forth from Bashan. Of Naphtali he said, Naphtali is enriched with favors and filled with the blessings of the Lord. The lake and south of it are his possession. Of Asher he said, More blessed than the other sons be Asher. May he be the favorite among his brothers, as the oil of his olive trees runs over his feet. May your bolts be of iron and bronze. May your strength endure through all your days. There is no God like the God of the darling, who rides the heavens in his power and rides the skies in his majesty. He spread out the primeval tent. He extended the ancient canopy. He drove the enemy out of your way, and the Amorite he destroyed. Israel has dwelt securely, and the fountain of Jacob has been undisturbed, in a land of grain and wine where the heavens drip with dew. How fortunate you are, O Israel! Where else is a nation victorious in the Lord? The Lord is your saving shield, and his sword is your glory. Your enemies fawn upon you as you stride upon their heights. Deuteronomy chapter 34. Then Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, the headland of Pisgah, which faces Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land, Gilead, and as far as Dan, all Naphtali, the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, all the land of Judah, as far as the western sea, the Negeb, the circuit of the Jordan with the lowlands at Jericho, city of palms, and as far as Zoar. The Lord then said to him, This is the land which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that I would give to their descendants. I have let you feast your eyes upon it, but you shall not cross over. So there in the land of Moab, Moses, the servant of the Lord, died, as the Lord had said, and he was buried in the ravine opposite Beth Peor, in the land of Moab. But to this day, no one knows the place of his burial. Moses was 120 years old when he died, yet his eyes were undimmed and his vigor unabated. For 30 days, the Israelites wept for Moses in the plains of Moab till they had completed the period of grief and mourning for Moses. Now Joshua, son of Nun, was filled with the spirit of wisdom, since Moses had laid his hands upon him. And so the Israelites gave him their obedience, thus carrying out the Lord's command to Moses. Since then, no prophet has arisen in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. He had no equal in all the signs and wonders the Lord sent him to perform in the land of Egypt against Pharaoh and all his servants and against all his land, and for the might and the terrifying power that Moses exhibited in the sight of all Israel. Joshua chapter 1. After Moses, the servant of the Lord, had died, the Lord said to Moses' aide Joshua, son of Nun, My servant Moses is dead, so prepare to cross the Jordan here, with all the people, into the land I will give the Israelites. As I promised Moses, I will deliver to you every place where you set foot. Your domain is to be all the land of the Hittites, from the desert and from Lebanon east to the great river Euphrates and west to the great sea. No one can withstand you while you live. I will be with you as I was with Moses. I will not leave you nor forsake you. Be firm and steadfast, so that you may give this people possession of the land which I swore to their fathers I would give them. Above all, be firm and steadfast, taking care to observe the entire law which my servant Moses enjoined on you. Do not swerve from it, either to the right or to the left, that you may succeed wherever you go. Keep this book of the law on your lips, recite it by day and by night, that you may observe carefully all that is written in it. Then you will successfully attain your goal. I command you, be firm and steadfast. Do not fear nor be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. So Joshua commanded the officers of the people, go through the camp and instruct the people. Prepare your provisions, for 3 days from now you shall cross the Jordan here to march in and take possession of the land which the Lord your God is giving you. Joshua reminded the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. Remember what Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you when he said, the Lord your God will permit you to settle in this land. Your wives, your children, and your livestock shall remain in the land Moses gave you here beyond the Jordan. But all the warriors among you must cross over armed ahead of your kinsmen, and you must help them until the Lord has settled your kinsmen, and they, like you, possess the land which the Lord your God is giving them. Afterward, you may return and occupy your own land, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, has given you east of the Jordan. We will do all you have commanded us, they answered Joshua, and we will go wherever you send us. We will obey you as completely as we obeyed Moses. But may the Lord your God be with you as he was with Moses. If anyone rebels against your orders and does not obey every command you give him, he shall be put to death. But be firm and steadfast. Joshua chapter 2. Then Joshua, son of Nun, secretly sent out 2 spies from Shittim, saying, go, reconnoiter the land and Jericho. When the 2 reached Jericho, they went into the house of a harlot named Rahab, where they lodged. But a report was brought to the king of Jericho that some Israelites had come there that night to spy out the land. So the king of Jericho sent Rahab the order, pull out the visitors who have entered your house, for they have come to spy out the entire land. The woman had taken the 2 men and hidden them, so she said, true, the men you speak of came to me, but I did not know where they came from. At dark, when it was time for the gate to be shut, they left, and I do not know where they went. You will have to pursue them immediately to overtake them. Now, she had led them to the roof and hidden them among her stalks of flax spread out there. But the pursuers set out along the way to the fords of the Jordan, and once they had left, the gate was shut. Before the spies fell asleep, Rahab came to them on the roof and said, I know that the Lord has given you the land, that a dread of you has come upon us, and that all the inhabitants of the land are overcome with fear of you. For we have heard how the Lord dried up the waters of the Red Sea before you when you came out of Egypt, and how you dealt with Sihon and Og, the 2 kings of the Amorites beyond the Jordan, whom you doomed to destruction. At these reports, we are disheartened. Everyone is discouraged because of you, since the Lord your God is God in heaven, above and on earth below. Now then, swear to me by the Lord that since I am showing kindness to you, you in turn will show kindness to my family, and give me an unmistakable token that you are to spare my father and mother brothers and sisters and all their kin and save us from death." "We pledge our lives for yours," the men answered her. "If you do not betray this errand of ours, we will be faithful in showing kindness to you when the Lord gives us the land." Then she let them down through the window with a rope, for she lived in a house built into the city wall. "Go up into the hill country," she suggested to them, "that your pursuers may not find you. Hide there for 3 days until they return. Then you may proceed on your way." The men answered her, "This is how we will fulfill the oath you made us take. When we come into the land, tie the scarlet cord in the window through which you are letting us down, and gather your father and mother, your brothers, and all your family into your house. Should any of them pass outside the doors of your house, he will be responsible for his own debts, and we shall be guiltless. But we shall be responsible if anyone in the house with you is harmed. If, however, you betray this errand of ours, we shall be quit of the oath you have made us take." "Let it be as you say," she replied, and bade them farewell. When they were gone, she tied the scarlet cord in the window. They went up into the hills, where they stayed 3 days until their pursuers, who had sought them all along the road without finding them, returned. Then the two came back down from the hills, crossed the Jordan to Joshua, son of Nun, and reported all that had befallen them. They assured Joshua, "The Lord has delivered all this land into our power. Indeed, all the inhabitants of the land are overcome with fear of us." Joshua chapter 3. Early the next morning, Joshua moved with all the Israelites from Shittim to the Jordan, where they lodged before crossing over. 3 days later, the officers went through the camp and issued these instructions to the people. "When you see the ark of the covenant of the Lord, your God, which the Levitical priests will carry, you must also break camp and follow it, that you may know the way to take, for you have not gone over this road before. But let there be a space of 2,000 cubits between you and the ark. Do not come nearer to it." Joshua also said to the people, "Sanctify yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will perform wonders among you." And he directed the priests to take up the ark of the covenant and go on ahead of the people, and they did so. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Today I will begin to exalt you in the sight of all Israel, that they may know I am with you as I was with Moses. Now command the priests carrying the ark of the covenant to come to a halt in the Jordan when they reach the edge of the waters." So Joshua said to the Israelites, "Come here and listen to the words of the Lord your God." He continued, "This is how you will know that there is a living God in your midst, who at your approach will dispossess the Canaanites, Hittites, Hivites, Perizzites, Girgashites, Amorites, and Jebusites. The ark of the covenant of the Lord of the whole earth will precede you into the Jordan. Now choose 12 men, one from each of the tribes of Israel. When the soles of the feet of the priests carrying the ark of the Lord of the whole earth, touch the water of the Jordan, it will cease to flow, for the water flowing down from upstream will halt in a solid bank." The people struck their tents to cross the Jordan, with the priests carrying the ark of the covenant ahead of them. No sooner had these priestly bearers of the ark waded into the waters at the edge of the Jordan, which overflows all its banks during the entire season of the harvest, than the waters flowing from upstream halted, backing up in a solid mass for a very great distance indeed from Adam, a city in the direction of Zaretan, while those flowing downstream toward the salt sea of the Arabah disappeared entirely. Thus, the people crossed over opposite Jericho, while all Israel crossed over on dry ground. The priests carrying the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord remained motionless on dry ground in the bed of the Jordan until the whole nation had completed the passage. Joshua chapter 4. After the entire nation had crossed the Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua, "Choose 12 men from the people, one from each tribe, and instruct them to take up 12 stones from this spot in the bed of the Jordan where the priests have been standing motionless. Carry them over with you and place them where you are to stay tonight." Summoning the 12 men whom he had selected from among the Israelites, one from each tribe, Joshua said to them, "Go to the bed of the Jordan in front of the ark of the Lord your God. Lift to your shoulders 1 stone apiece, so that they will equal in number the tribes of the Israelites. In the future, these are to be a sign among you. When your children ask you what these stones mean to you, you shall answer them, 'The waters of the Jordan ceased to flow before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, when it crossed the Jordan.' Thus these stones are to serve as a perpetual memorial to the Israelites." The 12 Israelites did as Joshua had commanded. They took up as many stones from the bed of the Jordan as there were tribes of the Israelites, and carried them along to the campsite, where they placed them according to the Lord's direction. Joshua also had 12 stones set up in the bed of the Jordan, on the spot where the priests stood, who were carrying the Ark of the Covenant. They are there to this day. The priests carrying the ark remained in the bed of the Jordan until everything had been done that the Lord had commanded Joshua to tell the people. The people crossed over quickly, and when all had reached the other side, the ark of the Lord, borne by the priests, also crossed to its place in front of them. The Reubenites, Gadites, and half-tribe of Manasseh, armed, marched in the vanguard of the Israelites as Moses had ordered. About 40,000 troops equipped for battle passed over before the Lord to the plains of Jericho. That day the Lord exalted Joshua in the sight of all Israel, and thenceforth, during his whole life, they respected him as they had respected Moses. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Command the priests carrying the Ark of the Commandments to come up from the Jordan." Joshua did so, and when the priests carrying the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord had come up from the bed of the Jordan, as the soles of their feet regained the dry ground, the waters of the Jordan resumed their course, and as before, overflowed all its banks. The people came up from the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month and camped in Gilgal on the eastern limits of Jericho. At Gilgal, Joshua set up the 12 stones which had been taken from the Jordan, saying to the Israelites, "In the future, when the children among you ask their fathers what these stones mean, you shall inform them, 'Israel crossed the Jordan here on dry ground.' For the Lord your God dried up the waters of the Jordan in front of you until you crossed over, just as the Lord your God had done at the Red Sea, which he dried up in front of us until we crossed over, in order that all the peoples of the earth may learn that the hand of the Lord is mighty, and that you may fear the Lord your God forever." Joshua chapter 5. When all the kings of the Amorites to the west of the Jordan and all the kings of the Canaanites by the sea heard that the Lord had dried up the waters of the Jordan before the Israelites until they crossed over, they were disheartened and lost courage at their approach. On this occasion, the Lord said to Joshua, "Make flint knives and circumcise the Israelite nation for the second time." So Joshua made flint knives and circumcised the Israelites at Gibeat Haraloth under these circumstances. Of all the people who came out of Egypt, every man of military age had died in the desert during the journey after they left Egypt. Though all the men who came out were circumcised, none of those born in the deserts during the journey after the departure from Egypt was circumcised. Now the Israelites had wandered 40 years in the desert until all the warriors among the people that came forth from Egypt died off because they had not obeyed the command of the Lord. For the Lord swore that he would not let them see the land flowing with milk and honey, which he had promised their fathers he would give us. It was the children whom he raised up in their stead, whom Joshua circumcised, for these were yet with foreskins, not having been circumcised on the journey. When the rites had been performed, the whole nation remained in camp where they were until they recovered. Then the Lord said to Joshua, "Today I have removed the reproach of Egypt from you." Therefore the place is called Gilgal to the present day. While the Israelites were encamped at Gilgal on the plains of Jericho, they celebrated the Passover on the evening of the 14th of the month. On the day after the Passover, they ate of the produce of the land in the form of unleavened cakes and parched grain. On that same day after the Passover, on which they ate of the produce of the land, the manna ceased. No longer was there manna for the Israelites, who that year ate of the yield of the land of Canaan. While Joshua was near Jericho, he raised his eyes and saw one who stood facing him, drawn sword in hand. Joshua went up to him and asked, "Are you one of us or of our enemies?" He replied, "Neither. I am the captain of the hosts of the Lord, and I have just arrived." Then Joshua fell prostrate to the ground in worship and said to him, "What has my Lord to say to his servant?" The captain of the host of the Lord replied to Joshua, "Remove your sandals from your feet, for the place on which you are standing is holy." And Joshua obeyed. Joshua chapter 6. Now, Jericho was in a state of siege because of the presence of the Israelites, so that no one left or entered. And to Joshua the Lord said, "I have delivered Jericho and its king into your power. Have all the soldiers circle the city, marching once around it. Do this for 6 days, with 7 priests carrying ram's horns ahead of the ark. On the 7th day, march around the city 7 times, and have the priests blow the horns. When they give a long blast on the ram's horns, and you hear that signal, all the people shall shout aloud. The wall of the city will collapse, and they will be able to make a frontal attack." Summoning the priests, Joshua, son of Nun, then ordered them to take up the Ark of the Covenant, with 7 of the priests carrying ram's horns in front of the Ark of the Lord. And he ordered the people to proceed in a circle around the city, with the picked troops marching ahead of the Ark of the Lord. At this order they proceeded, with the 7 priests who carried the ram's horns before the Lord blowing their horns, and the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord following them. In front of the priests with the horns marched the picked troops. The rear guard followed the ark, and the blowing of horns was kept up continually as they marched. But the people had been commanded by Joshua not to shout or make any noise or outcry until he gave the word. Only then were they to shout. So he had the ark of the Lord circle the city, going once around it, after which they returned to camp for the night. Early the next morning, Joshua had the priests take up the ark of the Lord. The 7 priests bearing the ram's horns marched in front of the ark of the Lord, blowing their horns. Ahead of these marched the picked troops, while the rear guard followed the ark of the Lord, and the blowing of horns was kept up continually. On this second day, they again marched around the city once before returning to camp, and for 6 days in all, they did the same. On the 7th day, beginning at daybreak, they marched around the city 7 times in the same manner. On that day, only did they march around the city 7 times. The 7th time around, the priests blew the horns, and Joshua said to the people, "Now shout, for the Lord has given you the city and everything in it. It is under the Lord's ban. Only the harlot Rahab and all who are in the house with her are to be spared, because she hid the messengers we sent. But be careful not to take, in your greed, anything that is under the ban, else you will bring upon the camp of Israel this ban and the misery of it. All silver and gold and the articles of bronze or iron are sacred to the Lord. They shall be put in the treasury of the Lord." As the horns blew, the people began to shout. When they heard the signal horn, they raised a tremendous shout. The wall collapsed, and the people stormed the city in a frontal attack and took it. They observed the ban by putting to the sword all living creatures in the city, men and women, young and old, as well as oxen, sheep, and asses. Joshua directed the 2 men who had spied out the land, "Go into the harlot's house and bring out the woman with all her kin, as you swore to her you would do." The spies entered and brought out Rahab with her father, mother, brothers, and all her kin. Her entire family they led forth and placed them outside the camp of Israel. The city itself they burned with all that was in it, except the silver, gold, and articles of bronze and iron, which were placed in the treasury of the house of the Lord. Because Rahab the harlot had hidden the messengers whom Joshua had sent to reconnoiter Jericho, Joshua spared her with her family and all her kin, who continue in the midst of Israel to this day. On that occasion, Joshua imposed the oath, "Cursed before the Lord be the man who attempts to rebuild this city, Jericho. He shall lose his firstborn when he lays its foundation, and he shall lose his youngest son when he sets up its gates." Thus the Lord was with Joshua, so that his fame spread throughout the land. Joshua chapter 7. But the Israelites violated the ban. Achan, son of Carmi, son of Zerah, son of Zara, of the tribe of Judah, took goods that were under the ban, and the anger of the Lord flared up against the Israelites. Joshua next sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is near Bethel on its eastern side, with instructions to go up and reconnoiter the land. When they had explored Ai, they returned to Joshua and advised, "Do not send all the people up. If only about 2,000 or 3,000 go up, they can overcome Ai. The enemy there are few. You need not call for an effort from all the people." About 3,000 of the people made the attack, but they were defeated by those at Ai, who killed some 36 of them. They pressed them back across the clearing in front of the city gates till they broke ranks and defeated them finally on the descent, so that the confidence of the people melted away like water. Joshua, together with the elders of Israel, rent his garments and lay prostrate before the ark of the Lord until evening, and they threw dust on their heads. "Alas, O Lord God," Joshua prayed, Why did you ever allow this people to pass over the Jordan, delivering us into the power of the Amorites, that they might destroy us? Would that we had been content to dwell on the other side of the Jordan. Pray, Lord, what can I say now that Israel has turned its back to its enemies? When the Canaanites and the other inhabitants of the land hear of it, they will close in around us and efface our name from the earth. What will you do for your great name? The Lord replied to Joshua, Stand up. Why are you lying prostrate? Israel has sinned. They have violated the covenant which I enjoined on them. They have stealthily taken goods subject to the ban and have deceitfully put them in their baggage. If the Israelites cannot stand up to their enemies, but must turn their back to them, it is because they are under the ban. I will not remain with you unless you remove from among you whoever has incurred the ban. Rise, sanctify the people. Tell them to sanctify themselves before tomorrow, for the Lord, the God of Israel, says, You are under the ban, O Israel. You cannot stand up to your enemies until you remove from among you whoever has incurred the ban. In the morning, you must present yourselves by tribes. The tribe which the Lord designates shall come forward by clans. The clan which the Lord designates shall come forward by families. The family which the Lord designates shall come forward one by one. He who is designated as having incurred the ban shall be destroyed by fire with all that is his, because he has violated the covenant of the Lord and has committed a shameful crime in Israel. Early the next morning, Joshua had Israel come forward by tribes, and the tribe of Judah was designated. Then he had the clans of Judah come forward, and the clan of Zerah was designated. He had the clan of Zerah come forward by families, and Zabdi was designated. Finally, he had that family come forward one by one, and Achan, son of Carmi, son of Zabdi, son of Zerah of the tribe of Judah, was designated. Joshua said to Achan, My son, give to the Lord, the God of Israel, glory and honor by telling me what you have done. Do not hide it from me. Achan answered Joshua, I have indeed sinned against the Lord, the God of Israel. This is what I have done. Among the spoils, I saw a beautiful Babylonian mantle, 200 shekels of silver, and a bar of gold, 50 shekels in weight. In my greed, I took them. They are now hidden in the ground inside my tent, with the silver underneath. The messengers, whom Joshua sent, hastened to the tent and found them hidden there with the silver underneath. They took them from the tent, brought them to Joshua and all the Israelites, and spread them out before the Lord. Then Joshua and all Israel took Achan, son of Zerah, with the silver, the mantle, and the bar of gold, and with his sons and daughters, his ox, his ass, and his sheep, his tent, and all his possessions, and led them off to the valley of Achor. Joshua said, The Lord bring upon you today the misery with which you have afflicted us. And all Israel stoned him to death and piled a great heap of stones over him, which remains to the present day. Then the anger of the Lord relented. That is why the place is called the Valley of Achor to this day. Joshua chapter 8. The Lord then said to Joshua, Do not be afraid or dismayed. Take all the army with you and prepare to attack Ai. I have delivered the king of Ai into your power, with his people, city, and land. Do to Ai and its king what you did to Jericho and its king, except that you may take its spoil and livestock as booty. Set an ambush behind the city. So Joshua and all the soldiers prepared to attack Ai. Picking out 30,000 warriors, Joshua sent them off by night with these orders. See that you ambush the city from the rear at no great distance. Then all of you be on the watch. The rest of the people and I will come up to the city. And when they make a sortie against us, as they did the last time, we will flee from them. They will keep coming out after us until we have drawn them away from the city, for they will think we are fleeing from them as we did the last time. When this occurs, rise from ambush and take possession of the city, which the Lord your God will deliver into your power. When you have taken the city, set it afire in obedience to the Lord's command. These are my orders to you. Then Joshua sent them away. They went to the place of ambush, taking up their position to the west of Ai, toward Bethel. Joshua, however, spent that night in the plain. Early the next morning, Joshua mustered the army and went up to Ai at its head with the elders of Israel. When all the troops he led were drawn up in position before the city, they pitched camp north of Ai, on the other side of the ravine. He took about 5,000 men and set them in ambush between Bethel and Ai, west of the city. Thus the people took up their stations, with the main body north of the city and the ambush west of it. And Joshua waited overnight among his troops. The king of Ai saw this, and he and all his army came out very early in the morning to engage Israel in battle at the descent toward the Arabah, not knowing that there was an ambush behind the city. Joshua and the main body of the Israelites fled in seeming defeat toward the desert, till the last of the soldiers in the city had been called out to pursue them. Since they were drawn away from the city, with every man engaged in this pursuit of Joshua and the Israelites, not a soldier remained in Ai or Bethel, and the city was open and unprotected. Then the Lord directed Joshua, "Stretch out the javelin in your hand toward Ai, for I will deliver it into your power." Joshua stretched out the javelin in his hand toward the city, and as soon as he did so, the men in ambush rose from their posts, rushed in, captured the city, and immediately set it on fire. By the time the men of Ai looked back, the smoke from the city was already sky high. Escape in any direction was impossible because the Israelites, retreating toward the desert, now turned on their pursuers. For when Joshua and the main body of Israelites saw that the city had been taken from ambush and was going up in smoke, they struck back at the men of Ai. Since those in the city came out to intercept them, the men of Ai were hemmed in by Israelites on either side, who cut them down without any fugitives or survivors except the king, whom they took alive and brought to Joshua. All the inhabitants of Ai, who had pursued the Israelites into the desert, were slain by the sword there in the open, down to the last man. Then all Israel returned and put to the sword those inside the city. There fell that day a total of 12,000 men and women, the entire population of Ai. Joshua kept the javelin in his hand, stretched out until he had fulfilled the doom on all the inhabitants of Ai. However, the Israelites took for themselves as booty the livestock and the spoil of that city, according to the command of the Lord issued to Joshua. Then Joshua destroyed the place by fire, reducing it to an everlasting mound of ruins, as it remains today. He had the king of Ai hanged on a tree until evening. Then, at sunset, Joshua ordered the body removed from the tree and cast at the entrance of the city gate, where a great heap of stones was piled up over it, which remains to the present day. Later, Joshua built an altar to the Lord, the God of Israel, on Mount Ebal, of unknown stones on which no iron tool had been used, in keeping with the command to the Israelites of Moses, the servant of the Lord, as recorded in the book of the law. On this altar, they offered holocausts and peace offerings to the Lord. There, in the presence of the Israelites, Joshua inscribed upon the stones a copy of the law written by Moses. And all Israel, stranger and native alike, with their elders, officers, and judges, stood on either side of the ark, facing the Levitical priests who were carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord. Half of them were facing Mount Gerizim and half Mount Ebal, thus carrying out the instructions of Moses, the servant of the Lord, for the blessing of the people of Israel on this first occasion. Then were read aloud all the words of the law, the blessings and the curses, exactly as written in the book of the law, every single word that Moses had commanded. Joshua read aloud to the entire community, including the women and children and the strangers who had accompanied Israel. Joshua chapter 9. When the news reached the kings west of the Jordan, in the mountain regions and in the foothills, and all along the coast of the Great Sea as far as Lebanon, Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, they all formed an alliance to launch a common attack against Joshua and Israel. On learning what Joshua had done to Jericho and Ai, the inhabitants of Gibeon put into effect a device of their own. They chose provisions for a journey, making use of old sacks for their asses and old wineskins torn and mended. They wore old patched sandals and shabby garments, and all the bread they took was dry and crumbly. Thus they journeyed to Joshua in the camp at Gilgal, where they said to him and to the men of Israel, "We have come from a distant land to propose that you make an alliance with us." But the men of Israel replied to the Hivites, "You may be living in land that is ours. How then can we make an alliance with you?" But they answered Joshua, "We are your servants." Then Joshua asked them, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" They answered him, "Your servants have come from a far-off land because of the fame of the Lord your God. For we have heard reports of all that he did in Egypt and all that he did to the two kings of the Amorites beyond the Jordan, Sihon, king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth. So our elders and all the inhabitants of our country said to us, 'Take along provisions for the journey and go to meet them. Say to them, "We are your servants. We propose that you make an alliance with us." This bread of ours was still warm when we brought it from home as provisions the day we left to come to you. But now it is dry and crumbled. Here are our wineskins, which were new when we filled them, but now they are torn. Look at our garments and sandals, which are worn out from the very long journey." Then the Israelite princes partook of their provisions without seeking the advice of the Lord. So Joshua made an alliance with them and entered into an agreement to spare them, which the princes of the community sealed with an oath. 3 days after the agreement was entered into, the Israelites learned that these people were from nearby and would be living in Israel. The third day on the road, the Israelites came to their cities of Gibeon, Chephirah, Beeroth, and Kiriath Jearim, but did not attack them, because the princes of the community had sworn to them by the Lord, the God of Israel. When the entire community grumbled against the princes, these all remonstrated with the people, "We have sworn to them by the Lord, the God of Israel, and so we cannot harm them. Let us therefore spare their lives and so deal with them that we shall not be punished for the oath we have sworn to them." Thus the princes recommended that they be let live as hewers of wood and drawers of water for the entire community. And the community did as the princes advised them. Joshua summoned the Gibeonites and said to them, "Why did you lie to us and say that you lived at a great distance from us when you will be living in our very midst? For this are you accursed. Every one of you shall always be a slave, hewers of wood and drawers of water for the house of my God." They answered Joshua, "Your servants were fully informed of how the Lord your God commanded his servant Moses that you be given the entire land and that all its inhabitants be destroyed before you. Since, therefore, at your advance, we were in great fear for our lives, we acted as we did. And now that we are in your power, do with us what you think fit and right." Joshua did what he had decided while he saved them from being killed by the Israelites. At the same time, he made them, as they still are, hewers of wood and drawers of water for the community and for the altar of the Lord, in the place of the Lord's choice. Joshua chapter 10. Now Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, heard that in the capture and destruction of Ai, Joshua had done to that city and its king as he had done to Jericho and its king. He heard also that the inhabitants of Gibeon had made their peace with Israel, remaining among them, and that there was great fear abroad because Gibeon was large enough for a royal city, larger even than the city of Ai, and all its men were brave. So Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, sent for Hoham, king of Hebron, Piram, king of Jarmuth, Japhia, king of Lachish, and Debir, king of Eglon, to come to his aid for an attack on Gibeon, since it had concluded peace with Joshua and the Israelites. The 5 Amorite kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon united all their forces and marched against Gibeon, where they took up siege positions. Thereupon, the men of Gibeon sent an appeal to Joshua in his camp at Gilgal. "Do not abandon your servants. Come up here quickly and save us. Help us, because all the Amorite kings of the mountain country have joined forces against us." So Joshua marched up from Gilgal with his picked troops and the rest of his soldiers. Meanwhile, the Lord said to Joshua, "Do not fear them, for I have delivered them into your power. Not one of them will be able to withstand you." And when Joshua made his surprise attack upon them after an all-night march from Gilgal, the Lord threw them into disorder before him. The Israelites inflicted a great slaughter on them at Gibeon and pursued them down the Base Horon slope, harassing them as far as Azekah and Makkedah. While they fled before Israel along the descent from Beth Horon, the Lord hurled great stones from the sky above them all the way to Azekah, killing many. More died from these hailstones than the Israelites slew with the sword. On this day, when the Lord delivered up the Amorites to the Israelites, Joshua prayed to the Lord and said in the presence of Israel, "Stand still, O sun, at Gibeon, O moon, in the valley of Aijalon." And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, while the nation took vengeance on its foes. Is this not recorded in the book of Jasher? The sun halted in the middle of the sky. Not for a whole day did it resume its swift course. Never before or since was there a day like this, when the Lord obeyed the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. Then Joshua and all Israel returned to the camp at Gilgal. Meanwhile, the 5 kings who had fled hid in a cave at Makkedah. When Joshua was told that the 5 kings had been discovered hiding in a cave at Makkedah, he said, "Roll large stones to the mouth of the cave and post men over it to guard them. But do not remain there yourselves. Pursue your enemies and harry them in the rear. Do not allow them to escape to their cities, for the Lord your God has delivered them into your power." Once Joshua and the Israelites had finally inflicted the last blows in this very great slaughter, and the survivors had escaped from them into the fortified cities, all the army returned safely to Joshua and the camp at Makkedah, no man uttering a sound against the Israelites. Then Joshua said, "Open the mouth of the cave and bring out those 5 kings to me." Obediently, they brought out to him from the cave the 5 kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon. When they had done so, Joshua summoned all the men of Israel and said to the commanders of the soldiers who had marched with him, "Come forward and put your feet on the necks of these kings." They came forward and put their feet upon their necks. Then Joshua said to them, "Do not be afraid or dismayed. Be firm and steadfast. This is what the Lord will do to all the enemies against whom you fight." Thereupon Joshua struck and killed them and hanged them on 5 trees, where they remained hanging until evening. At sunset, they were removed from the trees at the command of Joshua and cast into the cave where they had hidden. Over the mouth of the cave, large stones were placed, which remain until this very day. Makkedah, too, Joshua captured and put to the sword at that time. He fulfilled the doom on the city, on its king, and on every person in it, leaving no survivors. Thus he did to the king of Makkedah what he had done to the king of Jericho. Joshua then passed on with all Israel from Makkedah to Libnah, which he attacked. Libnah also, with its king, the Lord, delivered into the power of Israel. He put it to the sword with every person there, leaving no survivors. Thus he did to its king what he had done to the king of Jericho. Joshua next passed on with all Israel from Libnah to Lachish, where they set up a camp during the attack. The Lord delivered Lachish into the power of Israel, so that on the second day Joshua captured it and put it to the sword with every person in it, just as he had done to Libnah. At that time, Horam, king of Gaza, came up to help Lachish, but Joshua defeated him and his people, leaving him no survivors. From Lachish, Joshua passed on with all Israel to Eglon. Encamping near it, they attacked it and captured it the same day, putting it to the sword. He fulfilled the doom that day on every person in it, just as he had done at Lachish. From Eglon, Joshua went up with all Israel to Hebron, which they attacked and captured. They put it to the sword with its king, all its towns, and every person there, leaving no survivors, just as Joshua had done to Eglon. He fulfilled the doom on it and on every person there. Then Joshua and all Israel turned back to Debir and attacked it, capturing it with its king and all its towns. They put them to the sword and fulfilled the doom on every person there, leaving no survivors. Thus was done to Debir and its king what had been done to Hebron, as well as to Libnah and its king. Joshua conquered the entire country, the mountain regions, the Negeb, the foothills, and the mountain slopes with all their kings. He left no survivors, but fulfilled the doom on all who lived there, just as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded. Joshua conquered from Kadesh Barnea to Gaza and all the land of Goshen to Gibeon. All these kings and their lands Joshua captured in a single campaign, for the Lord, the God of Israel, fought for Israel. Thereupon Joshua, with all Israel, returned to the camp at Gilgal. Joshua, chapter 11. When Jabin, king of Hazor, learned of this, he sent a message to Jobab, king of Madon, to the king of Shimron, to the king of Akshaf, and to the northern kings in the mountain regions and in the Arabah, near Chinneroth, in the foothills, and in Naphath Dor to the west. These were Canaanites to the east and west, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, and Jebusites in the mountain regions, and Hivites at the foot of Hermon in the land of Mizpah. They came out with all their troops, an army numerous as the sands on the seashore, and with a multitude of horses and chariots. All these kings joined forces and marched to the waters of Merom, where they encamped together to fight against Israel. The Lord said to Joshua, "Do not fear them, for by this time tomorrow I will stretch them slain before Israel. You must hamstring their horses and burn their chariots." Joshua with his whole army came upon them at the waters of Merom in a surprise attack. The Lord delivered them into the power of the Israelites, who defeated them and pursued them to Greater Sidon, to Misrephoth Maim, and eastward to the valley of Mizpeh. They struck them all down, leaving no survivors. Joshua did to them as the Lord had commanded. He hamstrung their horses and burned their chariots. At that time, Joshua, turning back, captured Hazor and slew its king with the sword. For Hazor formerly was the chief of all those kingdoms. He also fulfilled the doom by putting every person there to the sword till none was left alive. Hazor itself he burned. Joshua thus captured all those kings with their cities and put them to the sword, fulfilling the doom on them, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded. However, Israel did not destroy by fire any of the cities built on raised sites, except Hazor, which Joshua burned. The Israelites took all the spoil and livestock of these cities as their booty, but the people they put to the sword until they had exterminated the last of them, leaving none alive. As the Lord had commanded his servant Moses, so Moses commanded Joshua, and Joshua acted accordingly. He left nothing undone that the Lord had commanded Moses should be done. So Joshua captured all this land, the mountain regions, the entire Negeb, all the land of Goshen, the foothills, the Arabah, as well as the mountain regions and foothills of Israel, from Mount Halak that rises towards Seir as far as Balgad, in the Lebanon valley at the foot of Mount Hermon. All their kings he captured and put to death. Joshua waged war against all these kings for a long time. With the exception of the Hivites who lived in Gibeon, no city made peace with the Israelites. All were taken in battle. For it was the design of the Lord to encourage them to wage war against Israel, that they might be doomed to destruction and thus receive no mercy, but be exterminated, as the Lord had commanded Moses. At that time, Joshua penetrated the mountain regions and exterminated the Anakim in Hebron, Debir, Anab, the entire mountain region of Judah, and the entire mountain region of Israel. Joshua fulfilled the doom on them and on their cities, so that no Anakim were left in the land of the Israelites. However, some survived in Gaza, in Gath, and in Ashdod. Thus Joshua captured the whole country, just as the Lord had foretold to Moses. Joshua gave it to Israel as their heritage, apportioning it among the tribes. And the land enjoyed peace. Joshua chapter 12. The kings of the land east of the Jordan, from the river Arnon to Mount Hermon, including all the eastern section of the Arabah, whom the Israelites conquered and whose lands they occupied, were: first, Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon. His domain extended from Aroer, which is on the bank of the Wadi Arnon, to include the Wadi itself and the land northward, through half of Gilead to the Wadi Jabbok, as well as the Arabah from the eastern side of the Sea of Chinnereth as far south as the eastern side of the Salt Sea of the Arabah in the direction of Beth Jeshimoth, to a point under the slopes of Pisgah. Secondly, Og, king of Bashan, a survivor of the Rephaim, who lived at Ashtaroth and Edrei. He ruled over Mount Hermon, Salekah, and all Bashan, as far as the boundary of the Geshurites and Maacathites, and over half of Gilead, as far as the territory of Sihon, king of Heshbon. After Moses, the servant of the Lord, and the Israelites conquered them, he assigned their land to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh as their property. This is a list of the kings whom Joshua and the Israelites conquered west of the Jordan, and whose land, from Baal-gad in the Lebanon valley to Mount Halak, which rises towards Seir, Joshua apportioned to the tribes of Israel. It included the mountain regions and foothills, the Arabah, the slopes, the desert, and the Negeb, belonging to the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. They were the kings of Jericho, Ai, which is near Bethel, Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, Eglon, Gezer, Debir, Geder, Homa, Arad, Libnah, Adullam, Makkedah, Bethel, Tapua, Hepher, Afek, Lasharon, Medon, Hazor, Shimron, Akshap, Tanak, Megiddo, Kadesh, Jokneam at Carmel, and Dor in Naphath Dor, the foreign king at Gilgal, and the king of Tirzah, 31 kings in all. Joshua, chapter 13. When Joshua was old and advanced in years, the Lord said to him, "Though now you are old and advanced in years, a very large part of the land still remains to be conquered. This additional land includes all Geshur and all the districts of the Philistines, from the stream adjoining Egypt to the boundary of Ekron in the north is reckoned Canaanite territory, though held by the 5 lords of the Philistines in Gaza, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gath, and Ekron, also where the Avim are in the south. All the land of the Canaanites from Meara of the Sidonians to Aphek, and the boundaries of the Amorites, and the Gebelite territory, and all the Lebanon on the east, from Baal-gad at the foot of Mount Hermon to Labo in the land of Hamath. At the advance of the Israelites, I will drive out all the Sidonian inhabitants of the mountain regions between Lebanon and Misrephoth-maim. At least include these areas in the division of the Israelite heritage, just as I have commanded you. Now, therefore, a portion among the 9 tribes and the half-tribe of Manasseh, the land which is to be their heritage. Now the other half of the tribe of Manasseh, as well as the Reubenites and Gadites, had received their heritage, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, had given them east of the Jordan, from Aroer on the bank of the Wadi Arnon, and the city in the Wadi itself, through the tableland of Medeba and Dibon, with the rest of the cities of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, to the boundary of the Ammonites, also Gilead, and the territory of the Geshurites and Maacathites, all Mount Hermon, and all Bashan, as far as Salekah, the entire kingdom in Bashan of Og, a survivor of the Rephaim, who reigned at Ashtaroth and Edrei. Though Moses conquered and occupied these territories, the Israelites did not dislodge the Geshurites and Maacathites, so that Geshur and Maacath survive in the midst of Israel to this day. However, to the tribe of Levi Moses assigned no heritage, since, as the Lord had promised them, the Lord, the God of Israel, is their heritage. What Moses gave to the Reubenite clans, their territory reached from Aroer on the bank of the Wadi Arnon and the city in the Wadi itself, through the tableland about Medeba, to include Heshbon and all its towns, which are on the tableland, Dibon, Bamoth Baal, Beth Baal Meon, Jahaz, Kedemoth, Mephat, Kriatem, Sibma, Zereth Shahar, on the knoll within the valley, Beth Peor, the slopes of Pisgah, Beth Jeshimoth, and the other cities of the tableland, and generally of the kingdom of Sihon. This Amorite king, who reigned in Heshbon, Moses had killed with his vassals, the princes of Midian, who were settled in the land, Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba. And among their slain followers, the Israelites put to the sword also the soothsayer Balaam, son of Beor. The boundary of the Reubenites was the bank of the Jordan. These cities and their villages were the heritage of the clans of the Reubenites. What Moses gave to the Gadite clans, their territory included Jazer, all the cities of Gilead, and half the land of the Ammonites as far as Aroer, toward Rabbah, that is, from Heshbon to Ramat Mizpeh and Betonim, and from Mahanaim to the boundary of Lodebar. And in the Jordan Valley, Beth Haram, Beth Nimrah, Sukkot, Zaphon, the other part of the kingdom of Sihon, king of Heshbon, with the bank of the Jordan to the southeastern tip of the Sea of Chinnereth. These cities and their villages were the heritage of the clans of the Gadites. What Moses gave to the clans of the half-tribe of Manasseh. Their territory included Mahanaim, all of Bashan, the entire kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, and all the villages of Jair, which are 60 cities in Bashan. Half of Gilead, with Ashtaroth and Edrei, once the royal cities of Og in Bashan, fell to the descendants of Machir, son of Manasseh, for half the clans descended from Machir. These are the portions which Moses gave when he was in the plains of Moab, beyond the Jordan east of Jericho. However, Moses gave no heritage to the tribe of Levi, since the Lord himself, the God of Israel, is their heritage as he promised. Joshua chapter 14. Here follow the portions which the Israelites received in the land of Canaan. Eleazar the priest Joshua, son of Nun, and the heads of families in the tribes of the Israelites determined their heritage by lot in accordance with the instructions the Lord had given through Moses concerning the remaining 9.5 tribes. For to 2.5 tribes, Moses had already given a heritage beyond the Jordan. And though the Levites were given no heritage among the tribes, the descendants of Joseph formed 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim. The Levites themselves received no share of the land except cities to live in, with their pasture lands for the cattle and flocks. Thus, in apportioning the land, did the Israelites carry out the instructions of the Lord to Moses. When the Judahites came up to Joshua in Gilgal, the Kenizzite Caleb, son of Jephunneh, said to him, "You know what the Lord said to the man of God, Moses, about you and me in Kadesh Barnea. I was 40 years old when the servant of the Lord Moses sent me from Kadesh Barnea to reconnoiter the land, and I brought back to him a conscientious report. My fellow scouts who went up with me discouraged the people, but I was completely loyal to the Lord my God. On that occasion, Moses swore this oath: the land where you have set foot shall become your heritage, and that of your descendants forever, because you have been completely loyal to the Lord my God. Now, as he promised, the Lord has preserved me while Israel was journeying through the desert for the 45 years since the Lord spoke thus to Moses. And although I am now 85 years old, I am still as strong today as I was the day Moses sent me forth, with no less vigor, whether for war or for ordinary tasks. Give me, therefore, this mountain region which the Lord promised me that day, as you yourself heard. True, the Anakim are there with large fortified cities, but if the Lord is with me, I shall be able to drive them out, as the Lord promised." Joshua blessed Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and gave him Hebron as his heritage. Therefore, Hebron remains the heritage of the Kenizzite Caleb, son of Jephunneh, to the present day, because he was completely loyal to the Lord, the God of Israel. Hebron was formerly called Kiriath Arba, for Arba, the greatest among the Anakim, and the land enjoyed peace. Joshua chapter 15. The lot for the clans of the Judahite tribe fell in the extreme south toward the boundary of Edom, the desert of Zin in the Negeb. The boundary there ran from the bay that forms the southern end of the Salt Sea, southward below the pass of Akrabim, across through Zin, up to a point south of Kadesh Barnea, across to Hezron, and up to Adar. From there, looping around Karka, it crossed to Asmon, and then joined the Wadi of Egypt, before coming out at the sea. This is your southern boundary. The eastern boundary was the Salt Sea as far as the mouth of the Jordan. The northern boundary climbed from the bay where the Jordan meets the sea, up to Beth Hogla, and ran north of Beth Araba, up to Eben Bohan ben Reuben. Thence it climbed to Debir, north of the Vale of Achor, in the direction of the Gilgal that faces the pass of Adumim, on the south side of the Wadi. From there it crossed to the waters of En Shemesh, and emerged at En Rogel, climbing again to the valley of Ben Hinnom, on the southern flank of the Jebusites. That is Jerusalem. The boundary rose to the top of the mountain at the northern end of the valley of Rephaim, which bounds the valley of Hinnom on the west. From the top of the mountain, it ran to the fountain of waters of Nephtoah, extended to the cities of Mount Ephron, and continued to Bala, or Kiriath Jearim. From Bala, the boundary curved westward to Mount Seir and passed north of the ridge of Mount Jearim, that is Chesalon. Thence it descended to Beth Shemesh and ran across to Timnah. It then extended along the northern flank of Ekron, continued through Shikkeron, and across to Mount Bala, thence to include Jabneel before it came out at the sea. The western boundary was the Great Sea and its coasts. This was the complete boundary of the clans of the Judahites. As the Lord had commanded, Joshua gave Caleb, son of Jephunneh, a portion among the Judahites, namely Kiriath Arba. Arba was the father of Anak, that is, Hebron, and Caleb drove out from there the three Anakim, the descendants of Anak, Shashai, Ahiman, and Talmai. From there he marched up against the inhabitants of Debir, which was formerly called Kiriath Sepher. Caleb said, "I will give my daughter Aksah in marriage to the one who attacks Kiriath Sepher and captures it." Othniel, son of Caleb's brother Kenaz, captured it, and so Caleb gave him his daughter Aksah in marriage. On the day of her marriage to Othniel, she induced him to ask her father for some land. Then, as she alighted from the ass, Caleb asked her, "What is troubling you?" She answered, "Give me an additional gift. Since you have assigned to me land in the Negeb, give me also pools of water." So he gave her the upper and the lower pools. This is the heritage of the clans of the tribe of Judahites. The cities of the tribe of the Judahites in the extreme southern district toward Edom were Kabzeel, Eder, Jagur, Kina, Dimona, Adada, Kedesh, Hazor, and Itnan, Zip, Telem, Bealot, Hazor Hadatta, and Kiriath Hezron, that is Hazor, Amam, Shema, Molada, Hazargada, Heshmon, Beth Pelet, Hazashual, Beersheba, and Biziotia, Bala, Iim, Ezem, Eltolad, Chesil, Horma, Ziklag, Madmana, Sansana, Lebaot, Shilhim, and En Rimmon, a total of 29 cities with their villages. In the foothills, Eshtaol, Zorah, Ashna, Zanoah, Enganim, Tapua, Enam, Jarmuth, Adullam, Soko, Azekah, Sharaim, Adithaim, Gedera, and Gederothaim. 14 cities and their villages. Zenan, Hadashah, Migdalgad, Dilean, Mizpeh, Joktheel, Lachish, Bozkat, Eglon, Kabon, Lamam, Chitlish, Gederoth, Beth-dagon, Nama, and Makkedah. 16 cities and their villages. Libnah, Etah, Ashan, Iftah, Ashna, Nizib, Keilah, Aksib, and Mareshah. 9 cities and their villages. Ekron and its towns and villages, from Ekron to the sea. All the towns that lie alongside Ashdod, and their villages, Ashdod and its towns and villages, Gaza and its towns and villages, as far as the Wadi of Egypt and the coast of the Great Sea. In the mountain regions, Shamir, Jatir, Soko, Dana, Kiryat Sana, that is Debir, Anab, Eshtemoh, Anim, Goshen, Holon, and Gilo, 11 cities and their villages. Arab, Duma Eshan, Janim, Beth Tapua, Afekah, Humtah, Kiryat Arba, that is Hebron, and Zior, 9 cities and their villages. Maon, Carmel, Ziph, Guta, Jezreel, Jokdim, Zanoah, Kain, Gibeah, and Timnah, 10 cities and their villages. Halhul, Beth Zur, Gedor, Marath, Bethanot, and Eltekon, 6 cities and their villages. Tekoa, Ephrathah, that is Bethlehem, Peor, Etam, Kulom, Tatam, Zorz, Karim, Galim, Betha, and Manoko, 11 cities and their villages. Kiryat Baal, that is Kiryat Jearim, and Rabbah, 2 cities and their villages. In the desert, Beth Araba, Midin, Sekaka, Nibshan, Ir Hamelah, and En-Gedi, 6 cities and their villages. But the Jebusites who lived in Jerusalem, the Judahites, could not drive out. So the Jebusites dwell in Jerusalem beside the Judahites to the present day. Joshua, chapter 16. The lot that fell to the Josephites extended from the Jordan at Jericho to the waters of Jericho, east of the desert. Then the boundary went up from Jericho to the heights at Bethel. Leaving Bethel for Luz, it crossed the ridge to the border of the Archetes at Ataroth and descended westward to the border of the Japletites, to that of the lower Beth Horon, and to Gezer, ending thence at the sea. Within the heritage of Manasseh and Ephraim, sons of Joseph, the dividing line for the heritage of the clans of the Ephraimites ran from east of Ataroth Adar to upper Beth Horonan, thence to the sea. From Mikmethat on the north, their boundary curved eastward around Ta'anath Shiloh and continued east of it to Janoah. From there, it descended to Ataroth and Nara, and skirting Jericho, it ended at the Jordan. From Tapua, the boundary ran westward to the Wadi Kana and ended at the sea. This was the heritage of the clans of the Ephraimites, including the villages that belonged to each city set aside for the Ephraimites within the territory of the Manasseites. But they did not drive out the Canaanites living in Gezer, who live on within Ephraim to the present day, though they have been impressed as laborers. Joshua, chapter 17. Now, as for the lot that fell to the tribe of Manasseh, as the firstborn of Joseph, since his eldest son, Machir, the father of Gilead, was a warrior who had already obtained Gilead and Bashan, the allotment was now made to the other descendants of Manasseh, the clans of Abiezer, Helek, Asriel, Shechem, Hepher, and Shemida, the other male children of Manasseh, son of Joseph. Furthermore, Zelophehad, son of Hepher, son of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, had no sons, but only daughters, whose names were Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These presented themselves to Eleazar the priest, to Joshua, son of Nun, and to the princes, saying, "The Lord commanded Moses to give us a heritage among our kinsmen." So, in obedience to the command of the Lord, a heritage was given to each of them among their father's kinsmen. Thus 10 shares fell to Manasseh apart from the land of Gilead and Bashan, beyond the Jordan, since these female descendants of Manasseh received each a portion among his sons. The land of Gilead fell to the rest of the Manasseh. Manasseh bordered on Asher. From Mikmetzat, near Shechem, another boundary ran southward to include the natives of En Tapua, because the district of Tapua belonged to Manasseh, although Tapua itself was an Ephraimite city on the border of Manasseh. This same boundary continued down to the Wadi Kana. The cities that belonged to Ephraim from among the cities in Manasseh were those to the south of that wadi. Thus the territory of Manasseh ran north of the wadi and ended at the sea. The land on the south belonged to Ephraim, and that on the north to Manasseh. With the sea as their common boundary, they reached Asher on the north and Issachar on the east. Moreover, in Issachar and in Asher, Manasseh was awarded Beth Shean and his towns, Ibleam and his towns, Dor and his towns and the natives there, Endor and his towns and natives, Taanach and his towns and natives, and Megiddo and his towns and natives. The third is Napat Dor. Since the Manassehites could not conquer these cities, the Canaanites persisted in this region. When the Israelites grew stronger, they impressed the Canaanites as laborers, but they did not drive them out. The descendants of Joseph said to Joshua, "Why have you given us only one lot and one share as our heritage? Our people are too many because of the extent to which the Lord has blessed us." Joshua answered them, "If you are too many, go up to the forest and clear out a place for yourselves there in the land of the Perizzites and Rephaim, since the mountain regions of Ephraim are so narrow." For the Josephites said, "Our mountain regions are not enough for us." On the other hand, the Canaanites living in the valley region all have iron chariots, in particular those in Beth Shean and its towns, and those in the valley of Jezreel. Joshua therefore said to Ephraim and Manasseh, the house of Joseph, "You are a numerous people and very strong. You shall have not merely one share, for the mountain region which is now forest shall be yours when you clear it. Its adjacent land shall also be yours if, despite their strength and iron chariots, you drive out the Canaanites." Joshua chapter 18. After they had subdued the land, the whole community of the Israelites assembled at Shiloh, where they set up the meeting tent. 7 tribes among the Israelites had not yet received their heritage. Joshua therefore said to the Israelites, "How much longer will you put off taking steps to possess the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, has given you? Choose 3 men from each of your tribes. I will commission them to begin a survey of the land, which they shall describe for purposes of inheritance. When they return to me, you shall divide it into 7 parts. Judah is to retain its territory in the south, and the house of Joseph its territory in the north. You shall bring here to me the description of the land in 7 sections. I will then cast lots for you here, before the Lord our God. For the Levites have no share among you, because the priesthood of the Lord is their heritage, while Gad, Reuben, and the half-tribe of Manasseh have already received the heritage east of the Jordan, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave them." When those who were to map out the land were ready for the journey, Joshua instructed them to survey the land, prepare a description of it, and return to him. Then he would cast lots for them there before the Lord in Shiloh. So they went through the land, listed its cities in writing in 7 sections, and returned to Joshua in the camp at Shiloh. Joshua then divided up the land for the Israelites into their separate shares, casting lots for them before the Lord in Shiloh. One lot fell to the clans of the tribe of Benjaminites. The territory allotted them lay between the descendants of Judah and those of Joseph. Their northern boundary began at the Jordan and went over the northern flank of Jericho, up westward into the mountains, till it reached the desert of Beth Aven. From there, it crossed over to the southern flank of Luz, that is Bethel. Then it ran down to Ataroth Adar, on the mountaintop south of Lower Beth Horon. For the western border, the boundary line swung south from the mountaintop opposite Beth Horon till it reached Kiriath Baal, that is Kiriath Jearim, which city belonged to the Judahites. This was the western boundary. The southern boundary began at the limits of Kiriath Jearim and projected to the spring at Nephtoah. It went down to the edge of the mountain on the north of the valley of Rephaim, where it faces the valley of Ben Hinnom, and continuing down the valley of Hinnom along the southern flank of the Jebusites, reached En-Rogel. Inclining to the north, it extended to En-Shemesh and thence to Gelilot, opposite the pass of Adumim. Then it dropped to Eben Bohan ben Reuben, across the northern flank of the Arabah overlook, down into the Arabah. From there, the boundary continued across the northern flank of Beth Hogla and extended to the northern tip of the Salt Sea, at the southern end of the Jordan. This was the southern boundary. The Jordan bounded it on the east. This was how the heritage of the clans of the Benjaminites was bounded on all sides. Now the cities belonging to the clans of the tribe of the Benjaminites were Jericho, Beth Hogla, Emek-Keziz, Beth Arabah, Zemaraim, Bethel, Avim, Parah, Ophrah, Chephar Ammoni, Ophni, and Geba, 12 cities and their villages. Also Gibeon, Ramah, Beeroth, Mizpeh, Chephirah, Mozah, Rechem, Epil, Taralah, Zelah, Haleph, the Jebusite city, that is Jerusalem, Gibeah, and Kiriath, 14 cities and their villages. This was the heritage of the clans of Benjaminites. Joshua, chapter 19. The second lot fell to Simeon. The heritage of the clans of the tribe of Simeonites lay within that of the Judahites. For their heritage, they received Beersheba, Shema, Molada, Hazar-Shual, Bala, Ezem, Eltolad, Betul, Homa, Ziklag, Beth-Markaboth, Hazar-Susah, Beth-Lebaoth, and Sharuhen, 13 cities and their villages. Also En-Rimmon, Etah, and Ashan, 4 cities and their villages, besides all the villages around these cities, as far as Baalat-Beer, that is, Ramoth Negeb. This was the heritage of the clans of the tribe of the Simeonites. This heritage of the Simeonites was within the confines of the Judahites. For since the portion of the latter was too large for them, the Simeonites obtained their heritage within it. The third lot fell to the clans of the Zebulunites. The limit of their heritage was at Sarid. Their boundary went up west and through Marial, reaching Dabeshet, and the Wadi that is near Jokneam. From Sarid eastward, it ran to the district of Chisloth Tabor, onto Dabarat, and up to Japhia. From there, it continued eastward to Gath-Hepher, and to Eth-Kazin, extended to Rimmon, and turned to Nea. Skirting north of Hanaton, the boundary ended at the valley of Iftahel. Thus, with Katat, Nahalal, Shimron, Idalah, and Bethlehem, there were 12 cities and their villages to comprise the heritage of the clans of the Zebulunites. The fourth lot fell to Issachar. The territory of the clans of the Issacharites included Jezreel, Chesuloth, Shunem, Haparaim, Shion, Anaharat, Rabbit, Kishion, Ebez, Remeth, Enganim, Enhada, and Beth-Pazez. The boundary reached Tabor, Shahazuma, and Beth-Shemesh, ending at the Jordan. These 16 cities and their villages were the heritage of the clans of the Issacharites. The fifth lot fell to the clans of the tribe of the Asherites. Their territory included Helkath, Hali, Beten, Akshaph, Alamelech, Amad, and Mishal, and reached Carmel on the west and Shihor Libnath. In the other direction, it ran eastward of Beth Dagon, reached Zebulun and the valley of Iftahel, and then north of Beth Emek and Nael, it extended to Kabul, Mishal, Abdon, Rehob, Hamon, and Kana, near Greater Sidon. Then the boundary turned back to Ramah and to the fortress city of Tyre. Thence it cut back to Hosah and ended at the sea. Thus, with Mahalab, Akzib, Umah, Akko, Aphek, and Rehob, there were 22 cities and their villages to comprise the heritage of the clans of the tribe of the Asherites. The sixth lot fell to the Naphtalites. The boundary of the clans of the Naphtalites extended from Heleph, from the oak at Zaananim, to Lakum, including Adami Nekeb and Jabneel, and ended at the Jordan. In the opposite direction, westerly, it ran through Aznoth Tabor, and from there extended to Hukok. It touched Zebulun on the south, Asher on the west, and the Jordan on the east. The fortified cities were Ziddim, Zer, Hamath, Rakat, Chinneret, Adamah, Ramah, Hazor, Kedesh, Edrei, and Hazor, Yaeron, Migdal El, Horem, Beth Anath, and Beth Shemesh. 19 cities and their villages to comprise the heritage of the clans of the tribe of the Naphtalites. The seventh lot fell to the clans of the tribe of Danites. Their heritage was the territory of Zorah, Eshtaol, Ir-Shemesh, Shalabin, Aijalon, Itla, Elon, Timnah, Ekron, Elteco, Gibbethon, Baalat, Jehud, Bene Berak, Gath-Rimmon, Mijakon, and Rakon, with the coast at Joppa. But the territory of the Danites was too small for them. So the Danites marched up and attacked Leshem, which they captured and put to the sword. Once they had taken possession of Leshem, they renamed the settlement after their ancestor Dan. These cities and their villages were the heritage of the clans of the tribe of the Danites. When the last of them had received the portions of the land they were to inherit, the Israelites assigned a heritage in their midst to Joshua, son of Nun. In obedience to the command of the Lord, they gave him the city which he requested, Timnath-Serah, in the mountain region of Ephraim. He rebuilt the city and made it his home. These are the final portions into which Eleazar the priest Joshua, son of Nun, and the heads of families in the tribes of the Israelites divided the land by lot in the presence of the Lord at the door of the meeting tent in Shiloh. Joshua chapter 20. The Lord said to Joshua, "Tell the Israelites to designate the cities of which I spoke to them through Moses, to which one guilty of accidental and unintended homicide may flee for asylum from the avenger of blood. To one of these cities the killer shall flee, and standing at the entrance of the city gate, he shall plead his case before the elders, who must receive him and assign him a place in which to live among them. Though the avenger of blood pursues him, they are not to deliver up the homicide who slew his fellow man unintentionally and not out of previous hatred. Once he has stood judgment before the community, he shall live on in that city till the death of the high priest who is in office at the time. Then the killer may go back home to his own city from which he fled. So they set apart Kadesh in Galilee, in the mountain region of Naphtali, Shechem in the mountain region of Ephraim, and Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the mountain region of Judah. And beyond the Jordan east of Jericho, they designated Bezer on the open tableland in the tribe of Reuben, Ramoth in Gilead in the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan in the tribe of Manasseh. These were the designated cities to which any Israelite or stranger living among them who had killed a person accidentally might flee to escape death at the hand of the avenger of blood until he could appear before the community. Joshua chapter 21. The heads of the Levite families came up to Eleazar the priest, to Joshua, son of Nun, and to the heads of families of the other tribes of the Israelites at Shiloh in the land of Canaan, and said to them, "The Lord commanded through Moses that cities be given us to dwell in, with pasture lands for our livestock, out of their own heritage. In obedience to this command of the Lord, the Israelites gave the Levites the following cities with their pasture lands. When the first lot among the Levites fell to the clans of the Kohathites, the descendants of Aaron the priest obtained 13 cities by lot from the tribes of Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin. The rest of the Kohathites obtained 10 cities by lot from the clans of the tribe of Ephraim, from the tribe of Dan, and from the half-tribe of Manasseh. The Gershonites obtained 13 cities by lot from the clans of the tribe of Issachar, from the tribe of Asher, from the tribe of Naphtali, and from the half-tribe of Manasseh. The clans of the Merarites obtained 12 cities from the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Zebulun. These cities, with their pasture lands, the Israelites allotted to the Levites in obedience to the Lord's command through Moses. From the tribes of the Judahites and Simeonites, they designated the following cities and assigned them to the descendants of Aaron in the Kohathite clan of the Levites, since the first lot fell to them. First, Kiriath Arba. Arba was the father of Anak, that is, Hebron, in the mountain region of Judah, with the adjacent pasture lands, although the open country and villages belonging to the city had been given to Caleb, son of Jephunneh, as his property. Thus, to the descendants of Aaron, the priests were given the city of asylum for homicides at Hebron, with its pasture lands, also Libnah with its pasture lands, Jatta with its pasture lands, Eshtemoa with its pasture lands, Holon with its pasture lands, Debir with its pasture lands, Ashan with its pasture lands, Juttah with its pasture lands, and Beth Shemesh with its pasture lands, 9 cities from the 2 tribes mentioned. From the tribe of Benjamin, they obtained the 4 cities of Gibeon with its pasture lands, Geba with its pasture lands, Anathoth with its pasture lands, and Almon with its pasture lands. These cities, which with their pasture lands belonged to the priestly descendants of Aaron, were 13 in all. The rest of the Kohathite clans among the Levites obtained by lots from the tribe of Ephraim 4 cities. They were assigned with its pasture lands, the city of asylum for homicides at Shechem in the mountain region of Ephraim, also Gezer with its pasture lands, Kibzaim with its pasture lands, and Beth Horon with its pasture lands. From the tribe of Dan, they obtained the 4 cities of Elteke with its pasture lands, Gibeton with its pasture lands, Aijalon with its pasture lands. These cities, which with their pasture lands belong to the rest of the Kohathite clans, were 10 in all. The Gershonite clan of the Levites received from the half-tribe of Manasseh 2 cities, the city of asylum for homicides at Golan with its pasture lands, and also Beth Ashtaroth with its pasture lands. From the tribe of Issachar, they obtained the 4 cities of Kishon with its pasture lands, Daberat with its pasture lands, Jarmuth with its pasture lands, the cities of En-Ganim with its pasture lands. From the tribe of Asher, the 4 cities of Mishal with its pasture lands, Abdon with its pasture lands, Helkat with its pasture lands, and Rehob with its pasture lands. And from the tribe of Naphtali, 3 cities: the city of asylum for homicides at Kadesh in Galilee with its pasture lands, also Hamath with its pasture lands, and Rakat with its pasture lands. These cities, which with their pasture lands belonged to the Gershonite clans, were 13 in all. The Merarite clans, the last of the Levites, received from the tribe of Zebulun the 4 cities of Jokneam, with its pasture lands, Karta with its pasture lands, Rimmon with its pasture lands, and Nahalal with its pasture lands. Also, across the Jordan, from the tribe of Reuben, 4 cities: the city of asylum for homicides at Bezer with its pasture lands, Jahaz with its pasture lands, Kedemoth with its pasture lands, and Mephath with its pasture lands. And from the tribe of Gad, a total of 4 cities: the city of asylum for homicides at Ramoth in Gilead with its pasture lands, also Mahanaim with its pasture lands, Heshbon with its pasture lands, and Jazer with its pasture lands. The cities which were allotted to the Merarite clans, the last of the Levites, were therefore 12 in all. Thus, the total number of cities within the territory of the Israelites, which, with their pasture lands, belonged to the Levites, was 48. With each and every one of these cities went the pasture lands round about it. And so the Lord gave Israel all the land he had sworn to their fathers he would give them. Once they had conquered and occupied it, the Lord gave them peace on every side, just as he had promised their fathers. Not one of their enemies could withstand them. The Lord brought all their enemies under their power. Not a single promise that the Lord made to the house of Israel was broken. Every one was fulfilled. Joshua chapter 22. At that time, Joshua summoned the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, "You have done all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, and have obeyed every command I gave you. For many years now, you have not once abandoned your kinsmen, but have faithfully carried out the commands of the Lord your God. Since, therefore, the Lord your God has settled your kinsmen as he promised them, you may now return to your tents beyond the Jordan, to your own land, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you. But be very careful to observe the precepts and law which Moses, the servant of the Lord, enjoined upon you. Love the Lord your God, follow him faithfully, keep his commandments, remain loyal to him, and serve him with your whole heart and soul." Joshua then blessed them and sent them away to their own tents. For to half the tribe of Manasseh Moses had assigned land in Bashan, and to the other half Joshua had given a portion, along with their kinsmen, west of the Jordan. What Joshua said to them when he sent them off to their tents with his blessing was, "Now that you are returning to your own tents with great wealth, with very numerous livestock, with silver, gold, bronze, and iron, and with a very large supply of clothing, divide these spoils of your enemies with your kinsmen there." So the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh left the other Israelites at Shiloh in the land of Canaan and returned to the land of Gilead, their own property, which they had received according to the Lord's command through Moses. When the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh came to the region of the Jordan in the land of Canaan, they built there at the Jordan a conspicuously large altar. The other Israelites heard the report that the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh had built an altar in the region of the Jordan facing the land of Canaan, across from them, and therefore they assembled their whole community at Shiloh to declare war on them. First, however, they sent to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead, an embassy consisting of Phinehas, son of Eleazar the priest, and 10 princes, one from every tribe of Israel, each one being both prince and military leader of his ancestral house. When these came to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead, they said to them, "The whole community of the Lord sends this message. What act of treachery is this you have committed against the God of Israel? You have seceded from the Lord this day and rebelled against him by building an altar of your own. For the sin of Peor, a plague came upon the community of the Lord. We are still not free of that. Must you now add to it? You are rebelling against the Lord today, and by tomorrow he will be angry with the whole community of Israel. If you consider the land you now possess unclean, cross over to the land the Lord possesses, where the dwelling of the Lord stands, and share that with us. But do not rebel against the Lord, nor involve us in rebellion by building an altar of your own in addition to the altar of the Lord our God." When Achan, son of Zerah, violated the ban, did not wrath fall upon the entire community of Israel? Though it was but a single man, he did not perish alone for his guilt. The Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh replied to the military leaders of the Israelites, "The Lord is the God of gods. The Lord, the God of gods, knows, and Israel shall know. If now we have acted out of rebellion or treachery against the Lord our God, and if we have built an altar of our own to secede from the Lord, or to offer holocausts, grain offerings, or peace offerings upon it, the Lord himself will exact the penalty. We did it rather out of our anxious concern, lest in the future your children should say to our children, 'What have you to do with the Lord, the God of Israel?' For the Lord has placed the Jordan as a boundary between you and us." Joshua chapter 23. Many years later, after the Lord had given the Israelites rest from all their enemies round about them, and when Joshua was old and advanced in years, he summoned all Israel, including their elders, leaders, judges, and officers, and said to them, "I am old and advanced in years. You have seen all that the Lord your God has done for you against all these nations, for it has been the Lord your God himself who fought for you. Bear in mind that I have apportioned among your tribes as their heritage the nation that survive, as well as those I destroyed between the Jordan and the great sea in the west. The Lord your God will drive them out and dislodge them at your approach, so that you will take possession of their land as the Lord your God promised you. Therefore, strive hard to observe and carry out all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, not straying from it in any way or mingling with these nations while they survive among you. You must not invoke their gods or swear by them or serve them or worship them, but you must remain loyal to the Lord your God as you have been to this day. At your approach, the Lord has driven out large and strong nations, and to this day no one has withstood you. One of you puts to flight 1,000, because it is the Lord your God himself who fights for you, as he promised you. Take great care, however, to love the Lord your God. For if you ever abandon him and ally yourselves with the remnant of these nations while they survive among you, by intermarrying and intermingling with them, know for certain that the Lord your God will no longer drive these nations out of your way. Instead, they will be a snare and a trap for you, a scourge for your sides and thorns for your eyes, until you perish from this good land which the Lord your God has given you. Today, as you see, I am going the way of all men. So now acknowledge with your whole heart and soul that not one of all the promises the Lord your God made to you has remained unfulfilled. Every promise has been fulfilled for you with not one single exception. But just as every promise the Lord your God made to you has been fulfilled for you, so will he fulfill every threat, even so far as to exterminate you from this good land which the Lord your God has given you, if you transgress the covenant of the Lord your God, which he enjoined on you, serve other gods and worship them, the anger of the Lord will flare up against you, and you will quickly perish from the good land which he has given you. Joshua chapter 24. Joshua gathered together all the tribes of Israel at Shechem, summoning their elders, their leaders, their judges, and their officers. When they stood in ranks before God, Joshua addressed all the people. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, in times past your fathers, down to Terah, father of Abraham and Nahor, dwelt beyond the river and served other gods. But I brought your father Abraham from the region beyond the river and led him through the entire land of Canaan. I made his descendants numerous and gave him Isaac. To Isaac I gave Jacob and Esau. To Esau I assigned the mountain region of Seir in which to settle, while Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. Then I sent Moses and Aaron, and smote Egypt with the prodigies which I wrought in her midst. Afterward I led you out of Egypt, and when you reached the sea, the Egyptians pursued your fathers to the Red Sea with chariots and horsemen. Because they cried out to the Lord, he put darkness between your people and the Egyptians, upon whom he brought the sea so that it engulfed them. After you witnessed what I did to Egypt and dwelt a long time in the desert, I brought you into the land of the Amorites, who lived east of the Jordan. They fought against you, but I delivered them into your power. You took possession of their land, and I destroyed them, the two kings of the Amorites, before you. Then Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, prepared to war against Israel. He summoned Balaam, son of Beor, to curse you, but I would not listen to Balaam. On the contrary, he had to bless you, and I saved you from him. Once you crossed the Jordan and came to Jericho, the men of Jericho fought against you, but I delivered them also into your power. And I sent the hornets ahead of you, which drove them, the Amorites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hittites, Girgashites, Hivites, and Jebusites, out of your way. It was not your sword or your bow. I gave you a land which you had not tilled, and cities which you had not built to dwell in. You have eaten of vineyards and olive groves which you did not plant. Now, therefore, fear the Lord and serve him completely and sincerely. Cast out the gods your fathers served beyond the river and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. If it does not please you to serve the Lord, decide today whom you will serve, the gods your fathers served beyond the river, or the gods of the Amorites in whose country you are dwelling. As for me and my household, we will serve the Lord. But the people answered, Far be it from us to forsake the Lord for the service of other gods. For it was the Lord our God who brought us and our fathers up out of the land of Egypt, out of a state of slavery. He performed those great miracles before our very eyes and protected us along our entire journey and among all the peoples through whom we passed. At our approach, the Lord drove out all the peoples, including the Amorites who dwelt in the land. Therefore, we also will serve the Lord, for he is our God. Joshua, in turn, said to the people, "You may not be able to serve the Lord, for he is a holy God. He is a jealous God who will not forgive your transgressions or your sins. If, after the good he has done for you, you forsake the Lord and serve strange gods, he will do evil to you and destroy you." But the people answered Joshua, "We will still serve the Lord." Joshua therefore said to the people, "You are your own witnesses that you have chosen to serve the Lord." They replied, "We are indeed." "Now therefore, put away the strange gods that are among you and turn your hearts to the Lord, the God of Israel." Then the people promised Joshua, "We will serve the Lord our God and obey his voice." So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day and made statutes and ordinances for them at Shechem, which he recorded in the book of the law of God. Then he took a large stone and set it up there under the oak that was in the sanctuary of the Lord. And Joshua said to all the people, "The stone shall be our witness, for it has heard all the words which the Lord spoke to us. It shall be a witness against you, should you wish to deny your God." Then Joshua dismissed the people, each to his own heritage. After these events, Joshua, son of Nun, servant of the Lord, died at the age of 110. He was buried within the limits of his heritage at Timnath Serah in the mountain region of Ephraim, north of Mount Gash. Israel served the Lord during the entire lifetime of Joshua and that of the elders who outlived Joshua, and knew all that the Lord had done for Israel. The bones of Joseph, which the Israelites had brought up from Egypt, were buried in Shechem, in the plot of ground Jacob had bought from the sons of Hamor, father of Shechem, for 100 pieces of money. This was a heritage of the descendants of Joseph. When Eleazar, son of Aaron, also died, he was buried on the hill which had been given to his son Phinehas in the mountain region of Ephraim. Judges chapter 1. After the death of Joshua, the Israelites consulted the Lord, asking, "Who shall be first among us to attack the Canaanites and to do battle with them?" The Lord answered, "Judah shall attack. I have delivered the land into his power." Judah then said to his brother Simeon, "Come up with me into the territory allotted to me, and let us engage the Canaanites in battle. I will likewise accompany you into the territory allotted to you." So Simeon went with him. When the forces of Judah attacked, the Lord delivered the Canaanites and Perizzites into their power, and they slew 10,000 of them in Bezek. It was in Bezek that they came upon Adoni-Bezek and fought against him. When they defeated the Canaanites and Perizzites, Adoni-Bezek fled. They set out in pursuit, and when they caught him, cut off his thumbs and his big toes. At this, Adoni-Bezek said, "70 kings with their thumbs and big toes cut off used to pick up scraps under my table. As I have done, so has God repaid me." He was brought to Jerusalem, and there he died. The Judahites fought against Jerusalem and captured it, putting it to the sword. Then they destroyed the city by fire. Afterward, the Judahites went down to fight against the Canaanites who lived in the mountain region, in the Negeb, and in the foothills. Judah also marched against the Canaanites who dwelt in Hebron, which was formerly called Kiriath Arba, and defeated Sheshai, Ahiman, and Talmai. From there, they marched against the inhabitants of Debir, which was formerly called Kiriath Sepher. And Caleb said, I will give my daughter Aksa in marriage to the one who attacks Kiryat Sefer and captures it. Othniel, son of Caleb's younger brother Kenaz, captured it. So Caleb gave him his daughter Aksa in marriage. On the day of her marriage to Othniel, she induced him to ask her father for some land. Then, as she alighted from the ass, Caleb asked her, "What is troubling you?" "Give me an additional gift," she answered. "Since you have assigned land in the Negeb to me, give me also pools of water." So Caleb gave her the upper and the lower pool. The descendants of the Kenites, Moses' father-in-law, came up with the Judahites from the city of palms to the desert at Arad, which is in the Negeb. But they later left and settled among the Amalekites. Judah then went with his brother Simeon, and they defeated the Canaanites who dwelt in Zephath. After having doomed the city to destruction, they renamed it Hormah. Judah, however, did not occupy Gaza with its territory, Ashkelon with its territory, or Ekron with its territory. Since the Lord was with Judah, he gained possession of the mountain region. Yet he could not dislodge those who lived on the plain because they had iron chariots. As Moses had commanded, Hebron was given to Caleb, who then drove from it the 3 sons of Anak. The Benjaminites did not dislodge the Jebusites who dwelt in Jerusalem, with the result that the Jebusites live in Jerusalem beside the Benjaminites to the present day. The house of Joseph too marched up against Bethel, and the Lord was with them. The house of Joseph had a reconnaissance made of Bethel, which formerly was called Luz. The scouts saw a man coming out of the city and said to him, "Show us a way into the city, and we will spare you." He showed them a way into the city, which they then put to the sword. But they let the man and his whole clan go free. He then went to the land of the Hittites, where he built a city and called it Luz, as it is still called. Manasseh did not take possession of Beth Shean with its towns, or of Tanakh with its towns. Neither did he dislodge the inhabitants of Dor and its towns, those of Ibleam and its towns, or those of Megiddo and its towns. The Canaanites kept their hold in this district. When the Israelites grew stronger, they impressed the Canaanites as laborers, but did not drive them out. Similarly, the Ephraimites did not drive out the Canaanites living in Gaza, and so the Canaanites live in Gaza in their midst. Zebulun did not dislodge the inhabitants of Kitron or those of Nahalol. The Canaanites live among them, but have become forced laborers. Nor did Asher drive out the inhabitants of Akko or those of Sidon, or take possession of Mahaleb, Aksib, Helba, Afik, or Rehob. The Asherites live among the Canaanite natives of the land, whom they have not dislodged. Naphtali did not drive out the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh or those of Beth Anat, and so they live among the Canaanite natives of the land. However, the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh and Beth Anat have become forced laborers for them. The Amorites hemmed in the Danites in the mountain region, not permitting them to go down into the plain. The Amorites had a firm hold in Harheres, Ajalon, and Shalbim. But as the house of Joseph gained the upper hand, they were impressed as laborers. The territory of the Amorites extended from the Akrabim Pass to Selah and beyond. Judges. Chapter 2. An angel of the Lord went up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, "It was I who brought you up from Egypt and led you into the land which I promised on oath to your fathers. I said that I would never break my covenant with you, but that you were not to make a pact with the inhabitants of this land, and you were to pull down their altars. Yet you have not obeyed me. What did you mean by this? For now I tell you, I will not clear them out of your way. They shall oppose you, and their gods shall become a snare for you. When the angel of the Lord had made these threats to all the Israelites, the people wept aloud, and so that place came to be called Bochim. They offered sacrifice there to the Lord. When Joshua dismissed the people, each Israelite went to take possession of his own hereditary land. The people served the Lord during the entire lifetime of Joshua and of those elders who outlived Joshua and who had seen all the great work which the Lord had done for Israel. Joshua, son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, was 110 years old when he died, and they buried him within the borders of his heritage at Timnath-Heres in the mountain region of Ephraim north of Mount Gash. But once the rest of that generation were gathered to their fathers, and a later generation arose that did not know the Lord or what he had done for Israel, the Israelites offended the Lord by serving the Baals, abandoning the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had led them out of the land of Egypt. They followed the other gods of the various nations around them, and by their worship of these gods, provoked the Lord, because they had thus abandoned him and served Baal and the Ashtaroth. The anger of the Lord flared up against Israel, and he delivered them over to plunderers who despoiled them. He allowed them to fall into the power of their enemies, round about whom they were no longer able to withstand. Whatever they undertook, the Lord turned into disaster for them, as in his warning he had sworn he would do, till they were in great distress. Even when the Lord raised up judges to deliver them from the power of their despoilers, they did not listen to their judges, but abandoned themselves to the worship of other gods. They were quick to stray from the way their fathers had taken, and did not follow their example of obedience to the commandments of the Lord. Whenever the Lord raised up judges for them, he would be with the judge and save them from the power of their enemies as long as the judge lived. It was thus the Lord took pity on their distressful cries of affliction under their oppressors. But when the judge died, they would relapse and do worse than their fathers, following other gods in service and worship, relinquishing none of their evil practices or stubborn conduct. In his anger toward Israel, the Lord said, "Inasmuch as this nation has violated my covenant, which I enjoined on their fathers, and has disobeyed me, I, for my part, will not clear away for them any more of the nations which Joshua left when he died." Through these nations, the Israelites were to be made to prove whether or not they would keep to the way of the Lord and continue in it as their fathers had done. Therefore, the Lord allowed them to remain instead of expelling them immediately or delivering them into the power of Israel. Judges chapter 3. The following are the nations which the Lord allowed to remain, so that through them he might try all those Israelites who had no experience of the battles with Canaan, training them in battle. Those generations only of the Israelites who would not have had that previous experience: the 5 lords of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, the Sidonians, and the Hivites, who dwell in the mountain region of Lebanon, between Baal Hermon and the entrance to Hamath. These serve to put Israel to the test, to determine whether they would obey the commandments the Lord had enjoined on their fathers through Moses. Besides, the Israelites were living among the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. In fact, they took their daughters in marriage and gave their own daughters to their sons in marriage and served their gods. Because the Israelites had offended the Lord by forgetting the Lord their God and serving the Baals and the Asherahs, the anger of the Lord flared up against them, and he allowed them to fall into the power of Cushan Rishathaim, king of Aram Naharaim, whom they served for 8 years. But when the Israelites cried out to the Lord, he raised up for them a savior, Othniel, son of Caleb's younger brother Kenaz, who rescued them. The Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he judged Israel. When he went out to war, the Lord delivered Cushan Rishathaim, king of Aram, into his power, so that he made him subject. The land then was at rest for 40 years, until Othniel, son of Kenaz, died. Again, the Israelites offended the Lord, who because of this offense strengthened Eglon, king of Moab, against Israel. In alliance with the Ammonites and Amalekites, he attacked and defeated Israel, taking possession of the city of palms. The Israelites then served Eglon, king of Moab, for 18 years. But when the Israelites cried out to the Lord, he raised up for them a savior, the Benjaminite Ehud, son of Gera, who was left-handed. It was by him that the Israelites sent their tribute to Eglon, king of Moab. Ehud made himself a two-edged dagger, a foot long, and wore it under his clothes over his right thigh. He presented the tribute to Eglon, king of Moab, who was very fat, and after the presentation went off with the tribute bearers. He returned, however, from where the idols are near Gilgal, and said, I have a private message for you, O king. And the king said, Silence. Then, when all his attendants had left his presence, and Ehud went in to him, where he sat alone in his cool upper room, Ehud said, I have a message from God for you. So the king rose from his chair, and then Ehud, with his left hand, drew the dagger from his right thigh and thrust it into Eglon's belly. The hilt also went in after the blade, and the fat closed over the blade, because he did not withdraw the dagger from his body. Then Ehud went out into the hall, shutting the doors of the upper room on him and locking them. When Ehud had left and the servants came, they saw that the doors of the upper room were locked, and thought, he must be easing himself in the cool chamber. They waited until they finally grew suspicious. Since he did not open the doors of the upper room, they took the key and opened them. There on the floor, dead, lay their lord. During their delay, Ehud made good his escape, and, passing the idols, took refuge in Seirah. On his arrival, he sounded the horn in the mountain region of Ephraim, and the Israelites went down from the mountains with him as their leader. Follow me, he said to them, for the Lord has delivered your enemies, the Moabites, into your power. So they followed him down and seized the fords of the Jordan leading to Moab, permitting no one to cross. On that occasion, they slew about 10,000 Moabites, all of them strong and valiant men. Not a man escaped. Thus was Moab brought under the power of Israel at that time, and the land had rest for 80 years. After him there was Shamgar, son of Anat, who slew 600 Philistines with an ox goad. He too rescued Israel. Judges. Chapter 4. After Ehud's death, however, the Israelites again offended the Lord. So the Lord allowed them to fall into the power of the Canaanite king, Jabin, who reigned in Hazor. The general of his army was Sisera, who dwelt in Harosheth Hagoyim. But the Israelites cried out to the Lord, for with his 900 iron chariots, he sorely oppressed the Israelites for 20 years. At this time, the prophetess Deborah, wife of Lapidot, was judging Israel. She used to sit under Deborah's palm tree, situated between Ramah and Bethel in the mountain region of Ephraim, and there the Israelites came up to her for judgment. She sent and summoned Barak, son of Abinoam, from Kadesh of Naphtali. "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, commands," she said to him. "Go, march on Mount Tabor, and take with you 10,000 Naphtalites and Zebulunites. I will lead Sisera, the general of Jabin's army, out to you at the Wadi Kishon, together with his chariots and troops, and will deliver them into your power." But Barak answered her, "If you come with me, I will go. If you do not come with me, I will not go." "I will certainly go with you," she replied, "but you shall not gain the glory in the expedition on which you are setting out, for the Lord will have Sisera fall into the power of a woman." So Deborah joined Barak and journeyed with him to Kadesh. Barak summoned Zebulun and Naphtali to Kadesh, and 10,000 men followed him. Deborah also went up with him. Now the Kenite Heber had detached himself from his own people, the descendants of Hobab, Moses' brother-in-law, and had pitched his tent by the terebinths of Zaanannim, which was near Kadesh. It was reported to Sisera that Barak, son of Abinoam, had gone up to Mount Tabor. So Sisera assembled from Harosheth Hagoyim at the Wadi Kishon all 900 of his iron chariots and all his forces. Deborah then said to Barak, "Be off, for this is the day on which the Lord has delivered Sisera into your power. The Lord marches before you." So Barak went down Mount Tabor, followed by his 10,000 men. And the Lord put Sisera and all his chariots and all his forces to rout before Barak. Sisera himself dismounted from his chariot and fled on foot. Barak, however, pursued the chariots and the army as far as Harosheth Hagoyim. The entire army of Sisera fell beneath the sword, not even one man surviving. Sisera, in the meantime, had fled on foot to the tent of Jael, wife of the Kenite Heber, since Jabin, king of Azor, and the family of the Kenite Heber were at peace with one another. Jael went out to meet Sisera and said to him, "Come in, my lord, come in with me, do not be afraid." So he went into a tent, and she covered him with a rug. He said to her, "Please give me a little water to drink, I am thirsty." But she opened a jug of milk for him to drink, and then covered him over. "Stand at the entrance of the tent," he said to her. "If anyone comes and asks, 'Is there someone here?' say, 'No.'" Instead, Jael, wife of Heber, got a tent peg and took a mallet in her hand. While Sisera was sound asleep, she stealthily approached him and drove the peg through his temple down into the ground, so that he perished in death. Then when Barak came in pursuit of Sisera, Jael went out to meet him and said to him, "Come, I will show you the man you seek." So he went in with her, and there lay Sisera dead, with the tent peg through his temple. Thus, on that day, God humbled the Canaanite king, Jabin, before the Israelites. Their power weighed ever heavier upon him, till at length they destroyed the Canaanite king, Jabin. Judges chapter 5. On that day, Deborah and Barak, son of Abinoam, sang this song: "Of chiefs who took the lead in Israel, of noble deeds by the people who blessed the Lord. Hear, O kings, give ear, O princes. I to the Lord will sing my song, my hymn to the Lord, the God of Israel. O Lord, when you went out from Seir, when you marched from the land of Edom, the earth quaked and the heavens were shaken, while the clouds sent down showers. Mountains trembled in the presence of the Lord, the one of Sinai. in the presence of the Lord, the God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar, son of Anat, in the days of slavery, caravans ceased. Those who traveled the roads went by roundabout paths. Gone was freedom beyond the walls, gone indeed from Israel. When I, Deborah, rose, when I rose, a mother in Israel, new gods were their choice. Then the war was at their gates. Not a shield could be seen, nor a lance among 40,000 in Israel. My heart is with the leaders of Israel, nobles of the people who bless the Lord, they who ride on white asses, seated on saddlecloths as they go their way. Sing of them to the strains of the harpers at the wells, where men recount the just deeds of the Lord, his just deeds that brought freedom to Israel. Awake, awake, Deborah, awake, awake, strike up a song, strength. Arise, Barak, make the spoilers your spoil, son of Abinoam. Then down came the fugitives with the mighty. The people of the Lord came down for me as warriors. From Ephraim, princes were in the valley. Behind you was Benjamin among your troops. From Machia came down commanders. From Zebulun, wielders of the marshal's staff. With Deborah were the princes of Issachar. Barak too was in the valley, his course unchecked. Among the clans of Reuben great were the searchings of hearts. Why do you stay beside your hearts, listening to the lowing of the herds? Among the clans of Reuben great were the searchings of heart. Gilead, beyond the Jordan, rests. Why does Dan spend his time in ships? Asher, who dwells along the shore, is resting in his coves. Zebulun is the people defying death. Naphtali, too, on the open heights. The kings came and fought. Then they fought, those kings of Canaan, at Taanach by the waters of Megiddo. No silver booty did they take. From the heavens the stars too fought. From their courses they fought against Sisera. The Wadi Kishon swept them away. A wadi, the Kishon. Then the hooves of the horses pounded, with the dashing of his steeds. Curse Meroz, says the Lord, hurl a curse at its inhabitants. For they came not to my help, as warriors to the help of the Lord. Blessed among women be Jael, blessed among tent-dwelling women. He asked for water, she gave him milk. In a princely bowl she offered curds. With her left hand she reached for the peg, with her right for the workman's mallet. She hammered Sisera, crushed his head. She smashed stove in his temple. At her feet he sank down, fell, lay still. Down at her feet he sank and fell. Where he sank down, there he fell, slain. From the window peered down and wailed the mother of Sisera from the lattice. Why is his chariot so long in coming? Why are the hoofbeats of his chariots delayed? The wisest of her princesses answers her, and she too keeps answering herself. They must be dividing the spoil they took. There must be a damsel or two for each man, spoils of dyed cloth as Sisera's spoil, an ornate shawl or two for me in the spoil. May all your enemies perish thus, O Lord, but your friends be as the sun rising in its might. And the land was at rest for 40 years. Judges, chapter 6. The Israelites offended the Lord, who therefore delivered them into the power of Midian for 7 years, so that Midian held Israel subject. For fear of Midian, the Israelites established the fire signals on the mountains, the caves for refuge, and the strongholds. And it used to be that when the Israelites had completed their sowing, Midian, Amalek, and the Kedemites would come up, encamp opposite them, and destroy the produce of the land as far as the outskirts of Gaza, leaving no sustenance in Israel, nor sheep, oxen, or asses. For they would come up with their livestock, and their tents would become as numerous as locusts, and neither they nor their camels could be numbered. When they came into the land to lay it waste, thus was Israel reduced to misery by Midian. And so the Israelites cried out to the Lord. When Israel cried out to the Lord because of Midian, he sent a prophet to the Israelites who said to them, "The Lord, the God of Israel, says, I laid you up from Egypt. I brought you out of the place of slavery. I rescued you from the power of Egypt and of all your other oppressors. I drove them out before you and gave you their land. And I said to you, I, the Lord, am your God. You shall not venerate the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are dwelling, but you did not obey me." Then the angel of the Lord came and sat under the terebinths in Ophrah that belonged to Joash the Abiezrite. While his son Gideon was beating out wheat in the winepress to save it from the Midianites, the angel of the Lord appeared to him and said, "The Lord is with you, O champion." "My Lord," Gideon said to him, "if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are his wondrous deeds of which our fathers told us when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up from Egypt?' For now the Lord has abandoned us and has delivered us into the power of Midian." The Lord turned to him and said, "Go with the strength you have and save Israel from the power of Midian. It is I who send you." But he answered him, "Please, my Lord, how can I save Israel? My family is the meanest in Manasseh, and I am the most insignificant in my father's house." "I shall be with you," the Lord said to him, "and you will cut down Midian to the last man." He answered him, "If I find favor with you, give me a sign that you are speaking with me. Do not depart from here, I pray you, until I come back to you and bring out my offering and set it before you." He answered, "I will await your return." So Gideon went off and prepared a kid and an ephah of flour in the form of unleavened cakes. Putting the meat in a basket and the broth in a pot, he brought them out to him under the terebinth and presented them. The angel of God said to him, "Take the meat and unleavened cakes and lay them on this rock. Then pour out the broth." When he had done so, the angel of the Lord stretched out the tip of the staff he held and touched the meat and unleavened cakes. Thereupon, a fire came up from the rock which consumed the meat and unleavened cakes, and the angel of the Lord disappeared from sight. Gideon, now aware that it had been the angel of the Lord, said, "Alas, Lord God, that I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." The Lord answered him, "Be calm, do not fear, you shall not die." So Gideon built there an altar to the Lord and called it Yahweh Shalom. To this day, it is still in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. That same night, the Lord said to him, "Take the 7-year-old spare bullock and destroy your father's altar to Baal and cut down the sacred pole that is by it. You shall build instead the proper kind of altar to the Lord your God on top of this stronghold. Then take the spare bullock and offer it as a holocaust on the wood from the sacred pole you have cut down." So Gideon took 10 of his servants and did as the Lord had commanded him. But through fear of his family and of the townspeople, he would not do it by day, but did it at night. Early the next morning, the townspeople found that the altar of Baal had been destroyed, the sacred pole near it cut down, and the spare bullock offered on the altar that was built. They asked one another, "Who did this?" The inquiry led them to the conclusion that Gideon, son of Joash, had done it. So the townspeople said to Joash, "Bring out your son that he may die, for he has destroyed the altar of Baal and has cut down the sacred pole that was near it." But Joash replied to all who were standing around him, "Do you intend to act in Baal's stead or be his champion? If anyone acts for him, he shall be put to death by morning. If he whose altar has been destroyed is a god, let him act for himself." So on that day, Gideon was called Jerubbaal because of the words, "Let Baal take action against him, since he destroyed his altar." Then all Midian and Amalek and the Kedemites mustered and crossed over into the valley of Jezreel, where they encamped. The Spirit of the Lord enveloped Gideon. He blew the horn that summoned Abiezer to follow him. He sent messengers too throughout Manasseh, which also obeyed his summons, through Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali. Likewise, he sent messengers, and these tribes advanced to meet the others. Gideon said to God, "If indeed you are going to save Israel through me, as you promised, I am putting this woolen fleece on the threshing floor. If dew comes on the fleece alone, while all the ground is dry, I shall know that you will save Israel through me, as you promised." That is what took place. Early the next morning, he wrung the dew from the fleece, squeezing out of it a bowlful of water. Gideon then said to God, "Do not be angry with me if I speak once more. Let me make just one more test with the fleece. Let the fleece alone be dry, but let there be dew on all the ground." That night God did so. The fleece alone was dry, but there was dew on all the ground. Judges chapter 7. Early the next morning, Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, encamped by En-Harod with all his soldiers. The camp of Midian was in the valley north of Gibeath Hamareh. The Lord said to Gideon, "You have too many soldiers with you for me to deliver Midian into their power, lest Israel vaunt itself against me and say, 'My own power brought me the victory.' Now proclaim to all the soldiers, if anyone is afraid or fearful, let him leave." When Gideon put them to this test on the mountain, 22,000 of the soldiers left, but 10,000 remained. The Lord said to Gideon, "There are still too many soldiers. Lead them down to the water, and I will test them for you there. If I tell you that a certain man is to go with you, he must go with you. But no one is to go if I tell you he must not." When Gideon led the soldiers down to the water, the Lord said to him, "You shall set to one side everyone who laps up the water as a dog does with its tongue. To the other, everyone who kneels down to drink." Those who lapped up the water raised to their mouths by hand and numbered 300, but all the rest of the soldiers knelt down to drink the water. The Lord said to Gideon, "By means of the 300 who lapped up the water, I will save you and will deliver Midian into your power. So let all the other soldiers go home." Their horns and such supplies as the soldiers had with them were taken up, and Gideon ordered the rest of the Israelites to their tents, but kept the 300 men. Now the camp of Midian was beneath him in the valley. That night the Lord said to Gideon, "Go, descend on the camp, for I have delivered it up to you. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your aide Purah. When you hear what they are saying, you will have the courage to descend on the camp." So he went down with his aide Purah to the outposts of the camp. The Midianites, Amalekites, and all the Kedemites lay in the valley, as numerous as locusts. Nor could their camels be counted, for these were as many as the sands on the seashore. When Gideon arrived, one man was telling another about a dream. "I had a dream," he said, "that a round loaf of barley bread was rolling into the camp of Midian. It came to our tent and struck it, and as it fell, it turned the tent upside down. This can only be the sword of the Israelite Gideon, son of Joash, the other replied. God has delivered Midian and all the camp into his power. When Gideon heard the description and explanation of the dream, he prostrated himself. Then, returning to the camp of Israel, he said, Arise, for the Lord has delivered the camp of Midian into your power. He divided the 300 men into 3 companies and provided them all with horns and with empty jars and torches inside the jars. Watch me and follow my lead, he told them. I shall go to the edge of the camp, and as I do, you must do also. When I and those with me blow horns, you too must blow horns all around the camp and cry out, For the Lord and for Gideon. So Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the edge of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, just after the posting of the guards. They blew the horns and broke the jars they were holding. All 3 companies blew horns and broke their jars. They held the torches in their left hands, and in their right the horns they were blowing, and cried out, A sword for the Lord and Gideon! They all remained standing in place around the camp, while the whole camp fell to running and shouting and fleeing. But the 300 men kept blowing the horns, and throughout the camp, the Lord set the sword of one against another. The army fled as far as Beth Shittah in the direction of Zarethan, near the border of Abel Meholah at Tabbath. The Israelites were called to arms from Naphtali, from Asher, and from all Manasseh, and they pursued Midian. Gideon also sent messengers throughout the mountain region of Ephraim to say, Go down to confront Midian and seize the watercourses against them, as far as Beth-barah, as well as the Jordan. So all the Ephraimites were called to arms, and they seized the watercourses as far as Beth-barah and the Jordan as well. They captured the 2 princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeb, killing Oreb at the rock of Oreb and Zeb at the winepress of Zeb. Then they pursued Midian and carried the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon beyond the Jordan. Judges chapter 8. But the Ephraimites said to him, What have you done to us, not calling us when you went to fight against Midian? And they quarreled bitterly with him. What have I accomplished now in comparison with you? He answered them, Is not the gleaning of Ephraim better than the vintage of Abizar? Into your power God delivered the princes of Midian, Oreb, and Zeb. What have I been able to do in comparison with you? When he said this, their anger against him subsided. When Gideon reached the Jordan and crossed it with his 300 men, they were exhausted and famished. So he said to the men of Succoth, Will you give my followers some loaves of bread? They are exhausted, and I am pursuing Zebah and Zalmunna, kings of Midian. But the princes of Succoth replied, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna already in your possession, that we should give food to your army? Gideon said, Very well. When the Lord has delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into my power, I will grind your flesh in with the thorns and briars of the desert. He went up from there to Penuel and made the same request of them. But the men of Penuel answered him, as had the men of Succoth. So to the men of Penuel too he said, When I return in triumph, I will demolish this tower. Now Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor with their force of about 15,000 men. These were all who were left of the whole Kedemite army, 120,000 swordsmen having fallen. Gideon went up by the route of the nomads east of Nobah and Jogbehah and attacked the camp when it felt secure. Zebah and Zalmunna fled. He pursued them and took the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna. captive, throwing the entire army into panic. Then Gideon, son of Joash, returned from battle by the pass of Heres. He captured a young man of Succoth, who, upon being questioned, listed for him the 77 princes and elders of Succoth. So he went to the men of Succoth and said, "Here are Zebah and Zalmunna, with whom you taunted me. Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna already in your possession, that we should give food to your weary followers?" He took the elders of the city and thorns and briars of the deserts and ground these men of Succoth into them. He also demolished the tower of Penuel and slew the men of the city. Then he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, "Where now are the men you killed at Tabor?" "They all resembled you," they replied. "They appeared to be princes." "They were my brothers, my mother's sons," he said. "As the Lord lives, if you had spared their lives, I should not kill you." Then he said to his firstborn, Jether, "Go, kill them." Since Jether was still a boy, he was afraid and did not draw his sword. Zebah and Zalmunna said, "Come, kill us yourself, for a man's strength is like the man." So Gideon stepped forward and killed Zebah and Zalmunna. He also took the crescents that were on the necks of their camels. The Israelites then said to Gideon, "Rule over us, you, your son, and your son's son, for you rescued us from the power of Midian." But Gideon answered them, "I will not rule over you, nor shall my son rule over you. The Lord must rule over you." Gideon went on to say, "I should like to make a request of you. Will each of you give me a ring from his booty?" For being Ishmaelites, the enemy had gold rings. "We will gladly give them," they replied, and spread out a cloak into which everyone threw a ring from his booty. The gold rings that he requested weighed 1,700 gold shekels, in addition to the crescents and pendants, the purple garments worn by the kings of Midian, and the trappings that were on the necks of their camels. Gideon made an ephod out of the gold and placed it in his city Ophrah. However, all Israel paid idolatrous homage to it there, and caused the ruin of Gideon and his family. Thus was Midian brought into subjection by the Israelites. No longer did they hold their heads high, and the land had rest for 40 years during the lifetime of Gideon. Then Jerubbaal, son of Joash, went back home to stay. Now Gideon had 70 sons, his direct descendants, for he had many wives. His concubine, who lived in Shechem, also bore him a son, whom he named Abimelech. At a good old age, Gideon, son of Joash, died and was buried in the tomb of his father Joash in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. But after Gideon was dead, the Israelites again abandoned themselves to the Baals, making Baal of Berith their god and forgetting the Lord, their God, who had delivered them from the power of their enemies all around them. Nor were they grateful to the family of Jerubbaal, Gideon, for all the good he had done for Israel. Judges chapter 9. Abimelech, son of Jerubbaal, went to his mother's kinsmen in Shechem, and said to them, and to the whole clan to which his mother's family belonged, "Put this question to all the citizens of Shechem: which is better for you, that 70 men, all of Jerubbaal's sons, rule over you, or that one man rule over you? You must remember that I am your own flesh and bone." When his mother's kin repeated these words to them on his behalf, all the citizens of Shechem sympathized with Abimelech, thinking, "He is our kinsman." They also gave him 70 silver shekels from the temple of Baal of Berith, with which Abimelech hired shiftless men and ruffians as his followers. He then went to his ancestral house in Ophrah and slew his brothers, the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, on one stone. Only the youngest son of Jerubbaal, Jotham, escaped, for he was hidden. Then all the citizens of Shechem and all Beth Millo came together and proceeded to make Abimelech king by the terebinths at the memorial pillar in Shechem. When this was reported to him, Jotham went to the top of Mount Gerizim and, standing there, cried out to them in a loud voice, "Hear me, citizens of Shechem, that God may then hear you." Once the trees went to anoint a king over themselves, so they said to the olive tree, "Reign over us." But the olive tree answered them, "Must I give up my rich oil, whereby men and gods are honored, and go to wave over the trees?" Then the trees said to the fig tree, "Come, you reign over us." But the fig tree answered them, "Must I give up my sweetness and my good fruits, and go to wave over the trees?" Then the trees said to the vine, "Come you, and reign over us." But the vine answered them, "Must I give up my wine that cheers gods and men, and go to wave over the trees?" Then all the trees said to the buckthorn, "Come, you reign over us." But the buckthorn replied to the trees, "If you wish to anoint me king over you in good faith, come and take refuge in my shadow. Otherwise, let fire come from the buckthorn and devour the cedars of Lebanon. Now then, if you have acted in good faith and honorably in appointing Abimelech your king, if you have dealt well with Jerubbaal and with his family, and if you have treated him as he deserved, for my father fought for you at the risk of his life when he saved you from the power of Midian. But you have risen against his family this day, and have killed his 70 sons upon one stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his handmaid, king over the citizens of Shechem, because he is your kinsman. If, then, you have acted in good faith and with honor toward Jerubbaal and his family this day, rejoice in Abimelech, and may he in turn rejoice in you. But if not, let fire come forth from Abimelech to devour the citizens of Shechem and Beth Millo, and let fire come forth from the citizens of Shechem and from Beth Millo to devour Abimelech. Then Jotham went in flight to Beer, where he remained for fear of his brother Abimelech. When Abimelech had ruled Israel for 3 years, God put bad feelings between Abimelech and the citizens of Shechem, who rebelled against Abimelech. This was to repay the violence done to the 70 sons of Jerubbaal and to avenge their blood upon their brother Abimelech, who killed them, and upon the citizens of Shechem, who encouraged him to kill his brothers. The citizens of Shechem then set men in ambush for him on the mountain tops, and these robbed all who passed them on the road. But it was reported to Abimelech. Now Gaal, son of Ebed, came over to Shechem with his kinsmen. The citizens of Shechem put their trust in him and went out into the fields, harvested their grapes, and trod them out. Then they held a festival and went to the temple of their God, where they ate and drank and cursed Abimelech. Gaal, son of Ebed, said, "Who is Abimelech? And why should we of Shechem serve him? Were not the son of Jerubbaal and his lieutenant Zebul once subject to the men of Hamor, father of Shechem? Why should we serve him? Would that this people were entrusted to my command. I would depose Abimelech. I would say to Abimelech, get a larger army and come out." At the news of what Gaal, son of Ebed, had said, Zebul, the ruler of the city, was angry and sent messengers to Abimelech in Aramah with the information, "Gaal, son of Ebed, and his kinsmen have come to Shechem and are stirring up the city against you. Now rouse yourself, set an ambush tonight in the fields, you and the men who are with you. Promptly at sunrise tomorrow morning, make a raid on the city. When he and his followers come out against you, deal with him as best you can. During the night, Abimelech advanced with all his soldiers and set up an ambush for Shechem in 4 companies. Gaal, son of Ebed, went out and stood at the entrance of the city gate. When Abimelech and his soldiers rose from their place of ambush, Gaal saw them and said to Zebul, "There are men coming down from the hilltops." But Zebul answered him, "You see the shadow of the hills as men." But Gaal went on to say, "Men are coming down from the region of Tabor Haris, and 1 company is coming by way of Elon Meonanim." Zebul said to him, "Where now is the boast you uttered? Who is Abimelech that we should serve him? Are these not the men for whom you expressed contempt? Go out now and fight with them." So Gaal went out at the head of the citizens of Shechem and fought against Abimelech. But Abimelech routed him, and he fled before him, and many fell slain right up to the entrance of the gate. Abimelech returned to Arumah, but Zebul drove Gaal and his kinsmen from Shechem, which they had occupied. The next day, when the people were taking the field, it was reported to Abimelech, who divided the men he had into 3 companies and set up an ambush in the fields. He watched till he saw the people leave the city, and then rose against them for the attack. Abimelech and the company with him dashed in and stood by the entrance of the city gate, while the other 2 companies rushed upon all who were in the field and attacked them. That entire day, Abimelech fought against the city and captured it. He then killed its inhabitants and demolished the city, sowing the site with salt. When they heard of this, all the citizens of Migdal Shechem went into the crypt of the temple of El-Berit. It was reported to Abimelech that all the citizens of Migdal Shechem were gathered together. So he went up Mount Zalmon with all his soldiers, took his axe in his hand, and cut down some brushwood. This he lifted to his shoulder, then said to the men with him, "Hurry, do just as you have seen me do." So all the men likewise cut down brushwood, and following Abimelech, placed it against the crypt. Then they set the crypt on fire over their heads, so that every one of the citizens of Migdal Shechem, about 1,000 men and women, perished. Abimelech proceeded to Thebez, which he invested and captured. Now there was a strong tower in the middle of the city, and all the men and women, in a word, all the citizens of the city, fled there, shutting themselves in and going up to the roof of the tower. Abimelech came up to the tower and fought against it, advancing to the very entrance of the tower to set it on fire. But a certain woman cast the upper part of a millstone down on Abimelech's head, and it fractured his skull. He immediately called his armor-bearer and said to him, "Draw your sword and dispatch me, lest they say of me that a woman killed me." So his attendant ran him through, and he died. When the Israelites saw that Abimelech was dead, they all left for their homes. Thus did God requite the evil Abimelech had done to his father in killing his 70 brothers. God also brought all their wickedness home to the Shechemites, for the curse of Jotham, son of Jerubbaal, overtook them. Judges chapter 10. After Abimelech there rose to save Israel the Issacharite Tola, son of Puah, son of Dodo, a resident of Shamir in the mountain region of Ephraim. When he had judged Israel 23 years, he died and was buried in Shamir. Jair the Gileadite came after him and judged Israel 22 years. He had 30 sons who rode on 30 saddle asses and possessed 30 cities in the land of Gilead. These are called Havoth Jair to the present day. Jair died, and was buried in Carmel. The Israelites again offended the Lord, serving the Baals and Ashtaroths, the gods of Aram, the gods of Sidon, the gods of Moab, the gods of the Ammonites, and the gods of the Philistines. Since they had abandoned the Lord and would not serve him, the Lord became angry with Israel and allowed them to fall into the power of the Philistines and the Ammonites. For 18 years, they afflicted and oppressed the Israelites in Bashan and all the Israelites in the Amorite land beyond the Jordan in Gilead. The Ammonites also crossed the Jordan to fight against Judah, Benjamin, and the house of Ephraim, so that Israel was in great distress. Then the Israelites cried out to the Lord, "We have sinned against you. We have forsaken our God and have served the Baals." The Lord answered the Israelites, "Did not the Egyptians, the Amorites, the Ammonites, the Philistines, the Sidonians, the Amalekites, and the Midianites oppress you? Yet, when you cried out to me, and I saved you from their grasp, you still forsook me and worshipped other gods. Therefore, I will save you no more. Go and cry out to the gods you have chosen. Let them save you now that you are in distress." But the Israelites said to the Lord, "We have sinned. Do to us whatever you please. Only save us this day." And they cast out the foreign gods from their midst and served the Lord, so that he grieved over the misery of Israel. The Ammonites had gathered for war and encamped in Gilead, while the Israelites assembled and encamped in Mizpah. And among the people, the princes of Gilead said to one another, "The one who begins the war against the Ammonites shall be leader of all the inhabitants of Gilead." Judges chapter 11. There was a chieftain, the Gileadite Jephthah, born to Gilead of a harlot. Gilead's wife had also borne him sons, and on growing up the sons of the wife had driven Jephthah away, saying to him, "You shall inherit nothing in our family, for you are the son of another woman." So Jephthah had fled from his brothers and had taken up residence in the land of Tob. A rabble had joined company with him and went out with him on raids. Sometime later, the Ammonites warred on Israel. When this occurred, the elders of Gilead went to bring Jephthah from the land of Tob. "Come," they said to Jephthah, "be our commander, that we may be able to fight the Ammonites. Are you not the ones who hated me and drove me from my father's house?" Jephthah replied to the elders of Gilead, "Why do you come to me now when you are in distress?" The elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "In any case, we have now come back to you. If you go with us to fight against the Ammonites, you shall be the leader of all of us who dwell in Gilead." Jephthah answered the elders of Gilead, "If you bring me back to fight against the Ammonites, and the Lord delivers them up to me, I shall be your leader." The elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "The Lord is witness between us that we will do as you say." So Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him their leader and commander. In Mizpah, Jephthah settled all his affairs before the Lord. Then he sent messengers to the king of the Ammonites to say, "What have you against me, that you come to fight with me in my land?" He answered the messengers of Jephthah, "Israel took away my land from the Arnon to the Jabbok and the Jordan when they came up from Egypt. Now restore the same peaceably." Again, Jephthah sent messengers to the king of the Ammonites, saying to him, "This is what Jephthah says: Israel did not take the land of Moab or the land of the Ammonites. For when they came up from Egypt, Israel went through the desert to the Red Sea and came to Kadesh. Israel then sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, "Let me pass through your land." But the king of Edom did not give consent. They also sent to the king of Moab, but he too was unwilling. So Israel remained in Kadesh. Then they went through the desert, and bypassing the land of Edom and the land of Moab, went east of the land of Moab and encamped across the Arnon. Thus they did not go through the territory of Moab, for the Arnon is the boundary of Moab. Then Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, king of Heshbon. Israel said to him, "Let me pass through your land to my own place." But Sihon refused to let Israel pass through his territory. On the contrary, he gathered all his soldiers, who encamped at Jahaz and fought Israel. But the Lord, the God of Israel, delivered Sihon and all his men into the power of Israel, who defeated them and occupied all the land of the Amorites dwelling in that region, the whole territory from the Arnon to the Jabbok, from the desert to the Jordan. If now the Lord, the God of Israel, has cleared the Amorites out of the way of his people, are you to dislodge Israel? Should you not possess that which your God Chemosh gave you to possess? And should we not possess all that the Lord our God has cleared out for us? Again, are you any better than Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever quarrel with Israel, or did he war against them when Israel occupied Heshbon and its villages, Aroer and its villages, and all the cities on the banks of the Arnon? 300 years have passed. Why did you not recover them during that time? I have not sinned against you, but you wrong me by warring against me. Let the Lord, who is judge, decide this day between the Israelites and the Ammonites. But the king of the Ammonites paid no heed to the message Jephthah sent him. The Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah. He passed through Gilead and Manasseh, and through Mizpah Gilead as well, and from there he went on to the Ammonites. Jephthah made a vow to the Lord. "If you deliver the Ammonites into my power," he said, "whoever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me when I return in triumph from the Ammonites shall belong to the Lord. I shall offer him up as a holocaust." Jephthah then went on to the Ammonites to fight against them, and the Lord delivered them into his power, so that he inflicted a severe defeat on them. From Aroer to the approach of Minnith, 20 cities in all, and as far as Abel Keramim. Thus were the Ammonites brought into subjection by the Israelites. When Jephthah returned to his house in Mizpah, it was his daughter who came forth, playing the tambourines and dancing. She was an only child. He had neither son nor daughter besides her. When he saw her, he rent his garments and said, "Alas, daughter, you have struck me down and brought calamity upon me. For I have made a vow to the Lord, and I cannot retract." "Father," she replied, "you have made a vow to the Lord. Do with me as you have vowed, because the Lord has wrought vengeance for you on your enemies, the Ammonites." Then she said to her father, "Let me have this favor. Spare me for 2 months, that I may go off down the mountains to mourn my virginity with my companions." "Go," he replied, and sent her away for 2 months. So she departed with her companions and mourned her virginity on the mountains. At the end of the 2 months, she returned to her father, who did to her as he had vowed. She had not been intimate with man. It then became a custom in Israel for Israelite women to go yearly to mourn the daughter of Jephthah, the Gileadite, for 4 days of the year. Judges, chapter 12. The men of Ephraim gathered together and crossed over to Zaphon. They said to Jephthah, "Why do you go on to fight with the Ammonites without calling us to go with you? We will burn your house over you." Jephthah answered them, "My soldiers and I were engaged in a critical contest with the Ammonites. I summoned you, but you did not rescue me from their power. When I saw that you would not effect a rescue, I took my life in my own hand and went on to the Ammonites, and the Lord delivered them into my power. Why then do you come up against me this day to fight with me?" Then Jephthah called together all the men of Gilead and fought against Ephraim, whom they defeated. For the Ephraimites had said, "You of Gilead are Ephraimite fugitives in territory belonging to Ephraim and Manasseh." The Gileadites took the fords of the Jordan toward Ephraim. When any of the fleeing Ephraimites said, "Let me pass," the men of Gilead would say to him, "Are you an Ephraimite?" If he answered, "No," they would ask him to say Shibboleth. If he said Sibboleth, not being able to give the proper pronunciation, they would seize him and kill him at the fords of the Jordan. Thus 42,000 Ephraimites fell at that time. After having judged Israel for 6 years, Jephthah the Gileadite died and was buried in his city in Gilead. After him, Ibzan of Bethlehem judged Israel. He had 30 sons. He also had 30 daughters married outside the family, and he brought in as wives for his sons 30 young women from outside the family. After having judged Israel for 7 years, Ibzan died and was buried in Bethlehem. After him, the Zebulunite Elon judged Israel. When he had judged Israel for 10 years, the Zebulunite Elon died and was buried in Elon in the land of Zebulun. After him, the Pirathonite Abdon, son of Hillel, judged Israel. He had 40 sons and 30 grandsons who rode on 70 saddle asses. After having judged Israel for 8 years, the Pirathonite Abdon, son of Hillel, died and was buried in Parathon in the land of Ephraim on the mountain of the Amalekites. Judges chapter 13. The Israelites again offended the Lord, who therefore delivered them into the power of the Philistines for 40 years. There was a certain man from Zorah of the clan of the Danites, whose name was Manoah. His wife was barren and had borne no children. An angel of the Lord appeared to the woman and said to her, "Though you are barren and have had no children, yet you will conceive and bear a son. Now then, be careful to take no wine or strong drink, and to eat nothing unclean. As for the son you will conceive and bear, no razor shall touch his head, for this boy is to be consecrated to God from the womb. It is he who will begin the deliverance of Israel from the power of the Philistines." The woman went and told her husband, "A man of God came to me. He had the appearance of an angel of God, terrible indeed. I did not ask him where he came from, nor did he tell me his name. But he said to me, 'You will be with child and will bear a son. So take neither wine nor strong drink, and eat nothing unclean, for the boy shall be consecrated to God from the womb until the day of his death.'" Manoah then prayed to the Lord. "O Lord, I beseech you," he said, "may the man of God whom you sent return to us to teach us what to do for the boy who will be born." God heard the prayer of Manoah, and the angel of God came again to the woman as she was sitting in the field. Since her husband Manoah was not with her, the woman ran in haste and told her husband, "The man who came to me the other day has appeared to me," she said to him. So Manoah got up and followed his wife. When he reached the man, he said to him, "Are you the one who spoke to my wife?" "Yes," he answered. Then Manoah asked, "Now, when that which you say comes true, What are we expected to do for the boy? The angel of the Lord answered Manoah, Your wife is to abstain from all the things of which I spoke to her. She must not eat anything that comes from the vine, nor take wine or strong drink, nor eat anything unclean. Let her observe all that I have commanded her. Then Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, Can we persuade you to stay while we prepare a kid for you? But the angel of the Lord answered Manoah, Although you press me, I will not partake of your food. But if you will, you may offer a holocaust to the Lord. Not knowing that it was the angel of the Lord, Manoah said to him, What is your name, that we may honor you when your words come true? The angel of the Lord answered him, Why do you ask my name, which is mysterious? Then Manoah took the kid with a cereal offering and offered it on the rock to the Lord, whose works are mysteries. While Manoah and his wife were looking on, as the flame rose to the sky from the altar, the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar. When Manoah and his wife saw this, they fell prostrate to the ground. But the angel of the Lord was seen no more by Manoah and his wife. Then Manoah, realizing that it was the angel of the Lord, said to his wife, We will certainly die, for we have seen God. But his wife pointed out to him, If the Lord had meant to kill us, he would not have accepted a holocaust and cereal offering from our hands, nor would he have let us see all this just now, or hear what we have heard. The woman bore a son and named him Samson. The boy grew up, and the Lord blessed him. The Spirit of the Lord first stirred him in Mahanedan, which is between Zorah and Eshtaol. Judges chapter 14. Samson went down to Timnah and saw there one of the Philistine women. On his return, he told his father and mother, There is a Philistine woman I saw in Timnah, whom I wish you to get as a wife for me. His father and mother said to him, Can you find no wife among your kinsfolk or among all our people, that you must go and take a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines? But Samson answered his father, Get her for me, for she pleases me. Now his father and mother did not know that this had been brought about by the Lord, who was providing an opportunity against the Philistines, for at that time they had dominion over Israel. So Samson went down to Timnah with his father and mother. When they had come to the vineyards of Timnah, a young lion came roaring to meet him. But the Spirit of the Lord came upon Samson, and although he had no weapons, he tore the lion in pieces as one tears a kid. However, on the journey to speak for the woman, he did not mention to his father or mother what he had done. Later, when he returned to marry the woman who pleased him, he stepped aside to look at the remains of the lion and found a swarm of bees and honey in the lion's carcass. So he scooped the honey out into his palms and ate it as he went along. When he came to his father and mother, he gave them some to eat, without telling them that he had scooped the honey from the lion's carcass. His father also went down to the woman, and Samson gave a banquet there, since it was customary for the young men to do this. When they met him, they brought 30 men to be his companions. Samson said to them, Let me propose a riddle to you. If within the 7 days of the feast you solve it for me successfully, I will give you 30 linen tunics and 30 sets of garments. But if you cannot answer it for me, you must give me 30 tunics and 30 sets of garments. Propose your riddle, they responded. We will listen to it. So he said to them, Out of the eater came forth food, and out of the strong came forth sweetness. After 3 days' failure to answer the riddle, they said on the fourth day to Samson's wife, "Coax your husband to answer the riddle for us, or we will burn you and your family. Did you invite us here to reduce us to poverty?" At Samson's side, his wife wept and said, "You must hate me. You do not love me, for you have proposed a riddle to my countrymen, but have not told me the answer." He said to her, "If I have not told it even to my father or my mother, must I tell it to you?" But she wept beside him during the 7 days the feast lasted. On the seventh day, since she importuned him, he told her the answer, and she explained the riddle to her countrymen. On the seventh day, before the sun set, the men of the city said to him, "What is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion?" He replied to them, "If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have solved my riddle." The Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he went down to Ashkelon, where he killed 30 of their men and despoiled them. He gave their garments to those who had answered the riddle. Then he went off to his own family in anger, and Samson's wife was married to the one who had been best man at his wedding. Judges chapter 15. After some time, in the season of the wheat harvest, Samson visited his wife, bringing a kid. But when he said, "Let me be with my wife in private," her father would not let him enter, saying, "I thought it certain you wished to repudiate her, so I gave her to your best man. Her younger sister is more beautiful than she. You may have her instead." Samson said to them, "This time the Philistines cannot blame me if I harm them." So Samson left and caught 300 foxes. Turning them tail to tail, he tied between each pair of tails one of the torches he had at hand. He then kindled the torches and set the foxes loose in the standing grain of the Philistines, thus burning both the shocks and the standing grain, and the vineyards and olive orchards as well. When the Philistines asked who had done this, they were told, "Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because his wife was taken and given to his best man." So the Philistines went up and destroyed her and her family by fire. Samson said to them, "If this is how you act, I will not stop until I have taken revenge on you." And with repeated blows, he inflicted a great slaughter on them. Then he went down and remained in a cavern of the cliff of Etam. The Philistines went up and, from a camp in Judah, deployed against Lehi. When the men of Judah asked, "Why have you come up against us?" they answered, "To take Samson prisoner, to do to him as he has done to us." 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cavern in the cliff of Etam and said to Samson, "Do you not know that the Philistines are our rulers? Why then have you done this to us?" He answered them, "As they have done to me, so have I done to them." They said to him, "We have come to take you prisoner, to deliver you over to the Philistines." Samson said to them, "Swear to me that you will not kill me yourselves." "No," they replied, "we will certainly not kill you, but will only bind you and deliver you over to them." So they bound him with 2 new ropes and brought him up from the cliff. When he reached Lehi, and the Philistines came shouting to meet him, the Spirit of the Lord came upon him. The ropes around his arms became as flax that is consumed by fire, and his bonds melted away from his hands. Near him was a fresh jawbone of an ass. He reached out, grasped it, and with it killed 1,000 men. Then Samson said, "With the jawbone of an ass I have piled them in a heap. With the jawbone of an ass I have slain 1,000 men." As he finished speaking, He threw the jawbone from him, and so that place was named Ramat Lehi. Being very thirsty, he cried to the Lord and said, "You have granted this great victory by the hand of your servant. Must I now die of thirst or fall into the hands of the uncircumcised?" Then God split the cavity in Lehi, and water issued from it, which Samson drank till his spirit returned, and he revived. Hence that spring in Lehi is called En Hakore to this day. Samson judged Israel for 20 years in the days of the Philistines. Judges chapter 16. Once Samson went down to Gaza, where he saw a harlot and visited her. Informed that Samson had come there, the men of Gaza surrounded him with an ambush at the city gate all night long. And all the night they waited, saying, "Tomorrow morning we will kill him." Samson rested there until midnight. Then he rose, seized the doors of the city gates and the two gateposts, and tore them loose, bar and all. He hoisted them on his shoulders and carried them to the top of the ridge opposite Hebron. After that, he fell in love with a woman in the Wadi Sorek whose name was Delilah. The lords of the Philistines came to her and said, "Beguile him and find out the secret of his great strength and how we may overcome and bind him so as to keep him helpless. We'll each give you 1,100 shekels of silver." So Delilah said to Samson, "Tell me the secret of your great strength and how you may be bound so as to be kept helpless." "If they bind me with 7 fresh bowstrings which have not dried," Samson answered her, "I shall be as weak as any other man." So the lords of the Philistines brought her 7 fresh bowstrings, which had not dried, and she bound him with them. She had men lying in wait in the chamber, and so she said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." But he snapped the strings, as a thread of tow is severed by a whiff of flame, and the secret of his strength remained unknown. Delilah said to Samson, "You have mocked me and told me lies. Now tell me how you may be bound." "If they bind me tight with new ropes with which no work has been done," he answered her, "I shall be as weak as any other man." So Delilah took new ropes and bound him with them. Then she said to him, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson," for there were men lying in wait in the chamber. But he snapped them off his arms like thread. Delilah said to Samson again, "Up to now you have mocked me and told me lies. Tell me how you may be bound." He said to her, "If you weave my 7 locks of hair into the web and fasten them with a pin, I shall be as weak as any other man." So, while he slept, Delilah wove his 7 locks of hair into the web and fastened them in with the pin. Then she said, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson." Awakening from his sleep, he pulled out both the weaver's pin and the web. Then she said to him, "How can you say that you love me when you do not confide in me? 3 times already you have mocked me and not told me the secret of your great strength." She importuned him continually and vexed him with her complaints till he was deathly weary of them. So he took her completely into his confidence and told her, "No razor has touched my head, for I have been consecrated to God from my mother's womb. If I am shaved, my strength will leave me, and I shall be as weak as any other man." When Delilah saw that he had taken her completely into his confidence, she summoned the lords of the Philistines, saying, "Come up this time, for he has opened his heart to me." So the lords of the Philistines came and brought up the money with them. She had him sleep on her lap and called for a man who shaved off his 7 locks of hair. Then she began to mistreat him, for his strength had left him. When she said, "The Philistines are upon you, Samson. Swing!" And he woke from his sleep. He thought he could make good his escape, as he had done time and again, for he did not realize that the Lord had left him. But the Philistines seized him and gouged out his eyes. Then they brought him down to Gaza and bound him with bronze fetters, and he was put to grinding in the prison. But the hair of his head began to grow as soon as it was shaved off. The lords of the Philistines assembled to offer a great sacrifice to their god Dagon and to make merry. They said, "Our God has delivered into our power Samson, our enemy." When the people saw him, they praised their God. For they said, "Our God has delivered into our power our enemy, the ravager of our land, the one who has multiplied our slain." Then they stationed him between the columns. When their spirits were high, they said, "Call Samson, that he may amuse us." So they called Samson from the prison, and he played the buffoon before them. Samson said to the attendant who was holding his hand, "Put me where I may touch the columns that support the temple and may rest against them." The temple was full of men and women. All the lords of the Philistines were there, and from the roof about 3,000 men and women looked on as Samson provided amusement. Samson cried out to the Lord and said, "O Lord God, remember me. Strengthen me, O God, this last time, that for my 2 eyes I may avenge myself once and for all on the Philistines." Samson grasped the 2 middle columns on which the temple rested and braced himself against them, one at his right hand, the other at his left. And Samson said, "Let me die with the Philistines." He pushed hard, and the temple fell upon the lords and all the people who were in it. Those he killed at his death were more than those he had killed during his lifetime. All his family and kinsmen went down and bore him up for burial in the grave of his father Manoah between Zorah and Eshtaol. He had judged Israel for 20 years. Judges chapter 17. There was a man in the mountain region of Ephraim whose name was Micah. He said to his mother, "The 1,100 shekels of silver over which you pronounced a curse in my hearing when they were taken from you are in my possession. It was I who took them, so now I will restore them to you." When he restored the 1,100 shekels of silver to his mother, she took 200 of them and gave them to the silversmith, who made of them a carved idol overlaid with silver. Then his mother said, "May the Lord bless my son. I have consecrated the silver to the Lord as my gift in favor of my son by making a carved idol overlaid with silver." It remained in the house of Micah. Thus, the layman, Micah, had a sanctuary. He also made an ephod and household idols, and consecrated one of his sons, who became his priest. In those days, there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what he thought best. There was a young Levite who had resided within the tribe of Judah at Bethlehem of Judah. From that city, he set out to find another place of residence. On his journey, he came to the house of Micah in the mountain region of Ephraim. Micah said to him, "Where do you come from?" He answered him, "I am a Levite from Bethlehem in Judah, and am on my way to find some other place of residence." "Stay with me," Micah said to him. "Be father and priest to me, and I will give you 10 silver shekels a year, a set of garments, and your food." So the young Levite decided to stay with the man, to whom he became as one of his own sons. Micah consecrated the young Levite, who became his priest, remaining in his house. Therefore Micah said, Now I know that the Lord will prosper me, since the Levite has become my priest. Judges chapter 18. At that time, there was no king in Israel. Moreover, the tribe of Danites were in search of a district to dwell in, for up to that time they had received no heritage among the tribes of Israel. So the Danites sent from their clan a detail of 5 valiant men of Zorah and Eshtaol to reconnoiter the land and scout it. With their instructions to go and scout the land, they traveled as far as the house of Micah in the mountain region of Ephraim, where they passed the night. Near the house of Micah, they recognized the voice of the young Levite and turned in that direction. "Who brought you here, and what are you doing here?" they asked him. "What is your interest here?" "This is how Micah treats me," he replied to them. "He pays me a salary, and I am his priest." They said to him, "Consult God, that we may know whether the undertaking we are engaged in will succeed." The priest said to them, "Go and prosper. The Lord is favorable to the undertaking you are engaged in." So the 5 men went on and came to Laish. They saw that the people dwelling there lived securely after the manner of the Sidonians, quiet and trusting, with no lack of any natural resources. They were distant from the Sidonians and had no contact with other people. When the 5 returned to their kinsmen in Zorah and Eshtaol and were asked for a report, they replied, "Come, let us attack them, for we have seen the land, and it is very good. Are you going to hesitate? Do not be slothful about beginning your expedition to possess the land. Those against whom you go are a trusting people, and the land is ample. God has indeed given it into your power, a place where no natural resource is lacking." So 600 men of the clan of the Danites, fully armed with weapons of war, set out from where they were in Zorah and Eshtaol and camped in Judah up near Kiriath Jearim. Hence, to this day, the place which lies west of Kiriath Jearim is called Mahane Dan. From there, they went on to the mountain region of Ephraim and came to the house of Micah. The 5 men who had gone to reconnoiter the land of Laish said to their kinsmen, "Do you know that in these houses there are an ephod, household idols, and a carved idol overlaid with silver? Now decide what you must do." So turning in that direction, they went to the house of the young Levite at the home of Micah and greeted him. The 600 men, girt with weapons of war, who were Danites, stood by the entrance of the gate, and the priest stood there also. Meanwhile, the 5 men who had gone to reconnoiter the land went up and entered the house of Micah. When they had gone in and taken the ephod, the household idols, and the carved idol overlaid with silver, the priest said to them, "What are you doing?" They said to him, "Be still, put your hand over your mouth. Come with us and be our father and priests. Is it better for you to be a priest for the family of one man, or to be a priest for a tribe and a clan in Israel?" The priests, agreeing, took the ephod, household idols, and carved idol, and went off in the midst of the band. As they turned to depart, they placed their little ones, their livestock, and their goods at the head of the column. The Danites had already gone some distance, when those in the houses near that of Micah took up arms and overtook them. They called to the Danites, who turned about and said to Micah, "What do you want that you have taken up arms?" "You have taken my God, which I made, and have gone off with my priest as well," he answered. "What is left for me? How then can you ask me what I want?" The Danites said to him, Let us hear no further sound from you, lest fierce men fall upon you, and you and your family lose your lives. The Danites then went on their way, and Micah, seeing that they were stronger than he, returned home. Having taken what Micah had made and the priest he had had, they attacked Laish, a quiet and trusting people. They put them to the sword and destroyed their city by fire. No one came to their aid since the city was far from Sidon and they had no contact with other people. The Danites then rebuilt the city, which was in the valley that belongs to Beth Rehob, and lived there. They named it Dan after their ancestor Dan, son of Israel. However, the name of the city was formerly Laish. The Danites set up the carved idol for themselves, and Jonathan, son of Gershom, son of Moses, and his descendants were priests for the tribe of the Danites until the time of the captivity of the land. They maintained the carved idol Micah had made as long as the house of God was in Shiloh. Judges chapter 19. At that time, when there was no king in Israel, there was a Levite residing in remote parts of the mountain region of Ephraim, who had taken for himself a concubine from Bethlehem of Judah. His concubine was unfaithful to him and left him for her father's house in Bethlehem of Judah, where she stayed for some 4 months. Her husband then set out with his servant and a pair of asses, and went after her to forgive her and take her back. She brought him into her father's house, and on seeing him, the girl's father joyfully made him welcome. He was detained by the girl's father, and so he spent 3 days with this father-in-law of his, eating and drinking and passing the night there. On the 4th day, they rose early in the morning, and he prepared to go. But the girl's father said to his son-in-law, "Fortify yourself with a little food. You can go later on." So they stayed, and the two men ate and drank together. Then the girl's father said to the husband, "Why not decide to spend the night here and enjoy yourself?" The man still made a move to go, but when his father-in-law pressed him, he went back and spent the night there. On the 5th morning, he rose early to depart, but the girl's father said, "Fortify yourself and tarry until the afternoon." When he and his father-in-law had eaten, and the husband was ready to go with his concubine and servant, the girl's father said to him, "It is already growing dusk. Stay for the night. See, the day is coming to an end. Spend the night here and enjoy yourself. Early tomorrow, you can start your journey home." The man, however, refused to stay another night. He and his concubine set out with a pair of saddled asses and traveled till they came opposite Jebus, which is Jerusalem. Since they were near Jebus, with the day far gone, the servant said to his master, "Come, let us turn off to the city of the Jebusites and spend the night in it." But his master said to him, "We will not turn off to a city of foreigners who are not Israelites, but will go on to Gibeah." "Come," he said to his servant, "let us make for some other place, either Gibeah or Ramah, to spend the night." So they continued on their way till the sun set on them when they were abreast of Gibeah of Benjamin. There they turned off to enter Gibeah for the night. The man waited in the public square of the city he had entered, but no one offered them the shelter of his home for the night. In the evening, however, an old man came from his work in the field. He was from the mountain region of Ephraim, though he lived among the Benjaminite townspeople of Gibeah. When he noticed the traveler in the public square of the city, the old man asked where he was going and whence he had come. He said to him, We are traveling from Bethlehem of Judah far up into the mountain region of Ephraim, where I belong. I have been to Bethlehem of Judah and am now going back home. But no one has offered us the shelter of his house. We have straw and fodder for our asses, and bread and wine for the woman and myself, and for our servant. There is nothing else we need. You are welcome, the old man said to him. But let me provide for all your needs, and do not spend the night in the public square. So he led them to his house, and provided fodder for the asses. Then they washed their feet, and ate and drank. While they were enjoying themselves, the men of the city, who were corrupt, surrounded the house and beat on the door. They said to the old man whose house it was, "Bring out your guests, that we may abuse him." The owner of the house went out to them and said, "No, my brothers, do not be so wicked. Since this man is my guest, do not commit this crime. Rather, let me bring out my maiden daughter or his concubine, ravish them, or do whatever you want with them. But against the man you must not commit this wanton crime." When the men would not listen to his hosts, the husband seized his concubine and thrust her outside to them. They had relations with her and abused her all night until the following dawn, when they let her go. Then, at daybreak, the woman came and collapsed at the entrance of the house in which her husband was a guest, where she lay until the morning. When her husband rose that day and opened the door of the house to start out again on his journey, there lay the woman, his concubine, at the entrance of the house with her hands on the threshold. He said to her, "Come, let us go." But there was no answer, so the man placed her on an ass and started out again for home. On reaching home, he took a knife to the body of his concubine, cut her into 12 pieces, and sent them throughout the territory of Israel. Everyone who saw this said, "Nothing like this has been done or seen from the day the Israelites came up from the land of Egypt to this day. Take note of it and state what you propose to do." Judges chapter 20. So all the Israelites came out as one man, from Dan to Beersheba, and from the land of Gilead. The community was gathered to the Lord at Mizpah. The leaders of all the people and all the tribesmen of Israel, 400,000 foot soldiers who were swordsmen, presented themselves in the assembly of the people of God. Meanwhile, the Benjaminites heard that the Israelites had gone up to Mizpah. The Israelites asked to be told how the crime had taken place. And the Levite, the husband of the murdered woman, testified, "My concubine and I went into Gibeah of Benjamin for the night. But the citizens of Gibeah rose up against me by night and surrounded the house in which I was. Me they attempted to kill, and my concubine they abused so that she died. So I took my concubine and cut her up and sent her through every part of the territory of Israel, because of the monstrous crime they had committed in Israel. Now that you are all here, O Israelites, state what you propose to do." All the people rose as one man to say, "None of us is to leave for his tent or return to his home. Now, as for Gibeah, this is what we will do. We will proceed against it by lot, taking from all the tribe of Israel 10 men for every 100, 100 for every 1,000, 1,000 for every 10,000, and procuring supplies for the soldiers who will go to deal fully and suitably with Gibeah of Benjamin for the crime it committed in Israel. When therefore all the men of Israel without exception were leagued together against the city, the tribes of Israel sent men throughout the tribe of Benjamin to say, "What is this evil which has occurred among you? Now give up these corrupt men of Gibeah, that we may put them to death and thus purge the evil from Israel." But the Benjaminites refused to accede to the demand of their brothers, the Israelites. Instead, the Benjaminites assembled from their other cities to Gibeah to do battle with the Israelites. The number of the Benjaminite swordsmen from the other cities on that occasion was 26,000, in addition to the inhabitants of Gibeah. Included in this total was 700 picked men who were left-handed, every one of them able to sling a stone at a hare without missing. Meanwhile, the other Israelites, who without Benjamin mustered 400,000 swordsmen ready for battle, moved on to Bethel and consulted God. When the Israelites asked who should go first in the attack on the Benjaminites, the Lord said, "Judah shall go first." The next day, the Israelites advanced on Gibeah with their forces. On the day the Israelites drew up in battle array at Gibeah for the combat with Benjamin, the Benjaminites came out of the city and felled 22,000 men of Israel. But though the Israelite soldiers took courage and again drew up for combat in the same place as on the previous day, then the Israelites went up and wept before the Lord until evening. "Shall I again engage my brother Benjamin in battle?" they asked the Lord, and the Lord answered that they should. When they met the Benjaminites for the second time, once again, the Benjaminites who came out of Gibeah against them felled 18,000 Israelites, all of them swordsmen. So the entire Israelite army went up to Bethel, where they wept and remained fasting before the Lord until evening of that day, besides offering holocausts and peace offerings before the Lord. When the Israelites consulted the Lord, for the ark of the covenant of God was there in those days, and Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, was ministering to him in those days, and asked, "Shall I go out again to battle with Benjamin, my brother, or shall I desist?" The Lord said, "Attack, for tomorrow I will deliver him into your power." So Israel set men in ambush around Gibeah. The Israelites went up against the Benjaminites for the third time and formed their line of battle at Gibeah, as on other occasions. The Benjaminites went out to meet them, and in the beginning, they killed off about 30 of the Israelite soldiers in the open field, just as on the other occasions. Therefore the Benjaminites thought, "We are defeating them as before," not realizing that disaster was about to overtake them. The Israelites, however, had planned the flights so as to draw them away from the city onto the highways. They were drawn away from the city onto the highways, of which the one led to Bethel, the other to Gibeon. And then all the men of Israel rose from their places. They reformed their ranks at Baal-Tamar, and the Israelites in ambush rushed from their place west of Gibeah, 10,000 picked men from all Israel, and advanced against the city itself. In a fierce battle, the Lord defeated Benjamin before Israel, and on that day the Israelites killed 25,100 men of Benjamin, all of them swordsmen. To the Benjaminites, it had looked as though the enemy were defeated, for the men of Israel gave ground to Benjamin, trusting in the ambush they had set at Gibeah. But then the men in ambush made a sudden dash into Gibeah, overran it, and put the whole city to the sword. Now the other Israelites had agreed with the men in ambush on a smoke signal they were to send up from the city. And though the men of Benjamin had begun by killing off some 30 of the men of Israel, under the impression that they were defeating them as surely as in the earlier fighting. The Israelites wheeled about to resist as the smoke of the signal column began to rise up from the city. It was when Benjamin looked back and saw the whole city in flames against the sky that the men of Israel wheeled about. Therefore, the men of Benjamin were thrown into confusion, for they realized the disaster that had overtaken them. They retreated before the men of Israel in the direction of the desert, with the fight being pressed against them. In their very midst, meanwhile, those who had been in the city were spreading destruction. The men of Benjamin had been surrounded and were now pursued to a point east of Gibeah, while 18,000 of them fell, warriors to a man. The rest turned and fled through the desert to the rock Rimmon. But on the highways, the Israelites picked off 5,000 men among them, and chasing them up to Gadom, killed another 2,000 of them there. Those of Benjamin who fell on that day were in all 25,000 swordsmen, warriors to a man. But 600 others who turned and fled through the desert reached the rock Rimmon, where they remained for 4 months. The men of Israel withdrew through the territory of the Benjaminites, putting to the sword the inhabitants of the cities, the livestock, and all they chanced upon. Moreover, they destroyed by fire all the cities they came upon. Judges chapter 21. Now the men of Israel had sworn at Mizpah that none of them would give his daughter in marriage to anyone from Benjamin. So the people went to Bethel and remained there before God until evening, raising their voices in bitter lament. They said, Lord God of Israel, why has it come to pass in Israel that today one tribe of Israel should be lacking? Early the next day, the people built an altar there and offered holocausts and peace offerings. Then the Israelites asked, Are there any among all the tribes of Israel who did not come up to the Lord for the assembly? For they had taken a solemn oath that anyone who did not go up to the Lord at Mizpah should be put to death without fail. The Israelites were disconsolate over their brother Benjamin and said, Today one of the tribes of Israel has been cut off. What can we do about wives for the survivors, since we have sworn by the Lord not to give them any of our daughters in marriage? And when they asked whether anyone among the tribes of Israel had not come up to the Lord in Mizpah, they found that none of the men of Jabesh Gilead had come to the encampment for the assembly. A roll call of the army established that none of the inhabitants of that city were present. The community, therefore, sent 12,000 warriors with orders to go to Jabesh Gilead and put those who lived there to the sword, including the women and children. They were told to include under the ban all males and every woman who was not still a virgin. Finding among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had had no relations with men, they brought them to the camp at Shiloh in the land of Canaan. Then the whole community sent a message to the Benjaminites at the rock Rimmon, offering them peace. When Benjamin returned at that time, they gave them as wives the women of Jabesh Gilead, whom they had spared, but these proved to be not enough for them. The people were still disconsolate over Benjamin, because the Lord had made a breach among the tribes of Israel. And the elders of the community said, What shall we do for wives for the survivors? For every woman in Benjamin has been put to death. They said, Those of Benjamin who survive must have heirs, else one of the Israelite tribes will be wiped out. Yet we cannot give them any of our daughters in marriage, because the Israelites have sworn, 'Cursed be he who gives a woman to Benjamin.' Then they thought of the yearly feast of the Lord at Shiloh, north of Bethel, east of the highway that goes up from Bethel to Shechem, and south of Lebonah. And they instructed the Benjaminites, 'Go and lie in wait in the vineyards. When you see the girls of Shiloh come out to do their dancing, leave the vineyards, and each of you seize one of the girls of Shiloh for a wife, and go to the land of Benjamin. When their fathers or their brothers come to complain to us, we shall say to them, Release them to us as a kindness, since we did not take a woman apiece in the war. Had you yourselves given them these wives, you would now be guilty.' The Benjaminites did this. They carried off a wife for each of them from their raid on the dancers, and went back to their own territory, where they rebuilt and occupied the cities. Also at that time the Israelites dispersed, each of them left for his own heritage in his own clan and tribe. In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what he thought best. Ruth, chapter 1. Once in the time of the judges there was a famine in the land. So a man from Bethlehem of Judah departed with his wife and 2 sons to reside on the plateau of Moab. The man was named Elimelech, his wife Naomi, and his sons Mahlon and Chilion. They were Ephrathites from Bethlehem of Judah. Sometime after their arrival on the Moabite plateau, Elimelech, the husband of Naomi, died, and she was left with her 2 sons, who married Moabite women, one named Orpah, the other Ruth. When they had lived there about 10 years, both Mahlon and Chilion died also, and the woman was left with neither her 2 sons nor her husband. She then made ready to go back from the plateau of Moab, because word reached her there that the Lord had visited his people and given them food. She and her 2 daughters-in-law left the place where they had been living. Then, as they were on the road back to the land of Judah, Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, "Go back, each of you, to your mother's house. May the Lord be kind to you as you were to the departed and to me. May the Lord grant each of you a husband and a home in which you will find rest." She kissed them goodbye, but they wept with loud sobs and told her they would return with her to her people. "Go back, my daughters," said Naomi. "Why should you come with me? Have I other sons in my womb who may become your husbands? Go back, my daughters. Go, for I am too old to marry again. And even if I could offer any hopes, or if tonight I had a husband or had borne sons, would you then wait and deprive yourselves of husbands until those sons grew up? No, my daughters, my lot is too bitter for you, because the Lord has extended his hand against me." Again they sobbed aloud and wept, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law goodbye, but Ruth stayed with her. "See now," she said, "your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and her God. Go back after your sister-in-law." But Ruth said, "Do not ask me to abandon or forsake you. For wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Wherever you die, I will die, and there be buried. May the Lord do so and so to me, and more besides, if aught but death separates me from you." Naomi then ceased to urge her, for she saw she was determined to go with her. So they went on together till they reached Bethlehem. On their arrival there, the whole city was astir over them. And the women asked, "Can this be Naomi?" But she said to them, "Do not call me Naomi. Call me Mara, for the Almighty has made it very bitter for me. I went away with an abundance, but the Lord has brought me back destitute. Why should you call me Naomi, since the Lord has pronounced against me, and the Almighty has brought evil upon me? Thus it was that Naomi returned with the Moabite daughter-in-law, Ruth, who accompanied her back from the plateau of Moab. They arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. Ruth. Chapter 2. Naomi had a prominent kinsman named Boaz, of the clan of her husband Elimelech. Ruth the Moabite said to Naomi, "Let me go and glean ears of grain in the field of anyone who will allow me that favor." Naomi said to her, "Go, my daughter." And she went. The field she entered to glean after the harvesters happened to be the section belonging to Boaz of the clan of Elimelech. Boaz himself came from Bethlehem and said to the harvesters, "The Lord be with you." And they replied, "The Lord bless you." Boaz asked the overseer of his harvesters, "Whose girl is this?" The overseer of the harvesters answered, "She is the Moabite girl who returned from the plateau of Moab with Naomi. She asked leave to gather the gleanings into sheaves after the harvesters, and ever since she came this morning, she has remained here until now, with scarcely a moment's rest." Boaz said to Ruth, "Listen, my daughter. Do not go to glean in anyone else's field. You are not to leave here. Stay here with my women servants. Watch to see which field is to be harvested and follow them. I have commanded the young men to do you no harm. When you are thirsty, you may go and drink from the vessels the young men have filled." Casting herself prostrate upon the ground, she said to him, "Why should I, a foreigner, be favored with your notice?" Boaz answered her, "I have had a complete account of what you have done for your mother-in-law after your husband's death. You have left your father and your mother and the land of your birth, and have come to a people whom you did not know previously. May the Lord reward what you have done. May you receive a full reward from the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come for refuge." She said, "May I prove worthy of your kindness, my Lord. You have comforted me, your servant, with your consoling words. Would indeed that I were a servant of yours." At mealtime, Boaz said to her, "Come here and have some food. Dip your bread in the sauce." Then, as she sat near the reapers, he handed her some roasted grain, and she ate her fill and had some left over. She rose to glean, and Boaz instructed his servants to let her glean among the sheaves themselves without scolding her, and even to let drop some handfuls and leave them for her to glean without being rebuked. She gleaned in the field until evening, and when she beat out what she had gleaned, it came to about an ephah of barley, which she took into the city and showed to her mother-in-law. Next, she brought out and gave her what she had left over from lunch. So her mother-in-law said to her, "Where did you glean today? Where did you go to work? May he who took notice of you be blessed." Then she told her mother-in-law with whom she had worked, "The man at whose place I work today is named Boaz," she said. "May he be blessed by the Lord, who is ever merciful to the living and to the dead." Naomi exclaimed to her daughter-in-law, and she continued, "He is a relative of ours, one of our next of kin. He even told me," added Ruth the Moabite, "that I should stay with his servants until they complete his entire harvest." "You would do well, my dear," Naomi rejoined, "to go out with his servants, for in someone else's field you might be insulted." So she stayed gleaning with the servants of Boaz until the end of the barley and wheat harvests. Ruth. Chapter 3. When she was back with her mother-in-law, Naomi said to her, "My daughter, I must seek a home for you that will please you. Now is not Boaz, with whose servants you were, a relative of ours? This evening he will be winnowing barley at the threshing floor. So bathe and anoint yourself. Then put on your best attire and go down to the threshing floor. Do not make yourself known to the man before he has finished eating and drinking. But when he lies down, take notes of the place where he does so. Then go uncover a place at his feet and lie down. He will tell you what to do." "I will do whatever you advise," Ruth replied. So she went down to the threshing floor and did just as her mother-in-law had instructed her. Boaz ate and drank to his heart's content. Then, when he went and lay down at the edge of the sheaves, she stole up, uncovered a place at his feet, and lay down. In the middle of the night, however, the man gave a start and turned around to find a woman lying at his feet. He asked, "Who are you?" And she replied, "I am your servant Ruth. Spread the corner of your cloak over me, for you are my next of kin." He said, "May the Lord bless you, my daughter. You have been even more loyal now than before in not going after the young men, whether poor or rich. So be assured, daughter, I will do for you whatever you say. All my townspeople know you for a worthy woman. Now, though indeed I am closely related to you, you have another relative still closer. Stay as you are for tonight, and tomorrow, if he wishes to claim you, good, let him do so. But if he does not wish to claim you, as the Lord lives, I will claim you myself. Lie there until morning." So she lay at his feet until morning, but rose before men could recognize one another. Boaz said, "Let it not be known that this woman came to the threshing floor." Then he said to her, "Take off your cloak and hold it out." When she did so, he poured out 6 measures of barley, helped her lift the bundle, and left for the city. Ruth went home to her mother-in-law, who asked, "How have you fared, my daughter?" So she told her all the man had done for her, and concluded, "He gave me these 6 measures of barley because he did not wish me to come back to my mother-in-law empty-handed." Naomi then said, "Wait here, my daughter, until you learn what happens, for the man will not rest, but will settle the matter today." Ruth. Chapter 4. Boaz went and took a seat at the gate. And when he saw the closer relative of whom he had spoken come along, he called to him by name, "Come and sit beside me." And he did so. Then Boaz picked out 10 of the elders of the city and asked them to sit nearby. When they had done this, he said to the near relative, "Naomi, who has come back from the Moabite plateau, is putting up for sale the piece of land that belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. So I thought I would inform you, bidding you before those here present, including the elders of my people, to put in your claim for it if you wish to acquire it as next of kin. But if you do not wish to claim it, tell me so, that I may be guided accordingly, for no one has a prior claim to yours, and mine is next." He answered, "I will put in my claim." Boaz continued, "Once you acquire the field from Naomi, you must take also Ruth the Moabite, the widow of the late heir, and raise up a family for the departed on his estate." The near relative replied, "I cannot exercise my claim lest I depreciate my own estate. Put in a claim yourself in my stead, for I cannot exercise my claim." Now it used to be the custom in Israel that to make binding a contract of redemption or exchange, one party would take off his sandal and give it to the other. This was a form of attestation in Israel. So the near relative, in saying to Boaz, "Acquire it for yourself," drew off his sandal. Boaz then said to the elders and to all the people, "You are witnesses today that I have acquired from Naomi all the holdings of Elimelech, Chilion, and Mahlon. I also take Ruth, the Moabite, the widow of Machlon, as my wife, in order to raise up a family for her late husband on his estate, so that the name of the departed may not perish among his kinsmen and fellow citizens. Do you witness this today?" All those at the gate, including the elders, said, "We do so." "May the Lord make this wife come into your house like Rachel and Leah, who between them built up the house of Israel. May you do well in Ephrathah and win fame in Bethlehem. With the offspring the Lord will give you from this girl, may your house become like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah." Boaz took Ruth. When they came together as man and wife, the Lord enabled her to conceive, and she bore a son. Then the women said to Naomi, "Blessed is the Lord who has not failed to provide you today with an heir. May he become famous in Israel. He will be your comfort and the support of your old age, for his mother is the daughter-in-law who loves you. She is worth more to you than 7 sons." Naomi took the child, placed him on her lap, and became his nurse. And the neighbor women gave him his name at the news that a grandson had been born to Naomi. They called him Obed. He was the father of Jesse, the father of David. These are the descendants of Perez. Perez was the father of Hezron. Hezron was the father of Ram. Ram was the father of Aminadab. Aminadab was the father of Nahshon. Nahshon was the father of Salmon. Salmon was the father of Boaz. Boaz was the father of Obed. Obed was the father of Jesse. And Jesse became the father of David. 1 Samuel chapter 1. There was a certain man from Ramathaim, Elkanah by name, a Zuphite from the hill country of Ephraim. He was the son of Jeroham, son of Elihu, son of Tohu, son of Zuph, an Ephraimite. He had 2 wives, one named Hannah, the other Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah was childless. This man regularly went on pilgrimage from his city to worship the Lord of hosts and to sacrifice to him at Shiloh, where the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni, and Phinehas were ministering as priests of the Lord. When the day came for Elkanah to offer sacrifice, he used to give a portion each to his wife Peninnah and to all her sons and daughters, but a double portion to Hannah, because he loved her, though the Lord had made her barren. Her rival, to upset her, turned it into a constant reproach to her that the Lord had left her barren. This went on year after year. Each time they made their pilgrimage to the sanctuary of the Lord, Peninnah would approach her, and Hannah would weep and refuse to eat. Her husband Elkanah used to ask her, "Hannah, why do you weep and why do you refuse to eat? Why do you grieve? Am I not more to you than 10 sons?" Hannah rose after one such meal at Shiloh and presented herself before the Lord. At the time, Eli the priest was sitting on a chair near the doorposts of the Lord's temple. In her bitterness, she prayed to the Lord, weeping copiously, and she made a vow, promising, "O Lord of hosts, if you look with pity on the misery of a handmaid, if you remember me, and do not forget me, if you give your handmaid a male child, I will give him to the Lord for as long as he lives. Neither wine nor liquor shall he drink, and no razor shall ever touch his head." As she remained long at prayer before the Lord, Eli watched her mouth, for Hannah was praying silently. Though her lips were moving, her voice could not be heard. Eli, thinking her drunk, said to her, "How long will you make a drunken show of yourself? Sober up from your wine. It isn't that, my lord, Hannah answered. I am an unhappy woman. I have had neither wine nor liquor. I was only pouring out my troubles to the Lord. Do not think your handmaid a ne'er-do-well. My prayer has been prompted by my deep sorrow and misery. Eli said, Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant you what you have asked of him. She replied, Think kindly of your maidservant, and left. She went to her quarters, ate and drank with her husband, and no longer appeared downcast. Early the next morning, they worshipped before the Lord, and then returned to their home in Ramah. When Elkanah had relations with his wife Hannah, the Lord remembered her. She conceived, and at the end of her term, bore a son, whom she called Samuel, since she had asked the Lord for him. The next time her husband Elkanah was going up with the rest of his household to offer the customary sacrifice to the Lord and to fulfill his vows, Hannah did not go, explaining to her husband, Once the child is weaned, I will take him to appear before the Lord and to remain there forever. I will offer him as a perpetual Nazirite. Her husband Elkanah answered her, Do what you think best. Wait until you have weaned him. Only may the Lord bring your resolve to fulfillment. And so she remained at home and nursed her son until she had weaned him. Once he was weaned, she brought him up with her, along with a 3-year-old bull, an ephah of flour, and a skin of wine, and presented him at the temple of the Lord in Shiloh. After the boy's father had sacrificed the young bull, Hannah, his mother, approached Eli and said, Pardon, my lord. As you leave, my lord, I am the woman who stood near you here, praying to the Lord. I prayed for this child, and the Lord granted my requests. Now I, in turn, give him to the Lord. As long as he lives, he shall be dedicated to the Lord. She left him there. 1 Samuel chapter 2. And as she worshipped the Lord, she said, My heart exults in the Lord. My horn is exalted in my God. I have swallowed up my enemies. I rejoice in my victory. There is no holy one like the Lord. There is no rock like our God. Speak boastfully no longer, nor let arrogance issue from your mouths. For an all-knowing God is the Lord, a God who judges deeds. The bows of the mighty are broken, while the tottering gird on strength. The well-fed hire themselves out for bread, while the hungry batten on spoil. The barren wife bears 7 sons, while the mother of many languishes. The Lord puts to death and gives life. He casts down to the nether world. He raises up again. The Lord makes poor and makes rich. He humbles, he also exalts. He raises the needy from the dust. From the ash heap he lifts up the poor, to seat them with nobles and make a glorious throne their heritage. He gives to the vower his vow and blesses the sleep of the just. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will guard the footsteps of his faithful ones, but the wicked shall perish in the darkness. For not by strength does man prevail. The Lord's foes shall be shattered. The Most High in heaven thunders. The Lord judges the ends of the earth. Now may he give strength to his king and exalt the horn of his anointed. When Elkanah returned home to Ramah, the child remained in the service of the Lord under the priest Eli. Now the sons of Eli were wicked. They had respect neither for the Lord nor for the priest's duties toward the people. When someone offered a sacrifice, the priest's servant would come with a 3-pronged fork while the meat was still boiling and would thrust it into the basin, kettle, cauldron, or pot. Whatever the fork brought up, the priest would keep. That is how all the Israelites were treated who came to the sanctuary at Shiloh. In fact, even before the fat was burned, the priest's servant would come and say to the man offering the sacrifice, "Give me some meat to roast for the priest." He will not accept boiled meat from you, only raw meat. And if the man protested, "Let the fat be burnt first, as is the custom. Then take whatever you wish," he would reply. "No, give it to me now, or else I will take it by force." Thus the young men sinned grievously in the presence of the Lord. They treated the offerings to the Lord with disdain. Meanwhile, the boy Samuel, girt with a linen apron, was serving in the presence of the Lord. His mother used to make a little garment for him, which she would bring him each time she went up with her husband to offer the customary sacrifice. And Eli would bless Elkanah and his wife as they were leaving for home. He would say, "May the Lord repay you with children from this woman for the gift she has made to the Lord." The Lord favored Hannah so that she conceived and gave birth to 3 more sons and 2 daughters, while young Samuel grew up in the service of the Lord. When Eli was very old, he heard repeatedly how his sons were treating all Israel, and that they were having relations with the women serving at the entry of the meeting tent. So he said to them, "Why are you doing such things? No, my sons, you must not do these things. It is not a good report that I hear the people of the Lord spreading about you. If a man sins against another man, one can intercede for him with the Lord. But if a man sins against the Lord, who can intercede for him?" But they disregarded their father's warning, since the Lord had decided on their death. Meanwhile, young Samuel was growing in stature and in words, in the estimation of the Lord and of men. A man of God came to Eli and said to him, "This is what the Lord says. I went so far as to reveal myself to your father's family when they were in Egypt as slaves to the house of Pharaoh. I chose them out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priests, to go up to my altar, to burn incense, and to wear the ephod before me. And I assigned all the oblations of the Israelites to your father's family. Why do you keep a greedy eye on my sacrifices and on the offerings which I have prescribed? And why do you honor your sons in preference to me, fattening yourselves with the choicest parts of every offering of my people, Israel? This, therefore, is the oracle of the Lord, the God of Israel. I said in the past that your family and your father's family should minister in my presence forever. But now, the Lord declares, away with this, for I will honor those who honor me, but those who spurn me shall be accursed. Yes, the time is coming when I will break your strength and the strength of your father's family, so that no man in your family shall reach old age. You shall witness as a disappointed rival all the benefits enjoyed by Israel, but there shall never be an old man in your family. I will permit some of your family to remain at my altar, to wear out their eyes in consuming greed, but the rest of the men of your family shall die by the sword. You shall have a sign in what will happen to your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas. Both shall die on the same day. I will choose a faithful priest who shall do what I have in heart and mind. I will establish a lasting house for him, which shall function in the presence of my anointed forever. Then, whoever is left of your family will come to grovel before him for a piece of silver or a loaf of bread, and will say, "Appoint me, I beg you, to a priestly function, that I may have a morsel of bread to eat." 1 Samuel chapter 3. During the time young Samuel was minister to the Lord under Eli, a revelation of the Lord was uncommon and vision infrequent. One day, Eli was asleep in his usual place. His eyes had lately grown so weak that he could not see. The lamp of God was not yet extinguished, and Samuel was sleeping in the temple of the Lord where the ark of God was. The Lord called to Samuel, who answered, "Here I am." He ran to Eli and said, "Here I am. You called me." "I did not call you," Eli said. "Go back to sleep." So he went back to sleep. Again, the Lord called Samuel, who rose and went to Eli. "Here I am," he said. "You called me." But he answered, "I did not call you, my son. Go back to sleep." At that time, Samuel was not familiar with the Lord because the Lord had not revealed anything to him as yet. The Lord called Samuel again for the third time. Getting up and going to Eli, he said, "Here I am. You called me." Then Eli understood that the Lord was calling the youth. So he said to Samuel, "Go to sleep, and if you are called, reply, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.'" When Samuel went to sleep in his place, the Lord came and revealed his presence, calling out as before, "Samuel, Samuel." Samuel answered, "Speak, for your servant is listening." The Lord said to Samuel, "I am about to do something in Israel that will cause the ears of everyone who hears it to ring. On that day, I will carry out in full against Eli everything I threatened against his family. I announced to him that I am condemning his family once and for all because of this crime. Though he knew his sons were blaspheming God, he did not reprove them. Therefore, I swear to the family of Eli that no sacrifice or offering will ever expiate its crime." Samuel then slept until morning. When he got up early and opened the doors of the temple of the Lord, he feared to tell Eli the vision. But Eli called to him, "Samuel, my son." He replied, "Here I am." Then Eli asked, "What did he say to you?" "Hide nothing from me." "May God do thus, and so to you, if you hide a single thing he told you." So Samuel told him everything and held nothing back. Eli answered, "He is the Lord. He will do what he judges best." Samuel grew up, and the Lord was with him, not permitting any word of his to be without effect. Thus all Israel from Dan to Beersheba came to know that Samuel was an accredited prophet of the Lord. The Lord continued to appear at Shiloh. He manifested himself to Samuel at Shiloh through his word. 1 Samuel chapter 4. And Samuel spoke to all Israel. At that time, the Philistines gathered for an attack on Israel. Israel went out to engage them in battle and camped at Ebenezer, while the Philistines camped at Aphek. The Philistines then drew up in battle formation against Israel. After a fierce struggle, Israel was defeated by the Philistines, who slew about 4,000 men on the battlefield. When the troops retired to the camp, the elders of Israel said, "Why has the Lord permitted us to be defeated today by the Philistines? Let us fetch the ark of the Lord from Shiloh, that it may go into battle among us and save us from the grasp of our enemies." So the people sent to Shiloh and brought from there the ark of the Lord of hosts, who is enthroned upon the cherubim. The two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were with the ark of God. When the ark of the Lord arrived in the camp, all Israel shouted so loudly that the earth resounded. The Philistines, hearing the noise of shouting, asked, "What can this loud shouting in the camp of the Hebrews mean?" On learning that the ark of the Lord had come into the camp, the Philistines were frightened. They said, "Gods have come to their camp." They said also, Woe to us! This has never happened before. Woe to us! Who can deliver us from the power of these mighty gods? These are the gods that struck the Egyptians with various plagues and with pestilence. Take courage and be manly, Philistines, otherwise you will become slaves to the Hebrews as they were your slaves. So fight manfully. The Philistines fought, and Israel was defeated. Every man fled to his own tent. It was a disastrous defeat in which Israel lost 30,000 foot soldiers. The ark of God was captured, and Eli's two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, were among the dead. A Benjaminite fled from the battlefield and reached Shiloh that same day, with his clothes torn and his head covered with dirt. When he arrived, Eli was sitting in his chair beside the gate, watching the road, for he was troubled at heart about the ark of God. The man, however, went into the city to divulge his news, which put the whole city in an uproar. Hearing the outcry of the men standing near him, Eli inquired, "What does this commotion mean?" Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes would not focus, so that he could not see. The man quickly came up to Eli and said, "It is I who have come from the battlefield. I fled from there today." He asked, "What happened, my son?" And the messenger answered, "Israel fled from the Philistines. In fact, the troops suffered heavy losses. Your two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are among the dead, and the ark of God has been captured." At this mention of the ark of God, Eli fell backward from his chair into the gateway. Since he was an old man and heavy, he died of a broken neck. He had judged Israel for 40 years. His daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was with child and at the point of giving birth. When she heard the news concerning the capture of the ark and the deaths of her father-in-law and her husband, she was seized with the pangs of labor and gave birth. She was about to die when the women standing around her said to her, "Never fear, you have given birth to a son." Yet she neither answered nor paid any attention. She named the child Ichabod, saying, "Gone is the glory from Israel," with reference to the capture of the ark of God and to her father-in-law and her husband. She said, "Gone is the glory from Israel," because the ark of God had been captured. 1 Samuel chapter 5. The Philistines, having captured the ark of God, transferred it from Ebenezer to Ashdod. They then took the ark of God and brought it into the temple of Dagon, placing it beside Dagon. When the people of Ashdod rose early the next morning, Dagon was lying prone on the ground before the ark of the Lord. So they picked Dagon up and replaced him. But the next morning early, when they arose, Dagon lay prone on the ground before the ark of the Lord, his head and hands broken off, and lying on the threshold, his trunk alone intact. For this reason, neither the priests of Dagon nor any others who enter the temple of Dagon tread on the threshold of Dagon. In Ashdod, to this very day, they always step over it. Now, the Lord dealt severely with the people of Ashdod. He ravaged and afflicted the city and its vicinity with hemorrhoids. He brought upon the city a great and deadly plague of mice that swarmed in their ships and overran their fields. On seeing how matters stood, the men of Ashdod decided, "The ark of the God of Israel must not remain with us, for he is handling us and our God Dagon severely." So they summoned all the Philistine lords and inquired of them, "What shall we do with the ark of the God of Israel?" The men of Gath replied, "Let them move the ark of the God of Israel onto us." So they moved the ark of the God of Israel to Gath. But after it had been brought there, the Lord threw the city into utter turmoil. He afflicted its inhabitants, young and old, and hemorrhoids broke out on them. The ark of God was next sent to Ekron. But as it entered that city, the people there cried out, "Why have they brought the ark of the God of Israel here to kill us and our kindred?" Then they too sent a summons to all the Philistine lords and pleaded, "Send away the ark of the God of Israel. Let it return to its own place, that it may not kill us and our kindred." A deadly panic had seized the whole city, since the hand of God had been very heavy upon it. Those who escaped death were afflicted with hemorrhoids, and the outcry from the city went up to the heavens. 1 Samuel chapter 6. The ark of the Lord had been in the land of the Philistines 7 months when they summoned priests and fortune tellers to ask, "What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Tell us what we should send back with it." They replied, "If you intend to send away the ark of the God of Israel, you must not send it alone, but must by all means make amends to him through a guilt offering. Then you will be healed and will learn why he continues to afflict you." When asked further, what guilt offering should be our amends to him, they replied, 5 golden hemorrhoids and 5 golden mice, to correspond to the number of Philistine lords, since the same plague has struck all of you and your lords. Therefore, make images of the hemorrhoids and of the mice that are infesting your land, and give them as a tribute to the God of Israel. Perhaps then he will cease to afflict you, your gods, and your land. Why should you become stubborn, as the Egyptians and Pharaoh were stubborn? Was it not after he had dealt ruthlessly with them that the Israelites were released and departed? So now set to work and make a new cart. Then take 2 milch cows that have not borne the yoke, hitch them to the cart, but drive their calves indoors away from them. You shall next take the ark of the Lord and place it on the cart, putting in a box beside it the golden articles that you are offering as amends for your guilt. Start it on its way and let it go. Then watch. If it goes to Beth Shemesh along the route to his own territory, he has brought this great calamity upon us. If not, we will know it was not he who struck us, but that an accident happened to us. They acted upon this advice. Taking 2 milch cows, they hitched them to the cart, but shut up their calves indoors. Then they placed the ark of the Lord on the cart, along with the box containing the golden mice and the images of the hemorrhoids. The cows went straight for the route to Beth Shemesh and continued along this road, mooing as they went, without turning right or left. The Philistine lords followed them as far as the border of Beth Shemesh. The people of Beth Shemesh were harvesting the wheat in the valley. When they looked up and spied the ark, they greeted it with rejoicing. The cart came to the field of Joshua, the Beth Shemite, and stopped there. At a large stone in the field, the wood of the cart was split up, and the cows were offered as a holocaust to the Lord. The Levites, meanwhile, had taken down the ark of God and the box beside it, in which the golden articles were, and had placed them on the great stone. The men of Beth Shemesh also offered other holocausts and sacrifices to the Lord that day. After witnessing this, the 5 Philistine lords returned to Ekron the same day. The golden hemorrhoids the Philistines sent back as a guilt offering to the Lord were as follows: 1 for Ashdod, 1 for Gaza, 1 for Ashkelon, 1 for Gath, and 1 for Ekron. The golden mice, however, corresponded to the number of all the cities of the Philistines belonging to the 5 lords, including fortified cities and open villages. The large stone on which the ark of the Lord was placed is still in the field of Joshua the Beth Shemite at the present time. The descendants of Jeconiah did not join in the celebration with the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh when they greeted the ark of the Lord, and 70 of them were struck down. The people went into mourning at this great calamity with which the Lord had afflicted them. The men of Beth Shemesh asked, "Who can stand in the presence of this Holy One? To whom shall he go from us?" They then sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiriath Jearim, saying, "The Philistines have returned the ark of the Lord. Come down and get it." 1 Samuel chapter 7. So the inhabitants of Kiriath Jearim came for the ark of the Lord and brought it into the house of Abinadab on the hill, appointing his son Eleazar as guardian of the ark of the Lord. From the day the ark came to rest in Kiriath Jearim, a long time, 20 years elapsed, and the whole Israelite population turned to the Lord. Samuel said to them, "If you wish with your whole heart to return to the Lord, put away your foreign gods and your Ashtaroth, devote yourselves to the Lord, and worship him alone. Then he will deliver you from the power of the Philistines." So the Israelites put away their Baals and Ashtaroth and worshipped the Lord alone. Samuel then gave orders, "Gather all Israel to Mizpah, that I may pray to the Lord for you." When they were gathered at Mizpah, they drew water and poured it out on the ground before the Lord. And they fasted that day, confessing, "We have sinned against the Lord." It was at Mizpah that Samuel began to judge the Israelites. When the Philistines heard that the Israelites had gathered at Mizpah, their lords went up against Israel. Hearing this, the Israelites became afraid of the Philistines and said to Samuel, "Implore the Lord our God unceasingly for us, to save us from the clutches of the Philistines." Samuel therefore took an unweaned lamb and offered it entire as a holocaust to the Lord. He implored the Lord for Israel, and the Lord heard him. While Samuel was offering the holocaust, the Philistines advanced to join battle with Israel. That day, however, the Lord thundered loudly against the Philistines and threw them into such confusion that they were defeated by Israel. Thereupon, the Israelites sallied forth from Mizpah and pursued the Philistines, harrying them down beyond Bethkar. Samuel then took a stone and placed it between Mizpah and Jeshanah. He named it Ebenezer, explaining, "To this point the Lord helped us." Thus were the Philistines subdued, never again to enter the territory of Israel, for the Lord was severe with them as long as Samuel lived. The cities from Ekron to Gath, which the Philistines had taken from Israel, were restored to them. Israel also freed the territory of the cities from the dominion of the Philistines. Moreover, there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. Samuel judged Israel as long as he lived. He made a yearly journey, passing through Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, and judging Israel at each of these sanctuaries. Then he used to return to Ramah, for that was his home. There too he judged Israel and built an altar to the Lord. 1 Samuel chapter 8. In his old age, Samuel appointed his sons judges over Israel. His firstborn was named Joel, his second son Abijah. They judged at Beersheba. His sons did not follow his example, but sought illicit gain and accepted bribes, perverting justice. Therefore, all the elders of Israel came in a body to Samuel at Ramah and said to him, "Now that you are old and your sons do not follow your example, appoint a king over us, as other nations have to judge us." Samuel was displeased when they asked for a king to judge them. He prayed to the Lord, however, who said in answer, "Grant the people's every request. It is not you they reject. They are rejecting me as their king, as they have treated me constantly from the day I brought them up from Egypt to this day, deserting me and worshiping strange gods. So do they treat you too. Now grant their requests, but at the same time, warn them solemnly and inform them of the rights of the king who will rule them." Samuel delivered the message of the Lord in full to those who were asking him for a king. He told them, "The rights of the king who will rule you will be as follows. He will take your sons and assign them to his chariots and horses, and they will run before his chariot. He will also appoint from among them his commanders of groups of 1,000 and of 100 soldiers. He will set them to do his plowing and his harvesting, and to make his implements of war and the equipment of his chariots. He will use your daughters as ointment makers, as cooks, and as bakers. He will take the best of your fields, vineyards, and olive groves, and give them to his officials. He will tithe your crops and your vineyards, and give the revenue to his eunuchs and his slaves. He will take your male and female servants, as well as your best oxen and your asses, and use them to do his work. He will tithe your flocks, and you yourselves will become his slaves. When this takes place, you will complain against the king whom you have chosen. But on that day, the Lord will not answer you." The people, however, refused to listen to Samuel's warning and said, "Not so. There must be a king over us. We too must be like other nations, with a king to rule us and to lead us in warfare and fight our battles." When Samuel had listened to all the people had to say, he repeated it to the Lord, who then said to him, "Grant their request and appoint a king to rule them." Samuel thereupon said to the men of Israel, "Each of you go to his own city." 1 Samuel chapter 9. There was a stalwart man from Benjamin named Kish, who was the son of Abiel, son of Zeror, son of Bechorath, son of Aphiah, a Benjaminite. He had a son named Saul, who was a handsome young man. There was no other Israelite handsomer than Saul. He stood head and shoulders above the people. Now the asses of Saul's father Kish had wandered off. Kish said to his son Saul, "Take one of the servants with you and go out and hunt for the asses." Accordingly, they went through the hill country of Ephraim and through the land of Shalisha. Not finding them there, they continued through the land of Shalim without success. They also went through the land of Benjamin, but they failed to find the animals. When they came to the land of Zoph, Saul said to the servant who was with him, "Come, let us turn back, lest my father forget about the asses and become anxious about us." The servant replied, "Listen, there is a man of God in this city, a man held in high esteem. All that he says is sure to come true. Let us go there now. Perhaps he can tell us how to accomplish our errand." But Saul said to his servant, "If we go, what can we offer the man? There is no bread in our bags, and we have no presents to give the man of God. What have we?" Again the servant answered Saul, "I have a quarter of a silver shekel. If I give that to the man of God, he will tell us our way." In former times in Israel, anyone who went to consult God used to say, "Come, let us go to the seer." For he who is now called prophet was formerly called seer. Saul then said to his servant, "Well said. Come on, let us go." And they went to the city where the man of God lived. As they were going up the ascent to the city, They met some girls coming out to draw water and inquired of them, "Is the seer in town?" The girls answered, "Yes, there, straight ahead. Hurry now. Just today, he came to the city, because the people have a sacrifice today on the high place. When you enter the city, you may reach him before he goes up to the high place to eat. The people will not eat until he arrives. Only after he blesses the sacrifice will the invited guests eat. Go up immediately, for you should find him right now." So they went up to the city. As they entered it, Samuel was coming toward them on his way to the high place. The day before Saul's arrival, the Lord had given Samuel the revelation. "At this time tomorrow, I will send you a man from the land of Benjamin, whom you are to anoint as commander of my people Israel. He shall save my people from the clutches of the Philistines, for I have witnessed their misery and accepted their cry for help." When Samuel caught sight of Saul, the Lord assured him, "This is the man of whom I told you. He is to govern my people." Saul met Samuel in the gateway and said, "Please tell me where the seer lives." Samuel answered Saul, "I am the seer. Go up ahead of me to the high place and eat with me today. In the morning, before dismissing you, I will tell you whatever you wish. As for the asses you lost 3 days ago, do not worry about them, for they have been found. Whom does Israel desire ardently, if not you and your father's family?" Saul replied, "Am I not a Benjaminite of one of the smallest tribes of Israel? And is not my clan the least among the clans of the tribe of Benjamin? Why say such things to me?" Samuel then took Saul and his servant and brought them to the room, where he placed them at the head of the guests, of whom there were about 30. He said to the cook, "Bring the portion I gave you and told you to put aside." So the cook took up the leg and what went with it and placed it before Saul. Samuel said, "This is a reserved portion that has been set before you. Eat, for it was kept for you until your arrival." I explained that I was inviting some guests. Thus Saul dined with Samuel that day. When they came down from the high place into the city, a mattress was spread for Saul on the roof, and he slept there. At daybreak, Samuel called to Saul on the roof, "Get up, and I will start you on your journey." Saul rose, and he and Samuel went outside the city together. As they were approaching the edge of the town, Samuel said to Saul, "Tell the servant to go on ahead of us, but stay here yourself for the moment, that I may give you a message from God." 1 Samuel chapter 10. Then, from a flask he had with him, Samuel poured oil on Saul's head. He also kissed him, saying, "The Lord anoints you commander over his heritage. You are to govern the Lord's people Israel and to save them from the grasp of their enemies round about. This will be the sign for you that the Lord has anointed you commander over his heritage. When you leave me today, you will meet 2 men near Rachel's tomb at Zelzah, in the territory of Benjamin, who will say to you, 'The asses you went to look for have been found.' Your father is no longer worried about the asses, but is anxious about you and says, 'What shall I do about my son?' Farther on, when you arrive at the terebinth of Tabor, you will be met by 3 men going up to God at Bethel. One will be bringing 3 kids, another 3 loaves of bread, and the third a skin of wine. They will greet you and offer you 2 wave offerings of bread, which you will take from them. After that, you will come to Gibeath Elohim, where there is a garrison of the Philistines. As you enter that city, you will meet a band of prophets in a prophetic state. coming down from the high place, preceded by lyres, tambourines, flutes, and harps. The Spirit of the Lord will rush upon you, and you will join them in their prophetic state and will be changed into another man. When you see these signs fulfilled, do whatever you judge feasible because God is with you. Now go down ahead of me to Gilgal, for I shall come down to you to offer holocausts and to sacrifice peace offerings. Wait 7 days until I come to you. I shall then tell you what you must do. As Saul turned to leave Samuel, God gave him another heart. That very day, all these signs came to pass. When they were going from there to Gibeah, a band of prophets met him, and the Spirit of God rushed upon him, so that he joined them in their prophetic state. When all who had known him previously saw him in a prophetic state among the prophets, they said to one another, "What has happened to the son of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets?" And someone from that district added, "And who is their father?" Thus the proverb arose, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" When he came out of the prophetic state, he went home. Saul's uncle inquired of him and his servant, "Where have you been?" Saul replied, "To look for the asses. When we could not find them, we went to Samuel." Then Saul's uncle said, "Tell me then what Samuel said to you." Saul said to his uncle, "He assured us that the asses had been found, but he mentioned nothing to him of what Samuel had said about the kingship." Samuel called the people together to the Lord at Mizpah and addressed the Israelites. "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, it was I who brought Israel up from Egypt and delivered you from the power of the Egyptians and from the power of all the kingdoms that oppressed you. But today you have rejected your God, who delivers you from all your evils and calamities, by saying to him, 'Not so, but you must appoint a king over us.' Now therefore take your stand before the Lord according to tribes and families." So Samuel had all the tribes of Israel come forward, and the tribe of Benjamin was chosen. Next, he had the tribe of Benjamin come forward in clans, and the clan of Matri was chosen. And finally Saul, son of Kish, was chosen. But they looked for him in vain. Again they consulted the Lord. "Has he come here?" The Lord answered, "He is hiding among the baggage." They ran to bring him from there. And when he stood among the people, he was head and shoulders above all the crowd. Samuel said to all the people, "Do you see the man whom the Lord has chosen? There is none like him among all the people." Then all the people shouted, "Long live the king!" Samuel next explained to the people the law of royalty and wrote it in a book, which he placed in the presence of the Lord. This done, Samuel dismissed the people, each to his own place. Saul also went home to Gibeah, accompanied by warriors whose hearts the Lord had touched. But certain worthless men said, "How can this fellow save us?" They despised him and brought him no present. 1 Samuel chapter 11. About a month later, Nahash the Ammonite went up and laid siege to Jabesh Gilead. All the men of Jabesh begged Nahash, "Make a treaty with us, and we will be your subjects." But Nahash the Ammonite replied, "This is my condition for a treaty with you. I must gouge out every man's right eye, that I may thus bring ignominy on all Israel." The elders of Jabesh said to him, "Give us 7 days to send messengers throughout the territory of Israel. If no one rescues us, we will surrender to you." When the messengers arrived at Gibeah of Saul, they related the news to the people, all of whom wept aloud. Just then Saul came in from the field, behind his oxen. Why are the people weeping? He asked. The message of the inhabitants of Jabesh was repeated to him. As he listened to this report, the Spirit of God rushed upon him, and he became very angry. Taking a yoke of oxen, he cut them into pieces, which he sent throughout the territory of Israel by couriers with the message, "If anyone does not come out to follow Saul and Samuel, the same as this will be done to his oxen." In dread of the Lord, the people turned out to a man. When he reviewed them in Bezek, there were 300,000 Israelites and 70,000 Judahites. To the messengers who had come, he said, "Tell the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead that tomorrow, while the sun is hot, they will be rescued." The messengers came and reported this to the inhabitants of Jabesh, who were jubilant, and said to Nahash, "Tomorrow we will surrender to you, and you may do whatever you please with us." On the appointed day, Saul arranged his troops in 3 companies and invaded the camp during the dawn watch. They slaughtered Ammonites until the heat of the day. By then, the survivors were so scattered that no two were left together. The people then said to Samuel, who questioned whether Saul should rule over us, "Hand over the men, and we will put them to death." But Saul broke in to say, "No man is to be put to death this day, for today the Lord has saved Israel." Samuel said to the people, "Come, let us go to Gilgal to inaugurate the kingdom there." So all the people went to Gilgal, where in the presence of the Lord they made Saul king. They also sacrificed peace offerings there before the Lord, and Saul and all the Israelites celebrated the occasion with great joy. 1 Samuel chapter 12. Samuel addressed all Israel. "I have granted your request in every respect," he said. "I have set a king over you, and now the king is your leader. As for me, I am old and gray, and have sons among you. I have lived with you from my youth to the present day. Here I stand. Answer me in the presence of the Lord and of his anointed. Whose ox have I taken? Whose ass have I taken? Whom have I cheated? Whom have I oppressed? From whom have I accepted a bribe and overlooked his guilt? I will make restitution to you." They replied, "You have neither cheated us, nor oppressed us, nor accepted anything from anyone." So he said to them, "The Lord is witness against you this day, and his anointed as well, that you have found nothing in my possession." "He is witness," they agreed. Continuing, Samuel said to the people, "The Lord is witness, who appointed Moses and Aaron, and who brought your fathers up from the land of Egypt. Now, therefore, take your stand, and I shall arraign you before the Lord, and shall recount for you all the acts of mercy the Lord has done for you and your fathers. When Jacob and his sons went to Egypt, and the Egyptians oppressed them, your fathers appealed to the Lord, who sent Moses and Aaron to bring them out of Egypt, and he gave them this place to live in. But they forgot the Lord their God, and he allowed them to fall into the clutches of Sisera, the captain of the army of Jabin, king of Hazor, into the grasp of the Philistines, and into the grip of the king of Moab, who made war against them. Each time they appealed to the Lord and said, "We have sinned in forsaking the Lord and worshipping Baals and Ashtaroth, but deliver us now from the power of our enemies, and we will worship you." Accordingly, the Lord sent Jerubbaal, Barak, Jephthah, and Samuel. He delivered you from the power of your enemies on every side, so that you were able to live in security. Yet, when you saw Nahash, king of the Ammonites, advancing against you, you said to me, "Not so, but a king must rule us." even though the Lord your God is your king. Now you have the king you want, a king the Lord has given you. If you fear the Lord and worship him, if you are obedient to him and do not rebel against the Lord's command, if both you and the king who rules you follow the Lord your God, well and good. But if you do not obey the Lord, and if you rebel against his command, the Lord will deal severely with you and your king and destroy you. Now then, stand ready to witness the great marvel the Lord is about to accomplish before your eyes. Are we not in the harvest time for wheat? Yet I shall call to the Lord, and he will send thunder and rain. Thus you will see and understand how greatly the Lord is displeased that you have asked for a king. Samuel then called to the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day. As a result, all the people dreaded the Lord and Samuel. They said to Samuel, "Pray to the Lord your God for us, your servants, that we may not die for having added to all our other sins the evil of asking for a king." "Do not fear," Samuel answered them. "It is true you have committed all this evil. Still, you must not turn from the Lord, but must worship him with your whole heart. Do not turn to meaningless idols which can neither profit nor save. They are nothing. For the sake of his own great name, the Lord will not abandon his people, since the Lord himself chose to make you his people. As for me, far be it from me to sin against the Lord by ceasing to pray for you and to teach you the good and right way. But you must fear the Lord and worship him faithfully with your whole heart. Keep in mind the great things he has done among you. If instead you continue to do evil, both you and your king shall perish." 1 Samuel chapter 13. Saul was years old when he became king, and he reigned 2 years over Israel. Saul chose 3,000 men of Israel, of whom 2,000 remained with him in Michmash and in the hill country of Bethel, and 1,000 were with Jonathan in Gibeah of Benjamin. He sent the rest of the people back to their tents. Now Jonathan overcame the Philistine garrison which was in Gibeah, and the Philistines got word of it. Then Saul sounded the horn throughout the land with a proclamation, "Let the Hebrews hear." Thus all Israel learned that Saul had overcome the garrison of the Philistines, and that Israel had brought disgrace upon the Philistines. And the soldiers were called up to Saul in Gilgal. The Philistines also assembled for battle, with 3,000 chariots, 6,000 horsemen, and foot soldiers as numerous as the sands of the seashore. Moving up against Israel, they encamped in Michmash, east of Bethaven. Some Israelites, aware of the danger and of the difficult situation, hid themselves in caves, in thickets, among rocks, in caverns, and in cisterns. And other Hebrews passed over the Jordan into the land of Gad and Gilead. Saul, however, held out at Gilgal, although all his followers were seized with fear. He waited 7 days, the time Samuel had determined. When Samuel did not arrive at Gilgal, the men began to slip away from Saul. He then said, "Bring me the holocaust and peace offerings." And he offered up the holocausts. He had just finished this offering when Samuel arrived. Saul went out to greet him, and Samuel asked him, "What have you done?" Saul replied, "When I saw that the men were slipping away from me, since you had not come by the specified time, and with the Philistines assembled at Michmash, I said to myself, 'Now the Philistines will come down against me at Gilgal, and I have not yet sought the Lord's blessing.' So, in my anxiety, I offered up the holocaust." Samuel's response was, "You have been foolish. Had you kept the command the Lord your God gave you, the Lord would now establish your kingship in Israel as lasting. But as things are, your kingdom shall not endure. The Lord has sought out a man after his own heart, and has appointed him commander of his people, because you broke the Lord's command. Then Samuel set out from Gilgal and went his own way. But the rest of the people went up after Saul to meet the soldiers, going from Gilgal to Gibeah of Benjamin. Saul then numbered the soldiers he had with him, who were about 600. Saul, his son Jonathan, and the soldiers they had with them were now occupying Geba of Benjamin, and the Philistines were encamped at Michmash. Meanwhile, raiders left the camp of the Philistines in 3 bands. One band took the Ophrah road toward the district of Shual. Another turned in the direction of Beth Horon, and the third took the road for Geba that overlooks the valley of the hyenas toward the desert. Not a single smith was to be found in the whole land of Israel. For the Philistines had said, otherwise the Hebrews will make swords or spears. All Israel, therefore, had to go down to the Philistines to sharpen their plowshares, mattocks, axes, and sickles. The price for the plowshares and mattocks was 2/3 of a shekel, and 1/3 of a shekel for sharpening the axes and for setting the ox goads. And so, on the day of battle, neither sword nor spear could be found in the possession of any of the soldiers with Saul or Jonathan. Only Saul and his son Jonathan had them. An outpost of the Philistines had pushed forward to the pass of Michmash. 1 Samuel chapter 14. One day Jonathan, son of Saul, said to his armor-bearer, "Come, let us go over to the Philistine outpost on the other side." But he did not inform his father. Saul's command post was under the pomegranate tree near the threshing floor on the outskirts of Geba. Those with him numbered about 600 men. Ahijah, son of Ahitub, brother of Ichabod, who was the son of Phinehas, son of Eli, the priest of the Lord at Shiloh, was wearing the ephod. Nor did the soldiers know that Jonathan had gone. Flanking the ravine through which Jonathan intended to get over to the Philistine outposts, there was a rocky crag on each side, one called Bozez, the other Sene. One crag was to the north, towards Michmash, the other to the south, toward Geba. Jonathan said to his armor-bearer, "Come, let us go over to that outpost of the uncircumcised. Perhaps the Lord will help us, because it is no more difficult for the Lord to grant victory through a few than through many." His armor-bearer replied, "Do whatever you are inclined to do. I will match your resolve." Jonathan continued, "We shall go over to those men and show ourselves to them. If they say to us, 'Stay there until we can come to you,' we shall stop where we are. We shall not go up to them. But if they say, 'Come up to us,' we shall go up, because the Lord has delivered them into our grasp. That will be our sign." Accordingly, the two of them appeared before the outposts of the Philistines, who said, "Look, some Hebrews are coming out of the holes where they have been hiding." The men of the outposts called to Jonathan and his armor-bearer. "Come up here," they said, "and we will teach you a lesson." So Jonathan said to his armor-bearer, "Climb up after me, for the Lord has delivered them into the grasp of Israel." Jonathan clambered up with his armor-bearer behind him. As the Philistines turned to flee him, he cut them down, and his armor-bearer followed him and finished them off. In this first exploit, Jonathan and his armor-bearer slew about 20 men within half a furlong. Then panic spread to the army and to the countryside, and all the soldiers, including the outpost and the raiding parties, were terror-stricken. The earth also shook so that the panic was beyond human endurance. The lookouts of Saul in Geba of Benjamin saw that the enemy camp had scattered and were running about in all directions. Saul said to those around him, "Count the troops and find out if any of us are missing." When they had investigated, they found Jonathan and his armor-bearer missing. Saul then said to Ahijah, "Bring the ephod here." Ahijah was wearing the ephod in front of the Israelites at that time. While Saul was speaking to the priest, the tumult in the Philistine camp kept increasing. So he said to the priest, "Withdraw your hand." And Saul and all his men shouted and rushed into the fight, where the Philistines, wholly confused, were thrusting swords at one another. In addition, the Hebrews, who had previously sided with the Philistines and had gone up with them to the camp, turned to join the Israelites under Saul and Jonathan. Likewise, all the Israelites who were hiding in the hill country of Ephraim, on hearing that the Philistines were fleeing, pursued them in the rout. Thus the Lord saved Israel that day. The battle continued past Beth Horon. The whole people, about 10,000 combatants, were with Saul, and there was scattered fighting in every town in the hill country of Ephraim. And Saul swore a very rash oath that day, putting the people under this ban: "Cursed be the man who takes food before evening, before I am able to avenge myself on my enemies." So none of the people tasted food. Indeed, there was a honeycomb lying on the ground, and when the soldiers came to the comb, the swarm had left it. Yet no one would raise a hand to his mouth from it, because the people feared the oath. Jonathan, who had not heard that his father had put the people under oath, thrust out the end of the staff he was holding and dipped it into the honey. Then he raised it to his mouth, and his eyes lit up. At this, one of the soldiers spoke up. "Your father put the people under a strict oath, saying, 'Cursed be the man who takes food this day.' As a result, the people are weak." Jonathan replied, "My father brings trouble to the land. Look how bright my eyes are from the small taste of honey I have had. What is more, if the people had eaten freely today of their enemies' booty when they came across it, would not the slaughter of the Philistines by now have been the greater for it?" After the Philistines were routed that day from Michmash to Aijalon, the people were completely exhausted, so they pounced upon the spoil and took sheep, oxen, and calves, slaughtering them on the ground and eating the flesh with blood. Informed that the people were sinning against the Lord by eating the flesh with blood, Saul said, "You have broken faith. Roll a large stone here for me." He continued, "Mingle with the people and tell each of them to bring his ox or his sheep to me. Slaughter it here and then eat, but you must not sin against the Lord by eating the flesh with blood." So everyone brought to the Lord whatever ox he had seized, and they slaughtered them there. And Saul built an altar to the Lord. This was the first time he built an altar to the Lord. Then Saul said, "Let us go down in pursuit of the Philistines by night, to plunder among them until daybreak and to kill them all off." They replied, "Do what you think best." But the priest said, "Let us consult God." So Saul inquired of God, "Shall I go down in pursuit of the Philistines? Will you deliver them into the power of Israel?" But he received no answer on this occasion. Saul then said, "Come here, all officers of the army. We must investigate and find out how this sin was committed today. As the Lord lives, who has given victory to Israel, even if my son Jonathan has committed it, He shall surely die. But none of the people answered him. So he said to all Israel, Stand on one side, and I and my son Jonathan will stand on the other. The people responded, Do what you think best. And Saul said to the Lord, the God of Israel, Why did you not answer your servant this time? If the blame for this resides in me or my son Jonathan, Lord, God of Israel, respond with Urim. But if this guilt is in your people, Israel, respond with Thummim. Jonathan and Saul were designated, and the people went free. Saul then said, Cast lots between me and my son Jonathan. And Jonathan was designated. Saul said to Jonathan, Tell me what you have done. Jonathan replied, I only tasted a little honey from the end of the staff I was holding. Am I to die for this? Saul said, May God do thus, and so to me, if you do not indeed die, Jonathan. But the army said to Saul, Is Jonathan to die, though it was he who brought Israel this great victory? This must not be. As the Lord lives, not a single hair of his head shall fall to the ground, for God was with him in what he did today. Thus the soldiers were able to rescue Jonathan from death. After that, Saul gave up the pursuit of the Philistines, who returned to their own territory. After taking over the kingship of Israel, Saul waged war on all their surrounding enemies: Moab, the Ammonites, Aram, Beth-rehob, the king of Zobah, and the Philistines. Wherever he turned, he was successful and fought bravely. He defeated Amalek and delivered Israel from the hands of those who were plundering them. The sons of Saul were Jonathan, Ishvi, and Malchishua. His two daughters were named, the elder Merob and the younger Michal. Saul's wife, who was named Ahinoam, was the daughter of Ahimaaz. The name of his general was Abner, son of Saul's uncle, Ner. Kish, Saul's father, and Ner, Abner's father, were sons of Abiel. An unremitting war was waged against the Philistines during Saul's lifetime. When Saul saw any strong or brave man, he took him into his service. 1 Samuel chapter 15. Samuel said to Saul, It was I the Lord sent to anoint you king over his people Israel. Now therefore listen to the message of the Lord. This is what the Lord of hosts has to say. I will punish what Amalek did to Israel when he barred his way as he was coming up from Egypt. Go now, attack Amalek, and deal with him and all that he has under the ban. Do not spare him, but kill men and women, children and infants, oxen and sheep, camels and asses. Saul alerted the soldiers, and at Telaim reviewed 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 men of Judah. Saul went to the city of Amalek, and after setting an ambush in the wadi, warned the Canaanites, Come, leave Amalek and withdraw, that I may not have to destroy you with them, for you were kind to the Israelites when they came up from Egypt. After the Canaanites left, Saul routed Amalek from Havilah to the approaches of Shur on the frontier of Egypt. He took Agag, king of Amalek, alive, but on the rest of the people he put into effect the ban of destruction by the sword. He and his troops spared Agag and the best of the fat sheep and oxen and the lambs. They refused to carry out the doom on anything that was worthwhile, dooming only what was worthless and of no account. Then the Lord spoke to Samuel, I regret having made Saul king, for he has turned from me and has not kept my command. At this, Samuel grew angry and cried out to the Lord all night. Early in the morning, he went to meet Saul, but was informed that Saul had gone to Carmel, where he erected a trophy in his own honor, and that, on his return, he had passed on and gone down to Gilgal. When Samuel came to him, Saul greeted him. The Lord bless you. I have kept the command of the Lord. But Samuel asked, What then is the meaning of this bleating of sheep that comes to my ears and the lowing of oxen that I hear? Saul replied, They were brought from Amalek. The men spared the best sheep and oxen to sacrifice to the Lord your God, but we have carried out the ban on the rest. Samuel said to Saul, Stop! Let me tell you what the Lord said to me last night. Speak, he replied. Samuel then said, Though little in your own esteem, are you not leader of the tribes of Israel? The Lord anointed you king of Israel and sent you on a mission saying, Go and put the sinful Amalekites under a ban of destruction. Fight against them until you have exterminated them. Why then have you disobeyed the Lord? You have pounced on the spoil, thus displeasing the Lord. Saul answered Samuel, I did indeed obey the Lord and fulfill the mission on which the Lord sent me. I have brought back Agag, and I have destroyed Amalek under the ban. But from the spoil, the men took sheep and oxen, the best of what had been banned, to sacrifice to the Lord their God in Gilgal. But Samuel said, Does the Lord so delight in holocausts and sacrifices as in obedience to the command of the Lord? Obedience is better than sacrifice, and submission than the fat of rams. For a sin like divination is rebellion, and presumption is the crime of idolatry. Because you have rejected the command of the Lord, he too has rejected you as ruler. Saul replied to Samuel, I have sinned, for I have disobeyed the command of the Lord and your instructions. In my fear of the people, I did what they said. Now forgive my sin and return with me, that I may worship the Lord. But Samuel said to Saul, I will not return with you, because you rejected the command of the Lord, and the Lord rejects you as king of Israel. As Samuel turned to go, Saul seized a loose end of his mantle, and it tore off. So Samuel said to him, The Lord has torn the kingdom of Israel from you this day, and has given it to a neighbor of yours who is better than you. The glory of Israel neither retracts nor repents, for he is not man that he should repent. But he answered, I have sinned, yet honor me now before the elders of my people and before Israel. Return with me, that I may worship the Lord your God. And so Samuel returned with him, and Saul worshipped the Lord. Afterward, Samuel commanded, Bring Agag, king of Amalek, to me. Agag came to him, struggling and saying, So it is bitter death. And Samuel said, As your sword has made women childless, so shall your mother be childless among women. Then he cut Agag down before the Lord in Gilgal. Samuel departed for Ramah, while Saul went up to his home in Gibeah of Saul. Never again, as long as he lived, did Samuel see Saul. Yet he grieved over Saul, because the Lord regretted having made him king of Israel. 1 Samuel chapter 16. The Lord said to Samuel, How long will you grieve for Saul, whom I have rejected, as king of Israel? Fill your horn with oil and be on your way. I am sending you to Jesse of Bethlehem, for I have chosen my king from among his sons. But Samuel replied, How can I go? Saul will hear of it and kill me. To this the Lord answered, Take a heifer along and say, I have come to sacrifice to the Lord. Invite Jesse to the sacrifice, and I myself will tell you what to do. You are to anoint for me the one I point out to you. Samuel did as the Lord had commanded him. When he entered Bethlehem, the elders of the city came trembling to meet him and inquired, Is your visit peaceful, O seer? He replied, Yes, I have come to sacrifice to the Lord. So cleanse yourselves and join me today for the banquet. He also had Jesse and his sons cleanse themselves and invited them to the sacrifice. As they came, He looked at Eliab and thought, "Surely the Lord's anointed is here before him." But the Lord said to Samuel, "Do not judge from his appearance or from his lofty stature, because I have rejected him. Not as man sees does God see, because man sees the appearance, but the Lord looks into the heart." Then Jesse called Abinadab and presented him before Samuel, who said, "The Lord has not chosen him." Next, Jesse presented Shammah, but Samuel said, "The Lord has not chosen this one either." In the same way, Jesse presented 7 sons before Samuel, but Samuel said to Jesse, "The Lord has not chosen any one of these." Then Samuel asked Jesse, "Are these all the sons you have?" Jesse replied, "There is still the youngest, who is tending the sheep." Samuel said to Jesse, "Send for him. We will not begin the sacrificial banquet until he arrives here." Jesse sent and had the young man brought to them. He was ruddy, a youth handsome to behold and making a splendid appearance. The Lord said, "There, anoint him, for this is he." Then Samuel, with the horn of oil in hand, anointed him in the midst of his brothers. And from that day on, the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon David. When Samuel took his leave, he went to Ramah. The Spirit of the Lord had departed from Saul, and he was tormented by an evil spirit sent by the Lord. So the servants of Saul said to him, "Please, an evil spirit from God is tormenting you. If your lordship will order it, we, your servants here in attendance on you, will look for a man skilled in playing the harp. When the evil spirit from God comes over you, he will play and you will feel better." Saul then told his servants, "Find me a skillful harpist and bring him to me." A servant spoke up to say, "I have observed that one of the sons of Jesse of Bethlehem is a skillful harpist. He is also a stalwart soldier, besides being an able speaker and handsome. Moreover, the Lord is with him." Accordingly, Saul dispatched messengers to ask Jesse to send him his son David, who was with the flock. Then Jesse took 5 loaves of bread, a skin of wine, and a kid, and sent them to Saul by his son David. Thus David came to Saul and entered his service. Saul became very fond of him, made him his armor-bearer, and sent Jesse the message, "Allow David to remain in my service, for he meets with my approval." Whenever the Spirit from God seized Saul, David would take the harp and play, and Saul would be relieved and feel better, for the evil spirit would leave him. 1 Samuel chapter 17. The Philistines rallied their forces for battle at Soko in Judah and camped between Soko and Azekah at Ephes Dammim. Saul and the Israelites also gathered and camped in the vale of the Terebinth, drawing up their battle line to meet the Philistines. The Philistines were stationed on one hill and the Israelites on an opposite hill with a valley between them. A champion named Goliath of Gath came out from the Philistine camp. He was 6.5 feet tall. He had a bronze helmet on his head and wore a bronze corselet of scale armor weighing 5,000 shekels, and bronze greaves, and had a bronze scimitar slung from a baldric. The shaft of his javelin was like a weaver's heddlebar, and its iron head weighed 600 shekels. His shield-bearer went before him. He stood and shouted to the ranks of Israel, "Why come out in battle formation? I am a Philistine, and you are Saul's servants. Choose one of your men and have him come down to me. If he beats me in combat and kills me, we will be your vassals. But if I beat him and kill him, you shall be our vassals and serve us." The Philistine continued, "I defy the ranks of Israel today. Give me a man and let us fight together." Saul and all the men of Israel when they heard this challenge of the Philistine, were dismayed and terror-stricken. David was the son of an Ephrathite named Jesse, who was from Bethlehem in Judah. He had 8 sons, and in the days of Saul was old and well on in years. The 3 oldest sons of Jesse had followed Saul to war. These 3 sons who had gone off to war were named: the firstborn Eliab, the second son Abinadab, and the third Shammah. David was the youngest. While the 3 oldest had joined Saul, David would go and come from Saul to tend his father's sheep at Bethlehem. Meanwhile, the Philistine came forward and took his stand morning and evening for 40 days. Now Jesse said to his son David, "Take this ephah of roasted grain and these 10 loaves for your brothers, and bring them quickly to your brothers in the camp. Also take these 10 cheeses for the field officer. Greet your brothers and bring home some token from them. Saul and they and all Israel are fighting against the Philistines in the vale of the Terebinth." Early the next morning, having left the flock with a shepherd, David set out on his errand as Jesse had commanded him. He reached the barricade of the camp just as the army, on their way to the battleground, were shouting their battle cry. The Israelites and the Philistines drew up opposite each other in battle array. David entrusted what he had brought to the keeper of the baggage and hastened to the battle line, where he greeted his brothers. While he was talking with them, the Philistine champion, by name Goliath of Gath, came up from the ranks of the Philistines and spoke as before, and David listened. When the Israelites saw the man, they all retreated before him, very much afraid. The Israelites had been saying, "Do you see this man coming up? He comes up to insult Israel. If anyone should kill him, the king would give him great wealth and his daughter as well, and would grant exemption to his father's family in Israel." David now said to the men standing by, "What will be done for the man who kills this Philistine and frees Israel of the disgrace? Who is this uncircumcised Philistine in any case, that he should insult the armies of the living God?" They repeated the same words to him and said, "That is how the man who kills him will be rewarded." When Eliab, his oldest brother, heard him speaking with the men, he grew angry with David and said, "Why did you come down? With whom have you left those sheep in the desert meanwhile? I know your arrogance and your evil intent. You came down to enjoy the battle." David replied, "What have I done now? I was only talking." Yet he turned from him to another and asked the same question, and everyone gave him the same answer as before. The words that David had spoken were overheard and reported to Saul, who sent for him. Then David spoke to Saul, "Let your majesty not lose courage. I am at your service to go and fight this Philistine." But Saul answered David, "You cannot go up against this Philistine and fight with him, for you are only a youth, while he has been a warrior from his youth." Then David told Saul, "Your servant used to tend his father's sheep, and whenever a lion or bear came to carry off a sheep from the flock, I would go after it and attack it and rescue the prey from its mouth. If it attacked me, I would seize it by the jaw, strike it, and kill it. Your servant has killed both a lion and a bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine will be as one of them, because he has insulted the armies of the living God." David continued, "The Lord, who delivered me from the claws of the lion and the bear, will also keep me safe from the clutches of this Philistine." Saul answered David, "Go, the Lord will be with you." Then Saul clothed David in his own tunic, putting a bronze helmet on his head and arming him with a coat of mail. David also girded himself with Saul's sword over the tunic. He walked with difficulty, however, since he had never tried armor before. He said to Saul, "I cannot go in these because I have never tried them before." So he took them off. Then, staff in hand, David selected 5 smooth stones from the wadi and put them in the pocket of his shepherd's bag. With his sling also ready to hand, he approached the Philistine. With his shield bearer marching before him, the Philistine also advanced closer and closer to David. When he had sized David up and seen that he was youthful and ruddy and handsome in appearance, he held him in contempt. The Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog that you come against me with a staff?" Then the Philistine cursed David by his gods and said to him, "Come here to me, and I will leave your flesh for the birds of the air and the beasts of the field." David answered him, "You come in against me with sword and spear and scimitar, but I come against you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, that you have insulted. Today the Lord shall deliver you into my hand. I will strike you down and cut off your head. This very day I will leave your corpse and the corpses of the Philistine army for the birds of the air and the beasts of the field. Thus the whole land shall learn that Israel has a God. All this multitude too shall learn that it is not by sword or spear that the Lord saves. For the battle is the Lord's, and he shall deliver you into our hands." The Philistine then moved to meet David at close quarters, while David ran quickly toward the battle line in the direction of the Philistine. David put his hand into the bag and took out a stone, hurled it with a sling, and struck the Philistine on the forehead. The stone embedded itself in his brow, and he fell prostrate on the ground. Thus David overcame the Philistine with sling and stone. He struck the Philistine mortally, and did it without a sword. Then David ran and stood over him. With the Philistine's own sword, which he drew from its sheath, he dispatched him and cut off his head. When they saw that their hero was dead, the Philistines took to flight. Then the men of Israel and Judah, with loud shouts, went in pursuit of the Philistines to the approaches of Gath and to the gates of Ekron, and Philistines fell wounded along the road from Shaaraim as far as Gath and Ekron. On their return from the pursuit of the Philistines, the Israelites looted their camp. David took the head of the Philistines and brought it to Jerusalem, but he kept Goliath's armor in his own tent. When Saul saw David go out to meet the Philistine, he asked his general Abner, "Abner, whose son is that youth?" Abner replied, "As truly as your majesty is alive, I have no idea." And the king said, "Find out whose son the lad is." So, when David returned from slaying the Philistine, Abner took him and presented him to Saul. David was still holding the Philistine's head. Saul then asked him, "Whose son are you, young man?" David replied, "I am the son of your servant Jesse of Bethlehem." 1 Samuel chapter 18. By the time David finished speaking with Saul, Jonathan had become as fond of David as if his life depended on him. He loved him as he loved himself. Saul laid claim to David that day and did not allow him to return to his father's house, and Jonathan entered into a bond with David. Because he loved him as himself, Jonathan divested himself of the mantle he was wearing and gave it to David, along with his military dress and his sword, his bow, and his belt. David then carried out successfully every mission on which Saul sent him. So Saul put him in charge of his soldiers, and this was agreeable to the whole army, even to Saul's own officers. At the approach of Saul and David, on David's return, after slaying the Philistine, women came out from each of the cities of Israel to meet King Saul, singing and dancing with tambourines, joyful songs, and sistrums. The women played and sang, Saul has slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s. Saul was very angry and resentful of the song, for he thought, they give David 10,000s, but only thousands to me. All that remains for him is the kingship. And from that day on, Saul was jealous of David. The next day, an evil spirit from God came over Saul, and he raged in his house. David was in attendance, playing the harp as at other times, while Saul was holding his spear. Saul poised the spear, thinking to nail David to the wall, but twice David escaped him. Saul then began to fear David because the Lord was with him, but had departed from Saul himself. Accordingly, Saul removed him from his presence by appointing him a field officer. So David led the people on their military expeditions and prospered in all his enterprises, for the Lord was with him. Seeing how successful he was, Saul conceived a fear of David. On the other hand, all Israel and Judah loved him, since he led them on their expeditions. Saul said to David, there is my older daughter, Merab, whom I will give you in marriage if you become my champion and fight the battles of the Lord. Saul had in mind, I shall not touch him. Let the Philistines strike him. But David answered Saul, who am I? And who are my kin or my father's clan in Israel, that I should become the king's son-in-law? However, when it was time for Saul's daughter Merab to be given to David, she was given in marriage to Adriel the Meolatite instead. Now Saul's daughter Michal loved David, and it was reported to Saul, who was pleased at this, for he thought, I will offer her to him to become a snare for him, so that the Philistines may strike him. Thus, for the second time, Saul said to David, you shall become my son-in-law today. Saul then ordered his servants to speak to David privately and to say, the king is fond of you and all his officers love you. You should become the king's son-in-law. But when Saul's servants mentioned this to David, he said, do you think it easy to become the king's son-in-law? I am poor and insignificant. When his servants reported to him the nature of David's answer, Saul commanded them to say this to David, the king desires no other price for the bride than the foreskins of 100 Philistines, that he may thus take vengeance on his enemies. Saul intended in this way to bring about David's death through the Philistines. When the servants reported this offer to David, he was pleased with the prospect of becoming the king's son-in-law. Before the year was up, David made preparations and sallied forth with his men and slew 200 Philistines. He brought back their foreskins and counted them out before the king, that he might thus become the king's son-in-law. So Saul gave him his daughter Michal in marriage. Saul thus came to recognize that the Lord was with David. Besides, his own daughter Michal loved David. Therefore Saul feared David all the more and was his enemy ever after. The Philistine chiefs continued to make forays, but each time they took the field, David was more successful against them than any other of Saul's officers, and as a result, acquired great fame. 1 Samuel chapter 19. Saul discussed his intention of killing David with his son Jonathan and with all his servants. But Saul's son Jonathan, who was very fond of David, told him, "My father Saul is trying to kill you. Therefore, please be on your guard tomorrow morning. Get out of sight and remain in hiding. I, however, will go out and stand beside my father in the countryside where you are and will speak to him about you. If I learn anything, I will let you know." Jonathan then spoke well of David to his father Saul, saying to him, "Let not your majesty sin against his servant David, for he has committed no offense against you, but has helped you very much by his deeds. When he took his life in his hands and slew the Philistine, and the Lord brought about a great victory for all Israel through him, you were glad to see it. Why then should you become guilty of shedding innocent blood by killing David without cause?" Saul heeded Jonathan's plea and swore, "As the Lord lives, he shall not be killed." So Jonathan summoned David and repeated the whole conversation to him. Jonathan then brought David to Saul, and David served him as before. When war broke out again, David went out to fight against the Philistines and inflicted a great defeat upon them, putting them to flight. Then an evil spirit from the Lord came upon Saul as he was sitting in his house with spear in hand, and David was playing the harp nearby. Saul tried to nail David to the wall with the spear, but David eluded Saul so that the spear struck only the wall and David got away safe. The same night, Saul sent messengers to David's house to guard it, that he might kill him in the morning. David's wife Michal informed him, "Unless you save yourself tonight, tomorrow you will be killed." Then Michal let David down through a window, and he made his escape in safety. Michal took the household idol and laid it in the bed, putting a net of goat's hair at its head and covering it with a spread. When Saul sent messengers to arrest David, she said, "He is sick." Saul, however, sent the messengers back to see David and commanded them, "Bring him up to me in the bed that I may kill him." But when the messengers entered, they found the household idol in the bed, with the net of goat's hair at its head. Saul therefore asked Michal, "Why did you play this trick on me? You have helped my enemy to get away." Michal answered Saul, "He threatened me, 'Let me go, or I will kill you.'" Thus David got safely away. He went to Samuel in Ramah, informing him of all that Saul had done to him. Then he and Samuel went to stay in the sheds. When Saul was told that David was in the sheds near Ramah, he sent messengers to arrest David. But when they saw the band of prophets, presided over by Samuel, in a prophetic frenzy, they too fell into the prophetic state. Informed of this, Saul sent other messengers, who also fell into the prophetic state. For the third time, Saul sent messengers, but they too fell into the prophetic state. Saul then went to Ramah himself. Arriving at the cistern of the threshing floor on the bare hilltop, he inquired, "Where are Samuel and David?" Zereniah, and was told, "At the sheds near Ramah." As he set out from the hilltop toward the sheds, the Spirit of God came upon him also, and he continued on in a prophetic condition until he reached the spot. At the sheds near Ramah, he too stripped himself of his garments, and he too remained in the prophetic state in the presence of Samuel. All that day and night he lay naked. That is why they say, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" 1 Samuel chapter 20. David fled from the sheds near Ramah and went to Jonathan. "What have I done?" he asked him. "What crime or what offense does your father hold against me that he seeks my life?" Jonathan answered him, "Heaven forbid that you should die. My father does nothing, great or small, without disclosing it to me. Why then Should my father conceal this from me? This cannot be so. But David replied, Your father is well aware that I am favored with your friendship, so he has decided Jonathan must not know of this lest he be grieved. Nevertheless, as the Lord lives and as you live, there is but a step between me and death. Jonathan then said to David, I will do whatever you wish. David answered, Tomorrow is a new moon, when I should in fact dine with the king. Let me go and hide in the open country until evening. If it turns out that your father misses me, say, David urged me to let him go on short notice to his city Bethlehem, because his whole clan is holding its seasonal sacrifice there. If he says, Very well, your servant is safe, but if he becomes quite angry, you can be sure he has planned some harm. Do this kindness for your servant because of the Lord's bond between us, into which you brought me. If I am guilty, kill me yourself. Why should you give me up to your father? But Jonathan answered, Not I. If ever I find out that my father is determined to inflict injury upon you, I will certainly let you know. David then asked Jonathan, Who will tell me if your father gives you a harsh answer? Jonathan replied to David, Come, let us go out into the field. When they were out in the open country together, Jonathan said to David, As the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, I will sound out my father about this time tomorrow. Whether he is well disposed toward David or not, I will send you the information. Should it please my father to bring any injury upon you, may the Lord do thus and so to Jonathan if I do not apprise you of it and send you on your way in peace. May the Lord be with you, even as he was with my father. Only this, if I am still alive, may you show me the kindness of the Lord. But if I die, never withdraw your kindness from my house. And when the Lord exterminates all the enemies of David from the surface of the earth, the name of Jonathan must never be allowed by the family of David to die out from among you, or the Lord will make you answer for it. And in his love for David, Jonathan renewed his oath to him, because he loved him as his very self. Jonathan then said to him, Tomorrow is the new moon, and you will be missed, since your place will be vacant. On the following day, you will be missed all the more. Go to the spot where you hid on the other occasion and wait near the mound there. On the third day of the month, I will shoot arrows, as though aiming at a target. I will then send my attendant to go and recover the arrows. If in fact I say to him, Look, the arrow is the side of you, pick it up, come, for you are safe. As the Lord lives, there will be nothing to fear. But if I say to the boy, Look, the arrow is beyond you, go, for the Lord sends you away. However, in the matter which you and I have discussed, the Lord shall be between you and me forever. So David hid in the open country. On the day of the new moon, when the king sat at table to dine, taking his usual place against the wall, Jonathan sat facing him, while Abner sat at the king's side, and David's place was vacant. Saul, however, said nothing that day, for he thought he must have become unclean by accident and not yet have been cleansed. On the next day, the second day of the month, David's place was vacant. Saul inquired of his son Jonathan, Why has the son of Jesse not come to table yesterday or today? Jonathan answered Saul, David urgently asked me to let him go to his city, Bethlehem. Please let me go, he begged, for we are to have a clan sacrifice in our city, and my brothers insist on my presence. Now, therefore, if you think well of me, give me leave to visit my brothers. That is why he has not come to the king's table. But Saul was extremely angry with Jonathan and said to him, "Son of a rebellious woman, do I not know that? To your own shame and to the disclosure of your mother's shame, you are the companion of Jesse's son. Why, as long as the son of Jesse lives upon the earth, you cannot make good your claim to the kingship. So send for him and bring him to me, for he is doomed." But Jonathan asked his father Saul, "Why should he die? What has he done?" At this, Saul brandished his spear to strike him, and thus Jonathan learned that his father was resolved to kill David. Jonathan sprang up from the table in great anger and took no food that second day of the month, for he was grieved on David's account, since his father had railed against him. The next morning, Jonathan went out into the field with a little boy for his appointment with David. There he said to the boy, "Run and fetch the arrow." And as the boy ran, he shot an arrow beyond him in the direction of the city. When the boy made for the spot where Jonathan had shot the arrow, Jonathan called after him, "The arrow is farther on." Again he called to his lad, "Hurry, be quick, don't delay." Jonathan's boy picked up the arrow and brought it to his master. The boy knew nothing, only Jonathan and David knew what was meant. Then Jonathan gave his weapons to this boy of his and said to him, "Go, take them to the city." When the boy had left, David rose from beside the mound and prostrated himself on the ground 3 times before Jonathan in homage. They kissed each other and wept aloud together. At length, Jonathan said to David, "Go in peace, in keeping with what we two have sworn by the name of the Lord. The Lord shall be between you and me, and between your posterity and mine forever." 1 Samuel chapter 21. Then David departed on his way, while Jonathan went back into the city. David went to Ahimelech, the priest of Nob, who came trembling to meet him, and asked, "Why are you alone? Is there no one with you?" David answered the priest, "The king gave me a commission and told me to let no one know anything about the business on which he sent me or the commission he gave me. For that reason, I have arranged a meeting place with my men. Now, what have you on hand? Give me 5 loaves or whatever you can find." But the priest replied to David, "I have no ordinary bread on hand, only holy bread. If the men have abstained from women, you may eat some of that." David answered the priest, "We have indeed been segregated from women as on previous occasions. Whenever I go on a journey, all the young men are consecrated, even for a secular journey, all the more so today when they are consecrated at arms." So the priest gave him holy bread, for no other bread was on hand except the showbread which had been removed from the Lord's presence and replaced by fresh bread when it was taken away. One of Saul's servants was there that day, detained before the Lord. His name was Doeg the Edomite, and he was Saul's chief henchman. David then asked Ahimelech, "Do you have a spear or a sword on hand?" "I brought along neither my sword nor my weapons, because the king's business was urgent." The priest replied, "The sword of Goliath the Philistine, whom you killed in the vale of the terebinth, is here, wrapped in a mantle, behind an ephod. If you wish to take that, take it. There is no sword here except that one." David said, "There is none to match it. Give it to me." That same day, David took to flight from Saul, going to Achish, king of Gath. But the servants of Achish said, "Is this not David, the king of the land? During their dances do they not sing, 'Saul has slain his thousands, but David his 10,000s'?" David took note of these remarks and became very much afraid of Achish, king of Gath. So, as they watched, he feigned insanity and acted like a madman in their hands, drumming on the doors of the gate and drooling onto his beard. Finally, Achish said to his servants, "You see, the man is mad. Why did you bring him to me? Do I not have enough madmen that you bring in this one to carry on in my presence? Should this fellow come into my house?" 1 Samuel chapter 22. David left Gath and escaped to the cave of Adullam. When his brothers and the rest of his family heard about it, they came down to him there. He was joined by all those who were in difficulties or in debt or who were embittered, and he became their leader. About 400 men were with him. From there, David went to Mizpeh of Moab and said to the king of Moab, "Let my father and mother stay with you until I learn what God will do for me." He left them with the king of Moab, and they stayed with him as long as David remained in the refuge. But the prophet Gad said to David, "Do not remain in the refuge. Leave and go to the land of Judah." And so David left and went to the forest of Hareth. Now Saul heard that David and his men had been located. At the time, he was sitting in Gibeah under a tamarisk tree on the high place, holding his spear, while all his servants were standing by. So he said to them, "Listen, men of Benjamin, will the son of Jesse give all of you fields and vineyards? Will he make each of you an officer over 1,000 or 100 men, that you have all conspired against me, and no one tells me that my son has made an agreement with the son of Jesse? None of you shows sympathy for me or discloses to me that my son has stirred up my servant to be an enemy against me, as is the case today." Then Doeg the Edomite, who was standing with the officers of Saul, spoke up. "I saw the son of Jesse come to Ahimelech, son of Ahitub in Nob. He consulted the Lord for him and gave him supplies, and the sword of Goliath the Philistine as well." At this, the king sent a summons to Ahimelech the priest, son of Ahitub, and to all his family, who were priests in Nob, and they all came to the king. Then Saul said, "Listen, son of Ahitub." He replied, "Yes, my lord." Saul asked him, "Why did you conspire against me with the son of Jesse by giving him food and a sword, and by consulting God for him, that he might rebel against me and become my enemy, as is the case today?" Ahimelech answered the king, "And who among all your servants is as loyal as David, the king's son-in-law, captain of your bodyguard, and honored in your own house? Is this the first time I have consulted God for him? No, indeed. Let not the king accuse his servant or anyone in my family of such a thing. Your servant knows nothing at all, great or small, about the whole matter." But the king said, "You shall die, Ahimelech, with all your family." The king then commanded his henchmen standing by, "Make the rounds and kill the priests of the Lord, for they assisted David. They knew he was a fugitive and yet failed to inform me." But the king's servants refused to lift a hand to strike the priests of the Lord. The king therefore commanded Doeg, "You make the rounds and kill the priests." So Doeg the Edomite went from one to the next and killed the priest himself, slaying on that day 85 who wore the linen ephod. Saul also put the priestly city of Nob to the sword, including men and women, children and infants, and oxen, asses, and sheep. One son of Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, named Abiathar, escaped and fled to David. When Abiathar told David that Saul had slain the priests of the Lord, David said to him, "I knew that day when Doeg the Edomite was there, that he would surely tell Saul." I am responsible for the death of all your family. Stay with me. Fear nothing. He that seeks your life must seek my life also. You are under my protection. First Samuel chapter 23. David received information that the Philistines were attacking Keilah and plundering the threshing floors. So he consulted the Lord, inquiring, "Shall I go and defeat these Philistines?" The Lord answered, "Go, for you will defeat the Philistines and rescue Keilah." But David's men said to him, "We are afraid here in Judah. How much more so if we go to Keilah against the forces of the Philistines?" Again David consulted the Lord, who answered, "Go down to Keilah, for I will deliver the Philistines into your power." David then went with his men to Keilah and fought with the Philistines. He drove off their cattle and inflicted a severe defeat on them, and thus rescued the inhabitants of Keilah. Abiathar, son of Ahimelech, who had fled to David, went down with David to Keilah, taking the ephod with him. When Saul was told that David had entered Keilah, he said, "God has put him in my grip. Now he has shut himself in, for he has entered a city with gates and bars." Saul then called all the people to war in order to go down to Keilah and besiege David and his men. When David found out that Saul was planning to harm him, he said to the priest Abiathar, "Bring forward the ephod." David then said, "O Lord God of Israel, your servant has heard a report that Saul plans to come to Keilah to destroy the city on my account. Will they hand me over? And now will Saul come down, as your servant has heard? O Lord God of Israel, tell your servant." The Lord answered, "He will come down." David then asked, "Will the citizens of Keilah deliver me and my men into the grasp of Saul?" And the Lord answered, "Yes." So David and his men, about 600 in number, left Keilah and wandered from place to place. When Saul was informed that David had escaped from Keilah, he abandoned the expedition. David now lived in the refuges in the desert or in the barren hill country near Ziph. Though Saul sought him continually, the Lord did not deliver David into his grasp. David was apprehensive because Saul had come out to seek his life. But while he was at Horesh in the barrens near Ziph, Saul's son Jonathan came down there to David and strengthened his resolve in the Lord. He said to him, "Have no fear, my father Saul shall not lay a hand to you. You shall be king of Israel, and I shall be second to you. Even my father Saul knows this." They made a joint agreement before the Lord in Horesh, where David remained, while Jonathan returned to his home. Some of the Ziphites went up to Saul in Gibeah and said, "David is hiding among us, now in the refuges, and again at Horesh, or on the hill of Hachilah, south of the wasteland. Therefore, whenever the king wishes to come down, let him do so. It will be our task to deliver him into the king's grasp." Saul replied, "The Lord bless you for your sympathy toward me. Go now and make sure once more, take note of the place where he sets foot." For he thought, "Perhaps they are playing some trick on me." Look around and learn in which of all the various hiding places he is holding out. Then come back to me with sure information, and I will go with you. If he is in the region, I will search him out among all the families of Judah. So they went off to Ziph ahead of Saul. At this time, David and his men were in the deserts below Maon, in the Arabah south of the wasteland. When Saul and his men came looking for him, David got word of it and went down to the gorge in the desert below Maon. Saul heard of this and pursued David into the deserts below Maon. As Saul moved along one rim of the gorge, David and his men took to the other. David was in anxious flight to escape Saul, and Saul and his men were attempting to outflank David and his men in order to capture them, when a messenger came to Saul saying, "Come quickly, because the Philistines have invaded the land." Saul interrupted his pursuit of David and went to meet the Philistines. This is how that place came to be called the Gorge of Divisions. 1 Samuel chapter 24. David then went up from there and stayed in the refuges behind En-gedi. And when Saul returned from the pursuit of the Philistines, he was told that David was in the desert near En-gedi. So Saul took 3,000 picked men from all Israel and went in search of David and his men in the direction of the wild goat crags. When he came to the sheepfolds along the way, he found a cave, which he entered to ease nature. David and his men were occupying the inmost recesses of the cave. David's servants said to him, "This is the day of which the Lord said to you, I will deliver your enemy into your grasp. Do with him as you see fit." So David moved up and stealthily cut off an end of Saul's mantle. Afterward, however, David regretted that he had cut off an end of Saul's mantle. He said to his men, "The Lord forbid that I should do such a thing to my master, the Lord's anointed, as to lay a hand on him, for he is the Lord's anointed." With these words, David restrained his men and would not permit them to attack Saul. Saul then left the cave and went on his way. David also stepped out of the cave, calling to Saul, "My lord the king." When Saul looked back, David bowed to the ground in homage and asked Saul, "Why do you listen to those who say, 'David is trying to harm you'? You see for yourself today that the Lord just now delivered you into my grasp in the cave. I had some thought of killing you, but I took pity on you instead. I decided I will not raise a hand against my Lord, for he is the Lord's anointed and a father to me. Look here at this end of your mantle which I hold. Since I cut off an end of your mantle and did not kill you, see and be convinced that I plan no harm and no rebellion. I have done you no wrong, though you are hunting me down to take my life. The Lord will judge between me and you, and the Lord will exact justice from you in my case. I shall not touch you. The old proverb says, 'From the wicked comes forth wickedness.' So I will take no action against you. Against whom are you on campaign, O King of Israel? Whom are you pursuing, a dead dog or a single flea? The Lord will be the judge. He will decide between me and you. May he see this and take my part and grant me justice beyond your reach." When David finished saying these things to Saul, Saul answered, "Is that your voice, my son David?" And he wept aloud. Saul then said to David, "You are in the right rather than I. You have treated me generously, while I have done you harm. Great is the generosity you showed me today, when the Lord delivered me into your grasp, and you did not kill me. For if a man meets his enemy, does he send him away unharmed? May the Lord reward you generously for what you have done this day. And now, since I know that you shall surely be king, and that sovereignty over Israel shall come into your possession, swear to me by the Lord that you will not destroy my descendants, and that you will not blot out my name and family." David gave Saul his oath, and Saul returned home, while David and his men went up to the refuge. 1 Samuel chapter 25. Samuel died, and all Israel gathered to mourn him. They buried him at his home in Ramah. Then David went down to the desert of Maon. There was a man of Maon who had property in Carmel. He was very wealthy, owning 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats. At this time, he was present for the shearing of his flock in Carmel. The man was named Nabal, his wife, Abigail. The woman was intelligent and attractive, but Nabal himself, a Calebite, was harsh and ungenerous in his behavior. When David heard in the desert that Nabal was shearing his flock, he sent 10 young men, instructing them, "Go up to Carmel, pay Nabal a visit, and greet him in my name. Say to him, 'Peace be with you, my brother, and with your family, and with all who belong to you. I have just heard that shearers are with you. Now, when your shepherds were with us, we did them no injury, neither did they miss anything, all the while they were in Carmel. Ask your servants, and they will tell you so. Look kindly on these young men, since we come at a festival time. Please give your servants and your son David whatever you can manage.'" When David's young men arrived, they delivered this message fully to Nabal in David's name, and then waited. But Nabal answered the servants of David, "Who is David? Who is the son of Jesse?" Nowadays, there are many servants who run away from their masters. Must I take my bread, my wine, my meat that I have slaughtered for my own shearers, and give them to men who come from I know not where? So David's young men retraced their steps, and on their return, reported to him all that had been said. Thereupon, David said to his men, "Let everyone gird on his sword." And so everyone, David included, girded on his sword. About 400 men went up after David, while 200 remained with the baggage. But Nabal's wife Abigail was informed of this by one of the servants, who said, "David sent messengers from the desert to greet our master, but he flew at them screaming, 'Yet these men were very good to us. We were done no injury, neither did we miss anything. All the while we were living among them during our stay in the open country. For us they were like a rampart night and day, the whole time we were pasturing the sheep near them. Now see what you can do, for you must realize that otherwise evil is in store for our master and for his whole family. He is so mean that no one can talk to him.'" Abigail quickly got together 200 loaves, 2 skins of wine, 5 dressed sheep, 5 seahs of roasted grain, 100 cakes of pressed raisins, and 200 cakes of pressed figs, and loaded them on asses. She then said to her servants, "Go on ahead, I will follow you." But she did not tell her husband Nabal. As she came down through a mountain defile riding on an ass, David and his men were also coming down from the opposite direction. When she met them, David had just been saying, "Indeed, it was in vain that I guarded all this man's possessions in the desert, so that he missed nothing. He has repaid good with evil. May God do thus and so to David, if by morning I leave a single male alive among all those who belong to him." As soon as Abigail saw David, she dismounted quickly from the ass, and, falling prostrate on the ground before David, did him homage. As she fell at his feet, she said, "My lord, let the blame be mine. Please let your handmaid speak to you, and listen to the words of your handmaid. Let not my lord pay attention to that worthless man Nabal, for he is just like his name. Fool is his name, and he acts the fool. I, your handmaid, did not see the young men whom my lord sent. Now therefore, my lord, as the Lord lives, and as you live, it is the Lord who has kept you from shedding blood and from avenging yourself personally. May your enemies and those who seek to harm my Lord become as Nabal. Accept this present then, which your maidservant has brought for my Lord, and let it be given to the young men who follow my Lord. Please forgive the transgression of your handmaid, for the Lord shall certainly establish a lasting dynasty for my Lord, because your lordship is fighting the battles of the Lord, and there is no evil to be found in you your whole life long. If anyone rises to pursue you and to seek your life, may the life of my Lord be bound in the bundle of the living, in the care of the Lord your God. But may he hurl out the lives of your enemies as from the hollow of a sling. And when the Lord carries out for my Lord the promise of success he has made concerning you, and appoints you as commander over Israel, you shall not have this as a qualm or burden on your conscience, my Lord, for having shed innocent blood or for having avenged yourself personally. When the Lord confers this benefit on your lordship, remember your handmaid. David said to Abigail, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who sent you to meet me today. Blessed be your good judgments, and blessed be you yourself, who this day have prevented me from shedding blood and from avenging myself personally. Otherwise, as the Lord, the God of Israel, lives, who has restrained me from harming you, if you had not come so promptly to meet me, by dawn, Nabal would not have had a single man or boy left alive." David then took from her what she had brought him and said to her, "Go up to your home in peace. See, I have granted your request as a personal favor." When Abigail came to Nabal, there was a drinking party in his house like that of a king, and Nabal was merry because he was very drunk. So she told him nothing at all before daybreak the next morning. But then, when Nabal had become sober, his wife told him what had happened. At this, his courage died within him, and he became like a stone. About 10 days later, the Lord struck him, and he died. On hearing that Nabal was dead, David said, "Blessed be the Lord, who has requited the insults I received at the hand of Nabal, and who restrained his servant from doing evil, but has punished Nabal for his own evil deeds." David then sent a proposal of marriage to Abigail. When David's servants came to Abigail in Carmel, they said to her, "David has sent us to you that he may take you as his wife." Rising and bowing to the ground, she answered, "Your handmaid would become a slave to wash the feet of my Lord's servants." She got up immediately, mounted an ass, and followed David's messengers, with her 5 maids following in attendance upon her. She became his wife, and David also married Ahinoam of Jezreel. Thus both of them were his wives. But Saul gave David's wife, Michal, Saul's own daughter, to Palti, son of Laish, who was from Galim. 1 Samuel chapter 26. Men from Ziph came to Saul in Gibeah, reporting that David was hiding on the hill of Hachilah at the edge of the wasteland. So Saul went off down to the desert of Ziph with 3,000 picked men of Israel to search for David in the desert of Ziph. Saul camped beside the road on the hill of Hachilah at the edge of the wasteland. David, who was living in the desert, saw that Saul had come into the desert after him and sent out scouts who confirmed Saul's arrival. David himself then went to the place where Saul was encamped and examined the spot where Saul and Abner, son of Ner, the general, had their sleeping quarters. Saul's were within the barricade, and all his soldiers were camped around him. David asked Ahimelech the Hittite and Abishai, son of Zeruiah and brother of Joab, "Who will go down into the camp with me to Saul?" Abishai replied, "I will." So David and Abishai went among Saul's soldiers by night and found Saul lying asleep within the barricade, with his spear thrust into the ground at his head, and Abner and his men sleeping around him. Abishai whispered to David, God has delivered your enemy into your grasp this day. Let me nail him to the ground with one thrust of the spear. I will not need a second thrust. But David said to Abishai, do not harm him, for who can lay hands on the Lord's anointed and remain unpunished? As the Lord lives, David continued, it must be the Lord himself who will strike him, whether the time comes for him to die or he goes out and perishes in battle. But the Lord forbid that I touch his anointed. Now take the spear, which is at his head, and the water jug, and let us be on our way. So David took the spear and the water jug from their place at Saul's head, and they got away without anyone seeing or knowing or awakening. All remained asleep because the Lord had put them into a deep slumber. Going across to an opposite slope, David stood on a remote hilltop at a great distance from Abner, son of Ner, and the troops. He then shouted, Will you not answer, Abner? And Abner answered, Who is it that calls me? David said to Abner, Are you not a man whose like does not exist in Israel? Why then, have you not guarded your lord the king when one of his subjects went to kill the king, your lord? This is no creditable service you have performed. As the Lord lives, you people deserve death because you have not guarded your Lord, the Lord's anointed. Go, look, where are the king's spear and the water jug that was at his head? Saul recognized David's voice and asked, Is that your voice, my son David? David answered, Yes, my lord the king. He continued, Why does my lord pursue his servant? What have I done? What evil do I plan? Please now, let my lord the king listen to the words of his servant. If the Lord has incited you against me, let an offering appease him. But if men, may they be cursed before the Lord, because they have exiled me, so that this day I have no share in the Lord's inheritance, but am told, Go serve other gods. Do not let my blood flow to the ground far from the presence of the Lord. For the King of Israel has come out to seek a single flea, as if he were hunting partridge in the mountains. Then Saul said, I have done wrong. Come back, my son David. I will not harm you again, because you have held my life precious today. Indeed, I have been a fool and have made a serious mistake. But David answered, Here is the king's spear. Let an attendant come over to get it. The Lord will reward each man for his justice and faithfulness. Today, though the Lord delivered you into my grasp, I would not harm the Lord's anointed. As I valued your life highly today, so may the Lord value my life highly and deliver me from all difficulties. Then Saul said to David, Blessed are you, my son David. You shall certainly succeed in whatever you undertake. David went his way, and Saul returned to his home. 1 Samuel chapter 27. But David said to himself, I shall perish some day at the hand of Saul. I have no choice but to escape to the land of the Philistines. Then Saul will give up his continual search for me throughout the land of Israel, and I shall be out of his reach. Accordingly, David departed with his 600 men and went over to Achish, son of Mauch, king of Gath. David and his men lived in Gath with Achish. Each one had his family, and David had his two wives, Ahinoam from Jezreel and Abigail, the widow of Nabal from Carmel. When Saul was told that David had fled to Gath, he no longer searched for him. David said to Achish, If I meet with your approval, let me have a place to live in one of the country towns. Why should your servant live with you in the royal city? That same day, Achish gave him Ziklag, which has therefore belonged to the kings of Judah up to the present time. In all, David lived a year and 4 months in the country of the Philistines. David and his men went up and made raids on the Geshurites, Gerzites, and Amalekites, peoples living in the land between Telam, on their approach to Shur, and the land of Egypt. In attacking the land, David would not leave a man or woman alive, but would carry off sheep, oxen, asses, camels, and clothes. On his return, he brought these to Achish, who asked, "Whom did you raid this time?" And David answered, "The Negeb of Judah, or the Negeb of Jerahmeel, or the Negeb of the Canaanites." But David would not leave a man or woman alive to be brought to Gath, fearing that they would betray him by saying, "This is what David did." This was his custom as long as he lived in the country of the Philistines. And Achish trusted David, thinking, "He must certainly be detested by his people Israel. I shall have him as my vassal forever." 1 Samuel chapter 28. In those days, the Philistines mustered their military forces to fight against Israel. So Achish said to David, "You realize, of course, that you and your men must go out on campaign with me to Jezreel." David answered Achish, "Good. Now you shall learn what your servant can do." Then Achish said to David, "I shall appoint you my permanent bodyguard." Now Samuel had died, and after being mourned by all Israel, was buried in his city, Ramah. Meanwhile, Saul had driven mediums and fortune tellers out of the land. The Philistine levies advanced to Shunem and encamped. Saul too mustered all Israel. They camped on Gilboa. When Saul saw the camp of the Philistines, he was dismayed and lost heart completely. He therefore consulted the Lord, but the Lord gave no answer, whether in dreams or by the Urim or through prophets. Then Saul said to his servants, "Find me a woman who is a medium, to whom I can go to seek counsel through her." His servants answered him, "There is a woman in Endor who is a medium." So he disguised himself, putting on other clothes, and set out with 2 companions. They came to the woman by night, and Saul said to her, "Tell my fortune through a ghost, conjure up for me the one I ask you to." But the woman answered him, "You are surely aware of what Saul has done in driving the mediums and fortune tellers out of the land. Why then are you laying snares for my life to have me killed?" But Saul swore to her by the Lord, "As the Lord lives, you shall incur no blame for this." Then the woman asked him, "Whom do you want me to conjure up?" And he answered, "Samuel." When the woman saw Samuel, she shrieked at the top of her voice and said to Saul, "Why have you deceived me?" "You are Saul." But the king said to her, "Have no fear. What do you see?" The woman answered Saul, "I see a preternatural being rising from the earth." "What does he look like?" asked Saul. And she replied, "It is an old man who is rising, clothed in a mantle." Saul knew that it was Samuel, and so he bowed face to the ground in homage. Samuel then said to Saul, "Why do you disturb me by conjuring me up?" Saul replied, "I am in great straits, for the Philistines are waging war against me, and God has abandoned me. Since he no longer answers me through prophets or in dreams, I have called you to tell me what I should do." To this Samuel said, "But why do you ask me? If the Lord has abandoned you and is with your neighbor, the Lord has done to you what he foretold through me. He has torn the kingdom from your grasp and has given it to your neighbor David. Because you disobeyed the Lord's directive and would not carry out his fierce anger against Amalek, The Lord has done this to you today. Moreover, the Lord will deliver Israel and you as well into the clutches of the Philistines. By tomorrow, you and your sons will be with me, and the Lord will have delivered the army of Israel into the hands of the Philistines. Immediately, Saul fell full length on the ground, for he was badly shaken by Samuel's message. Moreover, he had no bodily strength left, since he had eaten nothing all that day and night. Then the woman came to Saul, and seeing that he was quite terror-stricken, said to him, "Remember, your maidservant obeyed you. I took my life in my hands and fulfilled the request you made of me. Now you, in turn, please listen to your maidservant. Let me set something before you to eat so that you may have strength when you go on your way." But he refused, saying, "I will not eat." However, when his servants joined the woman in urging him, he listened to their entreaties, got up from the ground, and sat on a couch. The woman had a stall-fed calf in the house, which she now quickly slaughtered. Then, taking flour, she kneaded it and baked unleavened bread. She set the meal before Saul and his servants, and they ate. Then they stood up and left the same night. 1 Samuel chapter 29. Now the Philistines had mustered all their forces in Aphek, and the Israelites were encamped at the spring of Harod near Jezreel. As the Philistine lords were marching their groups of 100 and 1,000, David and his men were marching in the rear guard with Achish. The Philistine chiefs asked, "What are those Hebrews doing here?" And Achish answered them, "Why, that is David, the officer of Saul, king of Israel. He has been with me now for a year or two, and I have no fault to find with him from the day he came over to me until the present." But the Philistine chiefs were angered at this and said to him, "Send that man back. Let him return to the place you picked out for him. He must not go down into battle with us, lest during the battle he become our enemy. For how else can he win back his master's favor, if not with the heads of these men of ours? Is this not the David of whom they sing during their dances? Saul has slain his thousands, but David his 10,000s. So Achish summoned David and said to him, "As the Lord lives, you are honest, and I should be pleased to have you active with me in the camp, for I have found nothing wrong with you from the day of your arrival to this day. But you are not welcome to the lords. Withdraw peaceably now, and do nothing that might displease the Philistine lords." But David said to Achish, "What have I done? Or what have you against your servant from the first day I have been with you to this day, that I cannot go to fight against the enemies of my lord the king?" "You know," Achish answered David, "that you are acceptable to me. But the Philistine chiefs have determined you are not to go up with us to battle. So the first thing tomorrow, you and your lord's servants who came with you go to the place I picked out for you. Do not decide to take umbrage at this. You are as acceptable to me as an angel of God. But make an early morning start as soon as it grows light, and be on your way." So David and his men left early in the morning to return to the land of the Philistines. The Philistines, however, went on up to Jezreel. 1 Samuel chapter 30. Before David and his men reached Ziklag on the third day, the Amalekites had raided the Negeb and Ziklag, had stormed the city, and had set it on fire. They had taken captive the women and all who were in the city, young and old, killing no one. They had carried them off when they left. David and his men arrived at the city to find it burned to the ground, and their wives, sons, and daughters taken captive. Then David and those who were with him wept aloud until they could weep no more. David's two wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel and Abigail, the widow of Nabal from Carmel, had also been carried off with the rest. Now David found himself in great difficulty, for the men spoke of stoning him, so bitter were they over the fates of their sons and daughters. But with renewed trust in the Lord his God, David said to Abiathar the priest, son of Ahimelech, "Bring me the ephod." When Abiathar brought him the ephod, David inquired of the Lord, "Shall I pursue these raiders? Can I overtake them?" The Lord answered him, "Go in pursuit, for you shall surely overtake them and effect a rescue." So David went off with his 600 men and came as far as the Wadi Besor, where those who were to remain behind halted. David continued the pursuit with 400 men, but 200 were too exhausted to cross the Wadi Besor and remained behind. An Egyptian was found in the open country and brought to David. He was provided with food, which he ate, and given water to drink. A cake of pressed figs and 2 cakes of pressed raisins were also offered to him. When he had eaten, he revived. He had not taken food nor drunk water for 3 days and 3 nights. Then David asked him, "To whom do you belong, and where do you come from?" He replied, "I am an Egyptian, the slave of an Amalekite. My master abandoned me because I fell sick 3 days ago today. We raided the Negeb of the Cherethites, the territory of Judah, and the Negeb of Caleb, and we set Ziklag on fire." David then asked him, "Will you lead me down to this raiding party?" He answered, "Swear to me by God that you will not kill me or deliver me to my master, and I will lead you to the raiding party." He did lead them, and there were the Amalekites scattered all over the ground, eating, drinking, and in a festive mood because of all the rich booty they had taken from the land of the Philistines and from the land of Judah. From dawn to sundown, David attacked them, putting them under the ban so that none escaped except 400 young men who mounted their camels and fled. David recovered everything the Amalekites had taken and rescued his 2 wives. Nothing was missing, small or great, booty or sons or daughters, of all that the Amalekites had taken. David brought back everything. Moreover, David took all the sheep and oxen, and as they drove these before him, they shouted, "This is David's spoil." When David came to the 200 men who had been too exhausted to follow him, and whom he had left behind at the Wadi Besor, they came out to meet David and the men with him. On nearing them, David greeted them. But all the stingy and worthless men among those who had accompanied David spoke up to say, "Since they did not accompany us, we will not give them anything from the booty, except to each man his wife and children. Let them take those along and be on their way." But David said, "You must not do this, my brothers, after what the Lord has given us. He has protected us and delivered into our grip the band that came against us. Who could agree with this proposal of yours? Rather, the share of the one who goes down to battle, and that of the one who remains with the baggage shall be the same. They shall share alike." And from that day forward, he made it a law and a custom in Israel, as it still is today. When David came to Ziklag, he sent part of the spoil to the elders of Judah, city by city, saying, "This is a gift to you from the spoil of the enemies of the Lord, to those in Bethel, to those in Ramoth Negeb, to those in Jatir, to those in Aroer, to those in Sifmoth, to those in Eshtemoa, to those in Rakal, to those in the Jerahmeelite cities, to those in the Kenite cities, to those in Homa, to those in Borashan, to those in Athak, to those in Hebron, and to all the places frequented by David and his men. 1 Samuel chapter 31. As they pressed their attack on Israel, with the Israelites fleeing before them and falling mortally wounded on Mount Gilboa, the Philistines pursued Saul and his sons closely and slew Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua, sons of Saul. The battle raged around Saul, and the archers hit him. He was pierced through the abdomen. Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and run me through, lest these uncircumcised come and make sport of me." But his armor-bearer, badly frightened, refused to do it. So Saul took his own sword and fell upon it. When the armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he too fell upon his sword and died with him. Thus Saul, his 3 sons, and his armor-bearer died together on that same day. When the Israelites on the slope of the valley and those along the Jordan saw that the men of Israel had fled and that Saul and his sons were dead, they too abandoned their cities and fled. Then the Philistines came and lived in those cities. The day after the battle, the Philistines came to strip the slain and found Saul and his 3 sons lying on Mount Gilboa. They cut off Saul's head and stripped him of his armor, and then sent the good news throughout the land of the Philistines to their idols and to the people. They put his armor in the temple of Astarte, but impaled his body on the wall of Bethshan. When the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead heard what the Philistines had done to Saul, all their warriors set out, and after marching throughout the night, removed the bodies of Saul and his sons from the wall of Bethshan, and brought them to Jabesh, where they cremated them. Then they took their bones and buried them under the tamarisk tree in Jabesh, and fasted for 7 days.